Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition presents Xanathars' Guide to Everything. Introduction. Beneath the bustling city of Waterdeep, a beholder crime lord keeps tabs on everyone and everything, or so the beholder thinks. Known as Xanathar, this bizarre being believes it can gather information on everything in the Dungeons & Dragons multiverse. The beholder desires to know it all, but no matter what the beholder learns and what treasures it acquires, its most prized possession in all the multiverse remains its goldfish, Silger. The first major rules expansion to the 5th edition of D&D, Xanathars' Guide to Everything provides a wealth of new options for the game. Xanathar might not be able to realize its dream to know everything, but this book does delve into every major part of the game. Adventurers, their adventures, and the magic they wield. Using this book, written for both players and dungeon masters, this book offers options to enhance campaigns in any world, whether you're adventuring in the Forgotten Realms, another official D&D setting, or a world of your own creation. The options here build on the official rules contained within the player's handbook, the monster manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide. Think of this book as the companion to those volumes. It builds on their foundation, exploring pathways first laid in those publications. Nothing herein is required for a D&D campaign. This is not a 4th core rulebook, but we hope it will provide you new ways to enjoy the game. Chapter 1 offers character options that expand on those offered in the player's handbook. Chapter 2 is a toolkit for the DM that provides new resources for running the game and designing adventures. All of it building on the Monster Manual and the Dungeon Master's Guide. Chapter 3 presents new spells for player characters and spellcasting monsters to unleash. Appendix A provides guidance on running a shared campaign, similar to the activities staged by the D&D Adventurers League, and Appendix B contains a host of tables that allow you to quickly generate names for the characters in your D&D stories. As you peruse the many options herein, you'll come across observations from Xanathar itself. Like the beholder's roving mind, your reading will take you to places in the game familiar and new. May you enjoy the journey. Unearthed Arcana. Much of the material in this book originally appeared in Unearthed Arcana, a series of online articles that explore rules that might officially become part of the game. Some Unearthed Arcana offerings don't end up resonating with fans and are set aside for the time being. The Unearthed Arcana material that inspired the options in the following chapters was well received and, thanks to feedback from thousands of you, has been refined into the official forms presented here.
What's that, Silgar? Not yet, my fishy friend. They just got here. Perhaps after we chat a bit. I find a little conversation at the beginning helps digestion.
The core rules. This book relies on the rules found in the 3 core rulebooks. It particularly makes frequent use of the rules in chapters 7 to 10 of the player's handbook, using ability scores, adventuring, combat, and spellcasting. Appendix A of that book is also crucial, as it contains definitions of conditions like invisible and prone. While you don't need to know the rules by heart, it's helpful to know where to find them when needed. If you're a DM, you should also be familiar with the Dungeon Master's Guide, particularly the rules on how magic items work, see Chapter 7. The introduction of the Monster Manual will guide you on how to use a monster's stat block. The DM adjudicates the rules. One rule overrides all others. The DM is the final authority on how the rules work in play. Rules are part of what makes D&D a game, rather than just improvised storytelling. The game's rules help organize and even inspire the action of a D&D campaign. They are tools meant to be as effective as possible. However, no matter how good those tools are, they need players to bring them to life and a DM to guide their use. The DM is key. Many unexpected events can occur in a D&D campaign, and no set of rules could possibly account for every contingency. If the rules tried to do so, the game would become a slog. An alternative would be to limit what characters can do, which would go against the open-ended nature of D&D. Instead, the game establishes a foundation of rules for the DM to build on and embraces the DM's role as the bridge between what the rules cover and what they don't. 10 rules to remember. There are a few rules in the core rulebooks that often trip up new players or DMs. Keeping these 10 rules in mind will help you interpret the options in this book. 1. Exceptions supersede general rules. General rules govern each part of the game. For example, the combat rules state that melee weapon attacks use strength, and ranged weapon attacks use dexterity. This is a general rule, and it applies unless something in the game explicitly says otherwise. The game also includes specific elements, class features, spells, magic items, monster abilities, and the like, that sometimes contradict a general rule. When an exception and a general rule conflict, the exception takes precedence. For example, if a feature allows you to make melee weapon attacks using your charisma, you can do so, even though that contradicts the general rule. 2. Round down. Whenever you divide or multiply a number in the game, round down if you end up with a fraction, even if the fraction is 1/2 or greater. 3. Advantage and disadvantage. Even if more than one factor gives you advantage or disadvantage on a roll, you only apply it once. If you have both advantage and disadvantage on the same roll, they cancel each other out. 4. Combining different effects. Different game effects can affect a target at the same time. For example, 2 different benefits might give you a bonus to your armor class. However, when 2 or more effects have the same proper name, only one, the most powerful, if their benefits differ, applies while the effects overlap. For instance, if Bless is cast on you while you're still under the effect of an earlier Bless, you only benefit from one casting. Similarly, if you're in the radius of more than one aura of protection, you benefit only from the one that grants the highest bonus. 5. Reaction timing. Certain game features allow you to take a special action called a reaction in response to a triggering event. Common reactions include making opportunity attacks or casting the shield spell. If you're unsure when a reaction occurs in relation to its trigger, the rule is, the reaction happens after the trigger completes, unless the reaction's description explicitly states otherwise. Once you take a reaction, you cannot take another one until the start of your next turn. 6. Resistance and vulnerability. Here's the order in which you apply damage modifiers. Any relevant damage immunity. Any addition or subtraction to the damage. 1 relevant damage resistance. 1 relevant damage vulnerability. Even if multiple sources grant you resistance to a type of damage, you can only apply that resistance once. The same rule applies to vulnerability.
7. Proficiency bonus.
If your proficiency bonus applies to a roll, you can only add the bonus once, even if multiple features say it applies. Furthermore, if more than one source tells you to double or have your proficiency bonus, you can only double it once or have it once before applying it. Regardless of whether it is multiplied, divided, or left at its normal value, the bonus can only be used once per roll.
8. Bonus action spells.
If you want to cast a spell with a casting time of 1 bonus action, remember that you cannot cast any other spells before or after it on the same turn, except for cantrips with a casting time of 1 action. 9. Concentration. As soon as you begin casting a spell or using an ability that requires concentration, your concentration on any other effect ends immediately. 10. Temporary hit points. Temporary hit points do not stack. If you already have temporary hit points and gain more, you don't add them together unless a game feature says otherwise. Instead, you choose which temporary hit points to keep. Chapter 1. Character Options. The main figures in any D&D campaign are the characters created by the players. The heroics, folly, righteousness, and potential villainy of your characters are at the heart of the story. This chapter provides a variety of new options for them, focusing on additional subclasses for each of the classes in the player's handbook. Each class offers a character-defining choice at first, second, or third level that unlocks a series of special features not available to the class as a whole. That choice is called a subclass. Each class has a collective term that describes its subclasses. In the fighter, for instance, the subclasses are called martial archetypes, and in the Paladin, they're sacred oaths. The table below identifies each of the subclasses in this book. Additionally, the section for Druids details how the wild shape feature works, and the Warlock gains new choices for the class's Eldritch Invocations feature. Each of the class presentations begins with advice on how to add depth and detail to your character's personality. You can use the tables in these sections as a source of inspiration, or roll a die to randomly determine a result if desired. Following the subclasses, the section titled, "This is Your Life," offers a series of tables to help flesh out your character's backstory. The chapter concludes with a selection of feats for the races in the player's handbook, offering ways to explore a character's racial identity more deeply. Please refer to Handbook for subclass chart. Barbarian.
I have witnessed the indomitable performance of barbarians on the field of battle, and it makes me wonder what force lies at the heart of their rage.
Sarat, Archwizard. The anger felt by an ordinary person is like a gentle breeze compared to the furious thunderstorm of a barbarian's rage. The barbarian's driving force comes from a place that transcends mere emotion, making its manifestation all the more terrifying. Whether the source of their fury comes entirely from within or through a connection with a spirit animal, a raging barbarian can achieve supernatural feats of strength and endurance. The outburst is temporary, but while it lasts, it overwhelms body and mind, propelling the barbarian forward despite danger and injury until the last enemy falls. It can be tempting to play a barbarian character as a straightforward example of the classic archetype, a brute, often dim-witted, who charges in where others fear to tread. However, not all barbarians fit that mold, and you can certainly put your own spin on the character. Consider adding unique touches to make your barbarian stand out from others. The following sections offer some ideas. Personal totems. Barbarians typically travel light, carrying few personal belongings or unnecessary gear. The few possessions they do keep often include small items of special significance. A personal totem is important because it has a mystical origin or is tied to a significant moment in the barbarian's life, perhaps as a remembrance from the past or as a harbinger of what lies ahead. A personal totem might be connected to a barbarian's spirit animal or could serve as the totem object for that animal, though such a connection is not required. For example, a barbarian with a bear totem spirit could still carry an eagle's feather as a personal totem. Consider creating one or more personal totems for your character, objects that hold a special link to your barbarian's past or future. Think about how these totems might influence your character's actions.
I'm really angry. Funny, I don't feel any stronger. Maybe because I'm always angry. I'm always in top condition. Stands to reason.
Personal totems. 1. A tuft of fur from a solitary wolf that you befriended during a hunt. 2. 3 eagle feathers given to you by a wise shaman, who told you they would play a role in determining your fate. 3. A necklace made from the claws of a young cave bear that you slew single-handedly as a child. 4. A small leather pouch holding 3 stones that represent your ancestors. 5. A few small bones from the first beast you killed, tied together with colored wool. 6. An egg-sized stone in the shape of your spirit animal that appeared one day in your belt pouch. Tattoos. The members of many barbarian clans decorate their bodies with tattoos, each representing a significant moment in the life of the bearer or their ancestors, or symbolizing a feeling or attitude. Like personal totems, a barbarian's tattoos may or may not be related to an animal spirit. Each tattoo contributes to the barbarian's identity. If your character has tattoos, what do they look like, and what do they represent? Tattoos. 1. The wings of an eagle are spread wide across your upper back. 2. Etched on the backs of your hands are the paws of a cave bear. 3. The symbols of your clan are displayed in vine patterns along your arms. 4. The antlers of an elk are inked across your back. 5. Images of your spirit animal are tattooed along your weapon arm and hand. 6. The eyes of a wolf are marked on your back to help you see and ward off evil spirits. Superstitions. Barbarians vary widely in how they understand life. Some follow gods and seek guidance from them in the cycles of nature and the animals they encounter, believing spirits inhabit the plants and animals of the world. These barbarians look to these spirits for omens and power. Other barbarians trust only in the blood in their veins and the steel in their hands. They have no use for the invisible world, relying instead on their senses to hunt and survive like the wild beasts they emulate.
So ancestors are people who did the procreation thing to make more people before you were born? Like how many people? That's a lot of the procreation thing. EW. You're disgusting.
Both of these attitudes can give rise to superstitions. These beliefs are often passed down within a family or shared among the members of a clan or a hunting group. If your barbarian character has any superstitions, were they ingrained in you by your family, or are they the result of personal experience? Superstitions. 1. If you disturb the bones of the dead, you inherit all the troubles that plague them in life. 2. Never trust a wizard. They're all devils in disguise, especially the friendly ones. 3. Dwarves have lost their spirits and are almost like the undead. That's why they live underground. 4. Magical things bring trouble. Never sleep with a magic object within 10 feet of you. 5. When you walk through a graveyard, be sure to wear silver, or a ghost might jump into your body. 6. If an elf looks you in the eyes, she's trying to read your thoughts. Primal Paths. At 3rd level, a barbarian gains the Primal Path feature. The following options are available to a barbarian, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Path of the Ancestral Guardian, the Path of the Storm Herald, and the Path of the Zealot. Path of the Ancestral Guardian. Some barbarians hail from cultures that revere their ancestors. These tribes teach that the warriors of the past linger in the world as mighty spirits, who can guide and protect the living. When a barbarian who follows this path rages, the barbarian contacts the spirit world and calls on these guardian spirits for aid. Barbarians who draw on their ancestral guardians can better fight to protect their tribes and their allies. In order to cement ties to their ancestral guardians, barbarians who follow this path cover themselves in elaborate tattoos that celebrate their ancestors' deeds. These tattoos tell sagas of victories against terrible monsters and other fearsome rivals. Path of the Ancestral Guardian features. Barbarian level and feature. 3rd. Ancestral Protectors. 6th. Spirit Shield, 2d8. 10th. Consult the Spirits, Spirit Shield, 3d8. 14th. Vengeful Ancestors, Spirit Shield, 4d8. Ancestral Protectors. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, spectral warriors appear when you enter your rage. While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinder its attacks. Until the start of your next turn, that target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against you, and when the target hits a creature other than you with an attack, that creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack. The effect on the target ends early if your rage ends. Spirit Shield. Beginning at 6th level, the guardian spirits that aid you can provide supernatural protection to those you defend. If you are raging and another creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6. When you reach certain levels in this class, you can reduce the damage by more, by 3d6 at 10th level and by 4d6 at 14th level. Consult the Spirits. At 10th level, you gain the ability to consult with your ancestral spirits. When you do so, you cast the Augury or Clairvoyance spell without using a spell slot or material components. Rather than creating a spherical sensor, this use of clairvoyance invisibly summons one of your ancestral spirits to the chosen location. Wisdom is your spellcasting ability for these spells. After you cast either spell in this way, you can't use this feature again until you finish a short or long rest. Vengeful Ancestors. At 14th level, your ancestral spirits grow powerful enough to retaliate. When you use your Spirit Shield to reduce the damage of an attack, the attacker takes an amount of force damage equal to the damage that your Spirit Shield prevents.
You know one of the great benefits of living underground? No weather. Don't mess this up for me.
Path of the Storm Herald. All barbarians harbor a fury within. Their rage grants them superior strength, durability, and speed. Barbarians who follow the path of the Storm Herald learn to transform that rage into a mantle of primal magic, which swirls around them. When in a fury, A barbarian of this path taps into the forces of nature to create powerful magical effects. Storm Heralds are typically elite champions who train alongside druids, rangers, and others sworn to protect nature. Other Storm Heralds hone their craft in lodges and regions racked by storms, in the frozen reaches at the world's end, or deep in the hottest deserts. Path of the Storm Herald features: Barbarian level and feature, 3rd Storm Aura, 6th Storm Soul, 10th Shielding Storm, 14th Raging Storm.
Storm Aura.
Starting at 3rd level, you emanate a stormy, magical aura while you rage. The aura extends 10 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. Your aura has an effect that activates when you enter your rage, and you can activate the effect again on each of your turns as a bonus action. Choose desert, sea, or tundra. Your aura's effect depends on that chosen environment, as detailed below. You can change your environment choice whenever you gain a level in this class. If your aura's effects require a saving throw, the DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier. Desert. When this effect is activated, all other creatures in your aura take 2 fire damage each. The damage increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 3 at 5th level, 4 at 10th level, 5 at 15th level, and 6 at 20th level. C. When this effect is activated, you can choose one other creature you can see in your aura. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. The target takes 1d6 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The damage increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 2d6 at 10th level, 3d6 at 15th level, and 4d6 at 20th level. Tundra. When this effect is activated, each creature of your choice in your aura gains 2 temporary hit points, as icy spirits inure it to suffering. The temporary hit points increase when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 3 at 5th level, 4 at 10th level, 5 at 15th level, and 6 at 20th level. Storm Soul. At 6th level, the storm grants you benefits even when your aura isn't active. The benefits are based on the environment you chose for your storm aura. Desert. You gain resistance to fire damage, and you don't suffer the effects of extreme heat, as described in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Moreover, as an action, you can touch a flammable object that isn't being worn or carried by anyone else and set it on fire. C. You gain resistance to lightning damage, and you can breathe underwater. You also gain a swimming speed of 30 feet. Tundra. You gain resistance to cold damage, and you don't suffer the effects of extreme cold, as described in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Moreover, as an action, you can touch water and turn a 5-foot cube of it into ice, which melts after 1 minute. This action fails if a creature is in the cube. Shielding Storm. At 10th level, you learn to use your mastery of the storm to protect others. Each creature of your choice has the damage resistance you gained from the Storm Soul feature while the creature is in your storm aura. Raging Storm. At 14th level, the power of the storm you channel grows mightier, lashing out at your foes. The effect is based on the environment you chose for your storm aura. Desert. Immediately after a creature in your aura hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to force that creature to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes fire damage equal to half your barbarian level. C. When you hit a creature in your aura with an attack, you can use your reaction to force that creature to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone, as if struck by a wave. Tundra. Whenever the effect of your storm aura is activated, you can choose one creature you can see in the aura. That creature must succeed on a strength saving throw, or its speed is reduced to 0 until the start of your next turn, as magical frost covers it. Path of the Zealot. Some deities inspire their followers to pitch themselves into a ferocious battle fury. These barbarians are zealots, warriors who channel their rage into powerful displays of divine power. A variety of gods across the worlds of D&D inspire their followers to embrace this path. Tempest from the Forgotten Realms and Hexter and Erithnal of Greyhawk are all prime examples. In general, the gods who inspire zealots are deities of combat, destruction, and violence. Not all are evil, but few are good. Path of the Zealot features: Barbarian level and feature, 3rd Divine Fury, Warrior of the Gods, 6th, fanatical focus. 10th, zealous presence. 14th, rage beyond death. Divine fury. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can channel divine fury into your weapon strikes. While you're raging, the first creature you hit on each of your turns with a weapon attack takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your barbarian level. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. You choose the type of damage when you gain this feature. Warrior of the Gods. At 3rd level, your soul is marked for endless battle. If a spell, such as Raise Dead, has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not undeath, the caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell on you. Fanatical focus. Starting at 6th level, the divine power that fuels your rage can protect you. If you fail a saving throw while you're raging, you can re-roll it, and you must use the new roll. You can use this ability only once per rage. Zealous presence. At 10th level, you learn to channel divine power to inspire zealotry in others. As a bonus action, you unleash a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you that can hear you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Rage beyond death. Beginning at 14th level, the divine power that fuels your rage allows you to shrug off fatal blows. While you're raging, having 0 hit points doesn't knock you unconscious. You still must make death saving throws, and you suffer the normal effects of taking damage while at 0 hit points. However, if you would die due to failing death saving throws, you don't die until your rage ends, and you die then only if you still have 0 hit points. Bard.
Music is the fruit of the divine tree that vibrates with the words of creation. But the question I ask you is, can a bard go to the root of this tree? Can one tap into the source of that power? Then what manner of music they would bring to this world?
Fletcher Denaria, Master Bard. Bards bring levity during grave times. They impart wisdom to offset ignorance, and they make the ridiculous seem sublime. Bards are preservers of ancient history, their songs and tales perpetuating the memory of great events down through time. Knowledge so important that it is memorized and passed along as oral history, to survive even when no written record remains. It is also the bard's role to chronicle smaller and more contemporary events, the stories of today's heroes, including their feats of valor as well as their less than impressive failures. Of course, the world has many people who can carry a tune or tell a good story, and there's much more to any adventuring bard than a glib tongue and a melodious voice. Yet what truly sets bards apart from others, and from one another, are the style and substance of their performances. To grab and hold the attention of an audience, bards are typically flamboyant and outgoing when they perform. The most famous of them are essentially the D&D world's equivalent of pop stars. If you're playing a bard, consider using one of your favorite musicians as a role model for your character. You can add some unique aspects to your bard character by considering the suggestions that follow. Defining work. Every successful bard is renowned for at least one piece of performance art, typically a song or a poem that is popular with everyone who hears it. These performances are spoken about for years by those who view them, and some spectators have had their lives forever changed because of the experience. If your character is just starting out, your ultimate defining work is likely in the future. But in order to make any sort of living at your profession, chances are you already have a piece or two in your repertoire that have proven to be audience pleasers. Defining works. D6 and defining work. 1. The Three Flambinis, a ribald song concerning mistaken identities and unfettered desire. 2. Waltz of the Myconids, an upbeat tune that children in particular enjoy. 3. Asmodeus's Golden Arse, a dramatic poem you claim was inspired by your personal visit to Avernus. 4. The Pirates of Luskan, your first-hand account of being kidnapped by sea reavers as a child. 5. A Hoop, Two Pigeons, and a Hellhound, a subtle parody of an incompetent noble. 6. A Fool in the Abyss, a comedic poem about a jester's travels among demons. Instrument. In a bard's quest for the ultimate performance and the highest acclaim, one's instrument is at least as important as one's vocal ability. The instrument's quality of manufacture is a critical factor, of course. The best ones make the best music, and some bards are continually on the lookout for an improvement. Perhaps just as important, though, is the instrument's own entertainment value. Those that are bizarrely constructed or made of exotic materials are likely to leave a lasting impression on an audience. You might have an off-the-rack instrument, perhaps because it's all you can afford right now. Or, if your first instrument was gifted to you, it might be of a more elaborate sort. Are you satisfied with the instrument you have? Or do you aspire to replace it with something truly distinctive? Instruments. D6 and instrument. 1. A masterfully crafted halfling fiddle. 2. A mithril horn made by elves. 3. A zither made with drow spider silk. 4. An orcish drum. 5. A wooden bullywug croak box. 6. A tinker's harp of gnomish design. Embarrassment. Almost every bard has suffered at least one bad experience in front of an audience, and chances are you're no exception. No one becomes famous right away, after all. Perhaps you had a few small difficulties early in your career, or maybe it took you a while to restore your reputation after one agonizing night when the fates conspired to bring about your theatrical ruin. The ways that a performance can go wrong are as varied as the fish in the sea. No matter what sort of disaster might occur, however, a bard has the courage and the confidence to rebound from it, either pressing on with the show, if possible, or promising to come back tomorrow with a new performance that's guaranteed to please.
Music is stupid. I changed my mind. Music is fun. Play more music. I was right the first time. Music is stupid, but I won't maim you after all in case I change my mind again.
Embarrassments. D6 and embarrassment. 1. The time when your comedic song, Big Tom's Hijinks, which, by the way, you thought was brilliant, did not go over well with Big Tom. 2. The matinee performance when a circus's owlbear got loose and terrorized the crowd. 3. When your opening song was your enthusiastic but universally hated rendition of Song of the Frogamoth. 4. The first and last public performance of Mert, Man About Town. 5. The time on stage when your wig caught fire and you threw it down, which set fire to the stage. 6. When you sat on your lute by mistake during the final stanza of Starlight Serenade. A bard's muse. Naturally, every bard has a repertoire of songs and stories. Some bards are generalists who can draw from a wide range of topics for each performance and take pride in their versatility. Others adopt a more personal approach to their art, driven by their attachment to a muse, a particular concept that inspires much of what those bards do in front of an audience. A bard who follows a muse generally does so to gain a deeper understanding of what that muse represents and how to best convey that understanding to others through performance. If your bard character has a muse, it could be one of the 3 described here, or one of your own devising. Nature. You feel a kinship with the natural world, and its beauty and mystery inspire you. For you, a tree is deeply symbolic, its roots delving into the dark unknown to draw forth the power of the earth, while its branches reach toward the sun to nourish their flowers and fruit. Nature is the ancient witness who has seen every kingdom rise and fall, even those whose names have been forgotten and wait to be rediscovered. The gods of nature share their secrets with druids and sages, opening their hearts and minds to new ways of seeing. And as with those individuals, you find that your creativity blossoms while you wander in an open field of waving grass or walk in silent reverence through a grove of ancient oaks. Love. You are on a quest to identify the essence of true love. Though you do not disdain the superficial love of flesh and form, the deeper form of love that can inspire thousands or bring joy to one's every moment is what you are interested in. Love of this sort takes on many forms, and you can see its presence everywhere, from the sparkling of a beautiful gem to the song of a simple fisher thanking the sea for its bounty. You are on the trail of love, that most precious and mysterious of emotions, and your search fills your stories and your songs with vitality and passion. Conflict. Drama embodies conflict, and the best stories have conflict as a key element. From the morning after tale of a tavern brawl to the saga of an epic battle, from a lover's spat to a rift between powerful dynasties, conflict is what inspires tale-tellers like you to create your best work. Conflict can bring out the best in some people, causing their heroic nature to shine forth and transform the world, but it can cause others to gravitate toward darkness and fall under the sway of evil. You strive to experience or witness all forms of conflict, great and small, to study this eternal aspect of life and immortalize it in your words and music. Bard Colleges. At 3rd level, a bard gains the Bard College feature. The following options are available to a bard, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the College of Glamour, the College of Swords, and the College of Whispers. College of Glamour. The College of Glamour is the home of bards who mastered their craft in the vibrant realm of the Feywild or under the tutelage of someone who dwelled there. Tutored by satyrs, eladrin, and other Fey, these bards learn to use their magic to delight and captivate others. The bards of this college are regarded with a mixture of awe and fear. Their performances are the stuff of legend. These bards are so eloquent that a speech or song they perform can cause captors to release them unharmed and can lull a furious dragon into complacency. The same magic that allows them to quell beasts can also bend minds. Villainous bards of this college can leech off a community for weeks, misusing their magic to turn their hosts into thralls. Heroic bards of this college, instead, use this power to gladden the downtrodden and undermine oppressors. College of Glamour features. Bard level and feature. 3rd. Mantle of Inspiration, enthralling performance. 6th. Mantle of Majesty. 14th. Unbreakable Majesty. Mantle of Inspiration. When you join the College of Glamour at 3rd level, you gain the ability to weave a song of Fey magic that imbues your allies with vigor and speed. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 use of your bardic inspiration to grant yourself a wondrous appearance. When you do so, choose a number of creatures you can see and that can see you within 60 feet of you, up to a number equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. Each of them gains 5 temporary hit points. When a creature gains these temporary hit points, it can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed, without provoking opportunity attacks. The number of temporary hit points increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 8 at 5th level, 11 at 10th level, and 14 at 15th level. Enthralling performance. Starting at 3rd level, you can charge your performance with seductive, Fey magic. If you perform for at least 1 minute, you can attempt to inspire wonder in your audience by singing, reciting a poem, or dancing. At the end of the performance, choose a number of humanoids within 60 feet of you who watched and listened to all of it, up to a number equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or be charmed by you. While charmed in this way, the target idolizes you, speaks glowingly of you to anyone who talks to it, and hinders anyone who opposes you, although it avoids violence unless it was already inclined to fight on your behalf. This effect ends on a target after 1 hour if it takes any damage if you attack it, or if it witnesses you attacking or damaging any of its allies. If a target succeeds on its saving throw, it has no hint that you tried to charm it. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Mantle of Majesty. At 6th level, you gain the ability to cloak yourself in Fey magic that makes others want to serve you. As a bonus action, you cast command without expending a spell slot, and you take on an appearance of unearthly beauty for 1 minute or until your concentration ends, as if you were concentrating on a spell. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action on each of your turns, without expending a spell slot. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw against the command you cast with this feature. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
Illusions? How quaint. Before I destroy you, make that looks like a really big goldfish. Like as big as me. That's too big. Goodbye.
Umbriacable Majesty.
At 14th level, your appearance permanently gains an otherworldly aspect that makes you look more lovely and fierce. In addition, as a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated. For the duration, whenever any creature tries to attack you for the first time on a turn, the attacker must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it can't attack you on this turn, and it must choose a new target for its attack or the attack is wasted. On a successful save, it can attack you on this turn, but it has disadvantage on any saving throw it makes against your spells on your next turn. Once you assume this majestic presence, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. College of Swords. Bards of the College of Swords are called blades, and they entertain through daring feats of weapon prowess. Blades perform stunts such as sword swallowing, knife throwing and juggling, and mock combats. Though they use their weapons to entertain, they are also highly trained and skilled warriors in their own right. Their talent with weapons inspires many blades to lead double lives. One blade might use a circus troupe as cover for nefarious deeds such as assassination, robbery, and blackmail. Other blades strike at the wicked, bringing justice to bear against the cruel and powerful. Most troops are happy to accept a blade's talent for the excitement it adds to a performance, but few entertainers fully trust a blade in their ranks. Blades who abandon their lives as entertainers have often run into trouble that makes maintaining their secret activities impossible. A blade caught stealing or engaging in vigilante justice is too great a liability for most troops. With their weapon skills and magic, these blades either take up work as enforcers for thieves' guilds or strike out on their own as adventurers. College of Swords features. Bard level and feature. 3rd. Bonus proficiencies. Fighting style. Blade flourish. 6th. Extra attack. 14th. Master's flourish.
Bonus proficiencies.
When you join the College of Swords at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with medium armor and the scimitar. If you're proficient with a simple or martial melee weapon, you can use it as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. Fighting style. At 3rd level, you adopt a style of fighting as your specialty. Choose one of the following options. You can't take a fighting style option more than once, even if something in the game lets you choose again. Dueling. When you are wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon. 2-weapon fighting. When you engage in 2-weapon fighting, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of the second attack. Blade flourish. At 3rd level, you learn to perform impressive displays of martial prowess and speed. Whenever you take the attack action on your turn, your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the turn. If a weapon attack you make as part of this action hits a creature, you can use one of the following blade flourish options of your choice. You can use only one blade flourish option per turn. Defensive flourish. You can expend one use of your bardic inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit. The damage equals the number you roll on the bardic inspiration die. You also add the number rolled to your AC until the start of your next turn. Slashing flourish. You can expend one use of your bardic inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit and to any other creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of you. The damage equals the number you roll on the bardic inspiration die. Mobile flourish. You can expend one use of your bardic inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit. The damage equals the number you roll on the bardic inspiration die. You can also push the target up to 5 feet away from you, plus a number of feet equal to the number you roll on that die. You can then immediately use your reaction to move up to your walking speed to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target. Extra attack. Starting at 6th level, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Master's flourish. Starting at 14th level, whenever you use a blade flourish option, you can roll a d6 and use it instead of expending a bardic inspiration die. College of Whispers. Most folk are happy to welcome a bard into their midst. Bards of the College of Whispers use this to their advantage. They appear to be like other bards, sharing news, singing songs, and telling tales to the audiences they gather. In truth, the College of Whispers teaches its students that they are wolves among sheep. These bards use their knowledge and magic to uncover secrets and turn them against others through extortion and threats. Many other bards hate the College of Whispers, viewing it as a parasite that uses a bard's reputation to acquire wealth and power. For this reason, members of this college rarely reveal their true nature. They typically claim to follow some other college, or they keep their actual calling secret in order to infiltrate and exploit royal courts and other settings of power. College of Whispers features. Bard level and feature. 3rd. Psychic blades. Words of terror. 6th. Mantle of Whispers. 14th. Shadow lore. Psychic blades. When you join the College of Whispers at 3rd level, you gain the ability to make your weapon attacks magically toxic to a creature's mind. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 use of your bardic inspiration to deal an extra 2d6 psychic damage to that target. You can do so only once per round on your turn. The psychic damage increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 3d6 at 5th level, 5d6 at 10th level, and 8d6 at 15th level. Words of Terror. At 3rd level, you learn to infuse innocent-seeming words with an insidious magic that can inspire terror. If you speak to a humanoid alone for at least 1 minute, you can attempt to seed paranoia in its mind. At the end of the conversation, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or be frightened of you or another creature of your choice. The target is frightened in this way for 1 hour until it is attacked or damaged, or until it witnesses its allies being attacked or damaged. If the target succeeds on its saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to frighten it. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Mantle of Whispers. At 6th level, you gain the ability to adopt a humanoid's persona. When a humanoid dies within 30 feet of you, you can magically capture its shadow using your reaction. You retain this shadow until you use it or you finish a long rest. You can use the shadow as an action. When you do so, it vanishes, magically transforming into a disguise that appears on you. You now look like the dead person but healthy and alive. This disguise lasts for 1 hour or until you end it as a bonus action. While you're in the disguise, you gain access to all information that the humanoid would freely share with a casual acquaintance. Such information includes general details on its background and personal life, but doesn't include secrets. The information is enough that you can pass yourself off as the person by drawing on its memories. Another creature can see through this disguise by succeeding on a Wisdom, Insight check, contested by your Charisma, Deception check. You gain a +5 bonus to your check. Once you capture a shadow with this feature, you can't capture another one with it until you finish a short or long rest. Shadow Lore. At 14th level, you gain the ability to weave dark magic into your words and tap into a creature's deepest fears. As an action, you magically whisper a phrase that only one creature of your choice within 30 feet of you can hear. The target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. It automatically succeeds if it doesn't share a language with you or if it can't hear you. On a successful saving throw, your whisper sounds like unintelligible mumbling and has no effect. On a failed saving throw, the target is charmed by you for the next 8 hours or until you or your allies attack it, damage it, or force it to make a saving throw. It interprets the whispers as a description of its most mortifying secret. You gain no knowledge of this secret, but the target is convinced you know it. The charmed creature obeys your commands for fear that you will reveal its secret. It won't risk its life for you or fight for you unless it was already inclined to do so. It grants you favors and gifts it would off to a close friend. When the effect ends, the creature has no understanding of why it held you in such fear. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
Speak up. It's really hard to hear you over the screaming. Nope. It's no use. I'll have to stop the screaming. Disintegrations all around then.
Cleric.
To become a cleric is to become a messenger of the gods. The power of the divine offers is great, but it always comes with tremendous responsibility.
Rigby the Patriarch.
I don't understand the attraction of gods. Why would anyone worship anything other than me?
Almost all the folk in the world who revere a deity live their lives without ever being directly touched by a divine being. As such, they can never know what it feels like to be a cleric, someone who is not only a devout worshipper but who has also been invested with a measure of a deity's power. The question has long been debated. Does a mortal become a cleric as a consequence of deep devotion to one's deity, thereby attracting the god's favor? Or is it the deity who sees the potential in a person and calls that individual into service? Ultimately, perhaps, the answer doesn't matter. However clerics come into being, the world needs clerics as much as clerics and deities need each other. If you're playing a cleric character, the following sections offer ways to add some detail to that character's history and personality. Temple. Most clerics start their lives of service as priests in an order and then later realize that they have been blessed by their god with the qualities needed to become a cleric. To prepare for this new duty, Candidates typically receive instruction from a cleric of a temple or another place of study devoted to their deity. Some temples are cut off from the world so that their occupants can focus on devotions, while other temples open their doors to minister to and heal the masses. What is noteworthy about the temple you studied at? Temples. D6 and Temple. 1. Your temple is said to be the oldest surviving structure built to honor your god. 2. Acolytes of several like-minded deities all received instruction together in your temple. 3. You come from a temple famed for the brewery it operates. Some say you smell like one of its Alish. 4. Your temple is a fortress and a proving ground that trains warrior priests. 5. Your temple is a peaceful, humble place, filled with vegetable gardens and simple priests. 6. You served in a temple in the outer planes. Keepsake. Many clerics have items among their personal gear that symbolize their faith, remind them of their vows, or otherwise help to keep them on their chosen paths. Even though such an item is not imbued with divine power, it is vitally important to its owner because of what it represents. Keepsakes. D6 and Keepsake. 1. The finger bone of a saint. 2. A metal-bound book that tells how to hunt and destroy infernal creatures. 3. A pig's whistle that reminds you of your humble and beloved mentor. 4. A braid of hair woven from the tail of a unicorn. 5. A scroll that describes how best to rid the world of necromancers. 6. A runestone said to be blessed by your god. Secret. No mortal soul is entirely free of second thoughts or doubt. Even a cleric must grapple with dark desires or the forbidden attraction of turning against the teachings of one's deity. If you haven't considered this aspect of your character yet, see the table entries for some possibilities, or use them for inspiration. Your deep, dark secret might involve something you did or are doing, or it could be rooted in the way you feel about the world and your role in it. Secrets. D6 and Secret. 1. An imp offers you counsel. You try to ignore the creature, but sometimes its advice is helpful. 2. You believe that, in the final analysis, the gods are nothing more than ultra-powerful mortal creatures. 3. You acknowledge the power of the gods, but you think that most events are dictated by pure chance. 4. Even though you can work divine magic, you have never truly felt the presence of a divine essence within yourself. 5. You are plagued by nightmares that you believe are sent by your god as punishment for some unknown transgression. 6. In times of despair, you feel that you are but a plaything of the gods, and you resent their remoteness.
I've got a minion that forges things. An ink-stained little twerp with excellent penmanship. So how do the hammers and fire help the process? Wouldn't the paper get burned? Oh, the fire must be for the wax seals.
Serving a pantheon, philosophy, or force. The typical cleric is an ordained servant of a particular god and chooses a divine domain associated with that deity. The cleric's magic flows from the god or the god's sacred realm, and often the cleric bears a holy symbol that represents that divinity. However, in some worlds, such as Eberron, clerics might serve an entire pantheon rather than a single deity. In other campaigns, a cleric might serve a cosmic force such as life or death, or a philosophy or concept, such as love, peace, or one of the 9 alignments. For options like these, refer to Chapter 1 of the Dungeon Master's Guide, section Gods of Our World. Discuss with your DM the divine options available in your campaign, whether they are gods, pantheons, philosophies, or cosmic forces. Whatever entity your cleric serves, choose a divine domain that aligns with it, and if it doesn't have a holy symbol, work with your DM to create one. Even if your cleric is devoted to a pantheon, cosmic force, or philosophy, your cleric features still function as written. Interpret references to a god as references to the divine entity you serve that grants your magic. Divine domains. At first level, a cleric gains the divine domain feature. The following domain options are available in addition to those in the player's handbook. Forge domain. Grave domain. Forge domain. The gods of the forge are patrons of artisans who work with metal, from humble blacksmiths to mighty elf artisans. These gods teach that with patience and hard work, even the most intractable metal can be transformed into a beautiful object. Clerics of the forge search for lost objects, liberate minds, and uncover rare materials for creating potent magic items. They take great pride in their work and often craft and use heavy armor and powerful weapons for protection. Deities of this domain include Gond, Reorx, Onatar, Moradin, Hephaestus, and Goibniu. Forge domain features. Cleric level and feature. First, domain spells.
Bonus proficiencies.
Blessing of the Forge. Second, channel divinity. Artisan's blessing. Sixth, soul of the Forge. Eighth, divine strike, 1d8. 14th, divine strike, 2d8. 17th, saint of forge and fire. Domain spells. You gain domain spells at the cleric levels listed in the Forge domain spells table. See the divine domain class feature for how domain spells work. Forge domain spells. Cleric level and spells. First, identify and searing smite. Third, heat metal and magic weapon. Fifth, elemental weapon and protection from energy. Seventh, fabricate and wall of fire. Ninth, animate objects and creation.
Bonus proficiencies.
At first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor and smith's tools. Blessing of the Forge. At first level, you can imbue magic into a weapon or armor. At the end of a long rest, touch one non-magical object, a suit of armor or a simple martial weapon. Until the end of your next long rest or until you die, the object becomes a magic item, granting a +1 bonus to AC if it's armor or a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls if it's a weapon. This feature can be used once per long rest. Channel divinity. Artisan's blessing. Starting at second level, you can use channel divinity to create simple items. Conduct a 1-hour ritual to craft a non-magical item that includes metal, e.g., a weapon, armor, ammunition, tools. The creation is worth no more than 100 GP and appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. Metal used in the ritual is irretrievably transformed into the item. The ritual can also duplicate non-magical items containing metal, such as a key, if you possess the original during the ritual. Soul of the Forge. Starting at 6th level, you gain the following benefits. Resistance to fire damage. While wearing heavy armor, a +1 bonus to AC. Divine Strike. At 8th level, you can infuse your weapon strikes with fiery power. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can deal an extra 1d8 fire damage. At 14th level, this damage increases to 2d8. Saint of Forge and Fire. At 17th level, your affinity with fire and metal becomes more powerful. Immunity to fire damage. While wearing heavy armor, resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks.
I guess if you can't disintegrate them or eat them, then burying dead bodies makes as much sense as anything else.
Grave domain. Gods of the grave oversee the boundary between life and death. These deities view death and the afterlife as essential parts of the multiverse. Desecrating the peace of the dead is considered an abomination. Deities of this domain include Kalemver, Wijaz, the ancestral spirits of the Undying Court, Hades, Anubis, and Osiris. Followers of these deities work to put wandering spirits to rest, destroy undead creatures, and alleviate the suffering of the dying. Their magic can delay death temporarily, but not deny it entirely. Grave domain features. Cleric level and feature. First, domain spells. Circle of Mortality. Eyes of the Grave. Second, channel divinity. Path to the Grave. Sixth, sentinel at death's door. Eighth, potent spellcasting. 17th, keeper of souls. Domain spells. You gain domain spells at the cleric levels listed in the Grave Domain Spells table. Refer to the Divine Domain class feature for details on how domain spells work. Grave Domain Spells. Cleric level and spells. First, Bane. False Life. Third, Gentle Repose. Ray of Enfeeblement. Fifth, Revivify. Vampiric Touch. Seventh, Blight. Death Ward. Ninth, Anti-Life Shell. Raise Dead. Circle of Mortality. At first level, you gain the ability to manipulate the line between life and death. When you roll dice to restore hit points with a spell to a creature at 0 hit points, use the highest number possible for each die. You learn the Spare the Dying cantrip, which doesn't count against your number of Cleric cantrips. For you, it has a range of 30 feet and can be cast as a bonus action. Eyes of the Grave. At first level, you can sense the presence of undead. As an action, you can magically detect undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover or protected from divination magic. This sense does not reveal the creature's capabilities or identity. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, minimum of once, and regain expended uses after a long rest. Channel Divinity. Path to the Grave. Starting at 2nd level, use Channel Divinity to mark a creature's life force for termination. As an action, choose one creature within 30 feet of you and curse it until the end of your next turn. The next time you or an ally hits the cursed creature with an attack, the creature has vulnerability to all of that attack's damage, and the curse ends. Sentinel at Death's Door. At 6th level, you can impede Death's progress. As a reaction, when you or a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit, you can turn it into a normal hit, canceling any effects triggered by a critical hit. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, minimum of once, and regain expended uses after a long rest. Potent Spellcasting. Starting at 8th level, you add your Wisdom modifier to the damage dealt by any Cleric cantrip. Keeper of Souls. At 17th level, you can use the vitality of a departing soul to heal the living. When an enemy you can see within 60 feet of you dies, you or one creature of your choice within 60 feet regains hit points equal to the enemy's number of hit dice. This feature can only be used if you aren't incapacitated and is available once per turn.
Druid.
Even in death, each creature plays its part in maintaining the great balance. But now an imbalance grows. A force that seeks to hold sway over nature. This is the destructive behavior of the mortal races. The farther away from nature their actions take them, the more corrupting their influence becomes. As druids, we seek mainly to protect and educate, to preserve the great balance, but there are times when we must rise up against danger and eradicate it.
Saffron the Archdruid.
I've always liked druids because they are made of natural ingredients. And I believe that everyone should have such a healthy diet.
Druids are the caretakers of the natural world, and it is said that in time, a druid becomes the voice of nature, speaking the truth that is too subtle for the general populace to hear. Many who become druids find that they naturally gravitate toward nature. Its forces, cycles, and movements fill their minds and spirits with wonder and insight. Many sages and wise folk have studied nature, writing volumes about its mystery and power, but druids are a special kind of being. At some point, they begin to embody these natural forces, producing magical phenomena that link them to the spirit of nature and the flow of life. Because of their strange and mysterious power, druids are often revered, shunned, or considered dangerous by the people around them. Your druid character might be a true worshipper of nature, one who has always scorned civilization and found solace in the wild. Or your character could be a child of the city who now strives to bring the civilized world into harmony with the wilderness. You can use the sections that follow to flesh out your druid, regardless of how your character came to the profession. Treasured Item. Some druids carry one or more items that are sacred to them or have deep personal significance. Such items are not necessarily magical, but every one is an object whose meaning connects the druid's mind and heart to a profound concept or spiritual outlook. When you decide what your character's treasured item is, think about giving it an origin story. How did you come by the item and why is it important to you? Treasured Items. D6 an item. 1. A twig from the meeting tree that stands in the center of your village. 2. A vial of water from the source of a sacred river. 3. Special herbs tied together in a bundle. 4. A small bronze bowl engraved with animal images. 5. A rattle made from a dried gourd and holly berries. 6. A miniature golden sickle handed down to you by your mentor. Guiding Aspect. Many druids feel a strong link to a specific aspect of the natural world, such as a body of water, an animal, a type of tree, or some other sort of plant. You identify with your chosen aspect. By its behavior or its very nature, it sets an example that you seek to emulate. Guiding aspects. D6 and guiding aspect. 1. You trees remind you of renewing your mind and spirit, letting the old die and the new spring forth. 2. Oak trees represent strength and vitality. Meditating under an oak fills your body and mind with resolve and fortitude. 3. The river's endless flow reminds you of the great span of the world. You seek to act with the long-term interests of nature in mind. 4. The sea is a constant, churning cauldron of power and chaos. It reminds you that accepting change is necessary to sustain yourself in the world. 5. The birds in the sky are evidence that even the smallest creatures can survive if they remain above the fray. 6. As demonstrated by the actions of the wolf, an individual strength is nothing compared to the power of the pack. Mentor. It's not unusual for would-be druids to seek out or be sought out by instructors or elders who teach them the basics of their magical arts. Most druids who learn from a mentor begin their training at a young age, and the mentor has a vital role in shaping a student's attitudes and beliefs. If your character received training from someone else, who or what was that individual, and what was the nature of your relationship? Did your mentor imbue you with a particular outlook or otherwise influence your approach to achieving the goals of your chosen path? Mentors. D6 and mentor. 1. Your mentor was a wise treant who taught you to think in terms of years and decades rather than days or months. 2. You were tutored by a dryad who watched over a slumbering portal to the abyss. During your training, you were tasked with watching for hidden threats to the world. 3. Your tutor always interacted with you in the form of a falcon. You never saw the tutor's humanoid form. 4. You were one of several youngsters who were mentored by an old druid until one of your fellow pupils betrayed your group and killed your master. 5. Your mentor has appeared to you only in visions. You have yet to meet this person, and you are not sure such a person exists in mortal form. 6. Your mentor was a werebear who taught you to treat all living things with equal regard. Druid circles. At second level, a druid gains the Druid Circle feature. The following options are available to a druid, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Circle of Dreams and the Circle of the Shepherd.
I don't dream because I don't sleep. I'm always awake so no one can ever sneak up on me. If I dreamed, they would be bigger dreams than yours, though, because my head is bigger.
Circle of Dreams. Druids who are members of the Circle of Dreams hail from regions that have strong ties to the Feywild and its dreamlike realms. The Druid's guardianship of the natural world makes for a natural alliance between them and good-aligned Fey. These Druids seek to fill the world with dreamy wonder. Their magic mends wounds and brings joy to downcast hearts, and the realms they protect are gleaming, fruitful places where dream and reality blur together and where the weary can find rest. Circle of Dreams features. Druid level and feature. 2nd, Balm of the Summer Court. 6th, Hearth of Moonlight and Shadow. 10th, Hidden Paths. 14th, Walker in Dreams. Balm of the Summer Court. At 2nd level, you become imbued with the blessings of the Summer Court. You are a font of energy that offers respite from injuries. You have a pool of Fey energy represented by a number of D6s equal to your Druid level. As a bonus action, you can choose one creature you can see within 120 feet of you and spend a number of those dice equal to half your Druid level or less. Roll the spent dice and add them together. The target regains a number of hit points equal to the total. The target also gains 1 temporary hit point per die spent. You regain all expended dice when you finish a long rest. Hearth of Moonlight and Shadow. At 6th level, home can be wherever you are. During a short or long rest, you can invoke the shadowy power of the Gleaming Court to help guard your respite. At the start of the rest, you touch a point in space, and an invisible 30-foot radius sphere of magic appears, centered on that point. Total cover blocks the sphere. While within the sphere, you and your allies gain a +5 bonus to dexterity, stealth, and wisdom perception checks, and any light from open flames in the sphere, a campfire, torches, or the like, isn't visible outside it. The sphere vanishes at the end of the rest or when you leave the sphere. Hidden paths. Starting at 10th level, you can use the hidden, magical pathways that some Fae use to traverse space in the blink of an eye. As a bonus action on your turn, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Alternatively, you can use your action to teleport one willing creature you touch up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Walker in Dreams. At 14th level, the magic of the Feywild grants you the ability to travel mentally or physically through dreamlands. When you finish a short rest, you can cast one of the following spells without expending a spell slot or requiring material components. Dream, with you as the messenger, scrying, or teleportation circle. This use of teleportation circle is special. Rather than opening a portal to a permanent teleportation circle, it opens a portal to the last location where you finished a long rest on your current plane of existence. If you haven't taken a long rest on your current plane, the spell fails but isn't wasted. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Circle of the Shepherd. Druids of the Circle of the Shepherd commune with the spirits of nature, especially the spirits of beasts and the Fae, and call to those spirits for aid. These druids recognize that all living things play a role in the natural world, yet they focus on protecting animals and Fae creatures that have difficulty defending themselves. Shepherds, as they are known, see such creatures as their charges. They ward off monsters that threaten them, rebuke hunters who kill more prey than necessary, and prevent civilization from encroaching on rare animal habitats and on sites sacred to the Fae. Many of these druids are happiest far from cities and towns, content to spend their days in the company of animals and the Fae creatures of the wilds. Members of this circle become adventurers to oppose forces that threaten their charges or to seek knowledge and power that will help them safeguard their charges better. Wherever these druids go, the spirits of the wilderness are with them. Circle of the Shepherd features. Druid level feature. 2nd. Speech of the Woods, Spirit Totem. 6th. Mighty Summoner. 10th. Guardian Spirit. 14th. Faithful Summons. Speech of the Woods. At 2nd level, you gain the ability to converse with beasts and many Fae. You learn to speak, read, and write Sylvan. In addition, beasts can understand your speech, and you gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions. Most beasts lack the intelligence to convey or understand sophisticated concepts, but a friendly beast could relay what it has seen or heard in the recent past. This ability doesn't grant you friendship with beasts, though you can combine this ability with gifts to curry favor with them as you would with any non-player character. Spirit Totem. Starting at 2nd level, you can call forth nature spirits to influence the world around you. As a bonus action, you can magically summon an incorporeal spirit to a point you can see within 60 feet of you. The spirit creates an aura in a 30-foot radius around that point. It counts as neither a creature nor an object, though it has the spectral appearance of the creature it represents. As a bonus action, you can move the spirit up to 60 feet to a point you can see. The spirit persists for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. The effect of the spirit's aura depends on the type of spirit you summon from the options below. Bear Spirit. The Bear Spirit grants you and your allies its might and endurance. Each creature of your choice in the aura when the spirit appears gains temporary hit points equal to 5 plus your druid level. In addition, you and your allies gain advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws while in the aura. Hawk Spirit. The Hawk Spirit is a consummate hunter, aiding you and your allies with its keen sight. When a creature makes an attack roll against a target in the spirit's aura, you can use your reaction to grant advantage to that attack roll. In addition, you and your allies have advantage on wisdom perception checks while in the aura. Unicorn Spirit. The Unicorn Spirit lends its protection to those nearby. You and your allies gain advantage on all ability checks made to detect creatures in the spirit's aura. In addition, if you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to any creature inside or outside the aura, each creature of your choice in the aura also regains hit points equal to your druid level. Mighty Summoner. Starting at 6th level, beasts and fae that you conjure are more resilient than normal. Any beast or fae summoned or created by a spell that you cast gains the following benefits. The creature appears with more hit points than normal. 2 extra hit points per hit die it has. The damage from its natural weapons is considered magical for the purpose of overcoming immunity and resistance to non-magical attacks and damage. Guardian Spirit. Beginning at 10th level, your spirit totem safeguards the beasts and fae that you call forth with your magic. When a beast or fae that you summoned or created with a spell ends its turn in your spirit totem aura, that creature regains a number of hit points equal to half your druid level. Faithful Summons. Starting at 14th level, the nature spirits you commune with protect you when you are the most defenseless. If you are reduced to 0 hit points or are incapacitated against your will, you can immediately gain the benefits of Conjure Animals as if it were cast using a 9th level spell slot. It summons 4 beasts of your choice that are challenge rating 2 or lower. The conjured beasts appear within 20 feet of you. If they receive no commands from you, they protect you from harm and attack your foes. The spell lasts for 1 hour, requiring no concentration, or until you dismiss it, no action required. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Learning Beast Shapes. The Wild Shape feature in the player's handbook lets you transform into a beast that you've seen. That rule gives you a tremendous amount of flexibility, making it easy to amass an array of beast form options for yourself, but you must abide by the limitations in the Beast Shapes table in that book. When you gain Wild Shape as a 2nd level druid, you might wonder which beasts you've already seen. The following tables organize beasts from the monster manual according to the beast's most likely environments. Consider the environment your druid grew up in, then consult the appropriate table for a list of animals that your druid has probably seen by 2nd level. These tables can also help you and your DM determine which animals you might see on your travels. In addition, the tables include each beast's challenge rating and note whether a beast has a flying or swimming speed. This information will help you determine whether you qualify to assume that beast's form.
If I could turn into something else, I wouldn't, because everything else is inferior to me.
Figther.
Let me know when you're all done talking.
Tordek. Of all the adventurers in the worlds of D&D, the fighter is perhaps the greatest paradox. On the one hand, a singular feature of the class is that no 2 fighters ply their craft in quite the same way. Their weapons, armor, and tactics differ across a vast spectrum. On the other hand, regardless of the tools and methods one uses, at the heart of every fighter's motivation lies the same basic truth. It is better to wound than to be wounded. Although some adventuring fighters risk their lives fighting for glory or treasure, others are primarily concerned with the welfare of others. They put more value on the well-being of society, the village, or the group than on their own safety. Even if there's gold in the offing, the true reward for most fighters comes from sending enemies to their doom. The sections below offer ways to add a little depth and a few personal touches to your fighter character. Heraldic Sign. Fighters typically do battle for a cause. Some fight on behalf of kingdoms besieged by monsters, while others quest only for personal glory. In either case, a fighter often displays a heraldic sign that represents the cause, either adopting the symbol of a nation or a royal line, or creating a crest to represent one's self-interest. Your character could be affiliated with an organization or a cause, and thus might already travel under a banner of some sort. If that's not the case, consider devising a heraldic sign that symbolizes an aspect of your nature or speaks to what you see as your purpose in the world. Heraldic Signs. D6 and Signs. 1. A rampant golden dragon on a green field, representing valor and a quest for wealth. 2. The fist of a storm giant clutching lightning before a storm cloud, symbolizing wrath and power. 3. Crossed greatswords in front of a castle gate, signifying the defense of a city or kingdom. 4. A skull with a dagger through it, representing the doom you bring to your enemies. 5. A phoenix in a ring of fire, an expression of an indomitable spirit. 6. 3 drops of blood beneath a horizontal sword blade on a black background, symbolizing 3 foes you have sworn to kill. Instructor. Some fighters are natural-born combatants who have a talent for surviving in battle. Others learned the basics of their combat prowess in their formative years from spending time in a military or some other martial organization, where they were taught by the leaders of the group. A third type of fighter comes from the ranks of those who received one-on-one instruction from an accomplished veteran of the craft. That instructor was, or perhaps still is, well-versed in a certain aspect of combat that relates to the student's background. If you decide that your character had an individual instructor, what is that person's specialty? Do you emulate your instructor in how you fight, or did you take the instructor's teachings and adapt them to your own purposes? Instructors. D6 and Instructor. 1. Gladiator. Your instructor was a slave who fought for freedom in the arena, or one who willingly chose the gladiator's life to earn money and fame. 2. Military. Your trainer served with a group of soldiers and knows much about working as a team. 3. City Watch. Crowd control and peacekeeping are your instructor's specialties. 4. Tribal Warrior. Your instructor grew up in a tribe where fighting for one's life was practically an everyday occurrence. 5. Street Fighter. Your trainer excels at urban combat, combining close quarters work with silence and efficiency. 6. Weapon Master. Your mentor helped you to become one with your chosen weapon by imparting highly specialized knowledge of how to wield it most effectively.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but swords will never hurt me, as long as I stay really high and shoot down at an angle. Arrows are the worst. They go so much farther than I raise. That's why I stay indoors all the time. Besides, the sky is totally overrated.
Signature Style. Many fighters distinguish themselves from their peers by adopting and perfecting a particular style or method of waging combat. Although this style might be a natural outgrowth of a fighter's personality, that's not always the case. Someone's approach to the world in general does not necessarily dictate how that person operates when lives are on the line. Do you have a combat style that mirrors your outlook on life? Or is something else inside you unleashed when weapons are drawn? Signature Styles. D6 and Style. 1. Elegant. You move with precise grace and total control, never using more energy than you need. 2. Brutal. Your attacks rain down like hammer blows, meant to splinter bone or send blood flying. 3. Cunning. You dart in to attack at just the right moment and use small-scale tactics to tilt the odds in your favor. 4. Effortless. You rarely perspire or display anything other than a stoic expression in battle. 5. Energetic. You sing and laugh during combat as your spirit soars. You are happiest when you have a foe in front of you and a weapon in hand. 6. Sinister. You scowl and sneer while fighting, and you enjoy mocking your foes as you defeat them. Martial Archetypes. At 3rd level, a fighter gains the Martial Archetype feature. The following options are available to a fighter, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Arcane Archer, the Cavalier, and the Samurai. Arcane Archer. An Arcane Archer studies a unique elven method of archery that weaves magic into attacks to produce supernatural effects. Arcane Archers are some of the most elite warriors among the elves. They stand watch over the fringes of elven domains, keeping a keen eye out for trespassers and using magic-infused arrows to defeat monsters and invaders before they can reach elven settlements. Over the centuries, the methods of these elf archers have been learned by members of other races who can also balance arcane aptitude with archery. Arcane Archer features. Fighter level and feature. 3rd. Arcane Archer lore. Arcane Shot, 2 options. 7th. Curving Shot. Magic Arrow. Arcane Shot, 3 options. 10th. Arcane Shot, 4 options. 15th. Ever-Ready Shot. Arcane Shot, 5 options. 18th. Arcane Shot, 6 options. Improved Shots. Arcane Archer lore. At 3rd level, you learn magical theory or some of the secrets of nature, typical for practitioners of this elven martial tradition. You choose to gain proficiency in either the arcana or the nature skill, and you choose to learn either the prestidigitation or druidcraft cantrip. Arcane Shot. At 3rd level, you learn to unleash special magical effects with some of your shots. When you gain this feature, you learn 2 arcane shot options of your choice. See Arcane Shot options below. Once per turn, when you fire a magic arrow from a short bow or longbow as part of the attack action, you can apply one of your arcane shot options to that arrow. You decide to use the option when the arrow hits a creature, unless the option doesn't involve an attack roll. You have 2 uses of this ability, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a short or long rest. You gain an additional arcane shot option of your choice when you reach certain levels in this class: 7th, 10th, 15th, and 18th level. Each option also improves when you become an 18th level fighter. Magic Arrow. At 7th level, you gain the ability to infuse arrows with magic. Whenever you fire a non-magical arrow from a short bow or longbow, you can make it magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. The magic fades from the arrow immediately after it hits or misses its target. Curving Shot. At 7th level, you learn how to direct an errant arrow toward a new target. When you make an attack roll with a magic arrow and miss, you can use a bonus action to re-roll the attack roll against a different target within 60 feet of the original target. Ever-Ready Shot. Starting at 15th level, your magical archery is available whenever battle starts. If you roll initiative and have no uses of Arcane Shot remaining, you regain 1 use of it. Arcane Shot Options. The Arcane Shot feature lets you choose options for it at certain levels. The options are presented here in alphabetical order. They are all magical effects, and each one is associated with one of the schools of magic. If an option requires a saving throw, your Arcane Shot save DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your intelligence modifier. Banishing Arrow. You use abjuration magic to try to temporarily banish your target to a harmless location in the Feywild. The creature hit by the arrow must also succeed on a charisma saving throw or be banished. While banished in this way, the target's speed is 0, and it is incapacitated. At the end of its next turn, the target reappears in the space it vacated or in the nearest unoccupied space if that space is occupied. After you reach 18th level in this class, a target also takes 2d6 force damage when the arrow hits it. Regaining Arrow. Your enchantment magic causes this arrow to temporarily beguile its target. The creature hit by the arrow takes an extra 2d6 psychic damage, and you choose one of your allies within 30 feet of the target. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or it is charmed by the chosen ally until the start of your next turn. This effect ends early if the chosen ally attacks the charmed target, deals damage to it, or forces it to make a saving throw. The psychic damage increases to 4d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Bursting Arrow. You imbue your arrow with force energy drawn from the School of Evocation. The energy detonates after your attack. Immediately after the arrow hits the creature, the target and all other creatures within 10 feet of it take 2d6 force damage each. The force damage increases to 4d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Enfeebling Arrow. You weave necromantic magic into your arrow. The creature hit by the arrow takes an extra 2d6 necrotic damage. The target must also succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or the damage dealt by its weapon attacks is halved until the start of your next turn. The necrotic damage increases to 4d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Grasping Arrow. When this arrow strikes its target, conjuration magic creates grasping, poisonous brambles, which wrap around the target. The creature hit by the arrow takes an extra 2d6 poison damage, its speed is reduced by 10 feet, and it takes 2d6 slashing damage the first time on each turn it moves 1 foot or more without teleporting. The target or any creature that can reach it can use its action to remove the brambles with a successful strength, athletics, check against your Arcane Shot save DC. Otherwise, the brambles last for 1 minute or until you use this option again. The poison damage and slashing damage both increase to 4d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Piercing Arrow. You use transmutation magic to give your arrow an ethereal quality. When you use this option, you don't make an attack roll for the attack. Instead, the arrow shoots forward in a line, which is 1 foot wide and 30 feet long, before disappearing. The arrow passes harmlessly through objects, ignoring cover. Each creature in that line must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes damage as if it were hit by the arrow, plus an extra 1d6 piercing damage. On a successful save, a target takes half as much damage. The piercing damage increases to 2d6 when you reach 18th level in this class.
So there are different names for different sorts of people who swing swords? Let me try Big Sword Swinger and Tiny Sword Swinger. No, that sounds like it's the size of the sword that matters. How about Big Meat Bag with a sword and Little Meat Bag with a sword?
Seeking Arrow. Using divination magic, you grant your arrow the ability to seek out a target. When you use this option, you don't make an attack roll for the attack. Instead, choose one creature you have seen in the past minute. The arrow flies toward that creature, moving around corners if necessary and ignoring 3/4 cover and half cover. If the target is within the weapon's range and there is a path large enough for the arrow to travel to the target must make a dexterity saving throw. Otherwise, the arrow disappears after traveling as far as it can. On a failed save, the target takes damage as if it were hit by the arrow, plus an extra 1d6 force damage, and you learn the target's current location. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage, and you don't learn its location. The force damage increases to 2d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Shadow Arrow. You weave illusion magic into your arrow, causing it to obscure your foe's vision with shadows. The creature hit by the arrow takes an extra 2d6 psychic damage, and it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be unable to see anything farther than 5 feet away until the start of your next turn. The psychic damage increases to 4d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Cavalier. The archetypal cavalier excels at mounted combat. Usually born among the nobility and raised at court, a cavalier is equally at home leading a cavalry charge or exchanging repartee at a state dinner. Cavaliers also learn how to guard those in their charge from harm, often serving as the protectors of their superiors and of the weak. Compelled to right wrongs or earn prestige, many of these fighters leave their lives of comfort to embark on glorious adventure. Cavalier features. Fighter level and feature. 3rd. Bonus proficiency. Born to the saddle. Unwavering mark. 7th. Warding maneuver. 10th. Hold the line. 15th. Ferocious charger. 18th. Vigilant defender. Bonus proficiency. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: animal handling, history, insight, performance, or persuasion. Alternatively, you learn one language of your choice. Born to the saddle. Starting at 3rd level, your mastery as a rider becomes apparent. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid falling off your mount. If you fall off your mount and descend no more than 10 feet, you can land on your feet if you're not incapacitated. Finally, mounting or dismounting a creature costs you only 5 feet of movement, rather than half your speed. Cavaliers, Samurai, and History. While both Cavaliers and Samurai existed in the real world, our inspirations for both fighter archetypes are taken from popular culture, folktales, movies, and comic books, not from history. Our intent is to capture the cinematic, heroic element of both archetypes in the game, rather than create an accurate historical representation of either one. Unwavering mark. Starting at 3rd level, you can menace your foes, foiling their attacks and punishing them for harming others. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. This effect ends early if you are incapacitated or you die, or if someone else marks the creature. While it is within 5 feet of you, a creature marked by you has disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target you. In addition, if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you can make a special melee weapon attack against the marked creature as a bonus action on your next turn. You have advantage on the attack roll, and if it hits, the attack's weapon deals extra damage to the target equal to half your fighter level. Regardless of the number of creatures you mark, you can make this special attack a number of times equal to your strength modifier, minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Warding maneuver. At 7th level, you learn to fend off strikes directed at you, your mount, or other creatures nearby. If you or a creature you can see within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack, you can roll 1d8 as a reaction if you're wielding a melee weapon or a shield. Roll the die, and add the number rolled to the target's AC against that attack. If the attack still hits, the target has resistance against the attack's damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Hold the line. At 10th level, you become a master of locking down your enemies. Creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they move 5 feet or more while within your reach, and if you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the target speed is reduced to 0 until the end of the current turn. Ferocious Charger. Starting at 15th level, you can run down your foes whether you're mounted or not. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line right before attacking a creature and you hit it with the attack, that target must succeed on a strength saving throw, DC 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier, or be knocked prone. You can use this feature only once on each of your turns. Vigilant Defender. Starting at 18th level, you respond to danger with extraordinary vigilance. In combat, you get a special reaction that you can take once on every creature's turn, except your turn. You can use this special reaction only to make an opportunity attack, and you can't use it on the same turn that you take your normal reaction. Samurai. The Samurai is a fighter who draws on an implacable fighting spirit to overcome enemies. A samurai's resolve is nearly unbreakable, and the enemies in a samurai's path have 2 choices: yield or die fighting. Samurai features: fighter level and feature. 3rd. Bonus proficiency. Fighting spirit 5 temp. HP 7th. Elegant Courtier 10th. Tireless spirit, fighting spirit 10 temp. HP 15th. Rapid strike, fighting spirit 15 temp. HP 18th. Strength before death. Bonus proficiency. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: history, insight, performance, or persuasion. Alternatively, you learn one language of your choice. Fighting spirit. Starting at 3rd level, your intensity in battle can shield you and help you strike true. As a bonus action on your turn, you can give yourself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn. When you do so, you also gain 5 temporary hit points. The number of temporary hit points increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 10 at 10th level and 15 at 15th level. You can use this feature 3 times, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Elegant Courtier. Starting at 7th level, your discipline and attention to detail allow you to excel in social situations. Whenever you make a charisma, persuasion check, you gain a bonus to the check equal to your wisdom modifier. Your self-control also causes you to gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, you instead gain proficiency in intelligence or charisma saving throws, your choice. Tireless Spirit. Starting at 10th level, when you roll initiative and have no uses of fighting spirit remaining, you regain 1 use. Rapid Strike. Starting at 15th level, you learn to trade accuracy for swift strikes. If you take the attack action on your turn and have advantage on an attack roll against one of the targets, you can forego the advantage for that roll to make an additional weapon attack against that target as part of the same action. You can do so no more than once per turn. Strength before death. Starting at 18th level, your fighting spirit can delay the grasp of death. If you take damage that reduces you to 0 hit points and doesn't kill you outright, you can use your reaction to delay falling unconscious, and you can immediately take an extra turn, interrupting the current turn. While you have 0 hit points during that extra turn, taking damage causes death saving throw failures as normal, and 3 death saving throw failures can still kill you. When the extra turn ends, you fall unconscious if you still have 0 hit points. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
I bet I could be a monk if I wanted. Well, why are you laughing?
Monk.
Do not mistake my silence for acceptance of your villainy. While you blustered and threatened, I've planned 4 different ways to snap your neck with my bare hands.
Monks walk a path of contradiction. They study their art as a wizard does, and like a wizard, they wear no armor and typically eschew weapons. Yet they are deadly combatants, their abilities on par with those of a raging barbarian or a superbly trained fighter. Monks embrace this seeming contradiction, for it speaks to the core of all monastic study. By coming to know oneself completely, one learns much of the wider world. A monk's focus on inner mastery leads many such individuals to become detached from society, more concerned with their personal experience than with happenings elsewhere. Adventuring monks are a rare breed of an already rare type of character, taking their quest for perfection beyond the walls of the monastery into the world at large. Playing a monk character offers many intriguing opportunities to try something different. To distinguish your monk character even further, consider the options in the sections that follow. Monastery. A monk studies in a monastery in preparation for a life of asceticism. Most of those who enter a monastery make it their home for the rest of their lives, with the exception of adventurers and others who have reason to leave. For those individuals, a monastery might serve as a refuge between excursions to the world or as a source of support in times of need. What sort of place was your monastery, and where is it located? Did attending it contribute to your experience in an unusual or distinctive way? Monasteries. D6 and Monastery. 1. Your monastery is carved out of a mountainside, where it looms over a treacherous pass. 2. Your monastery is high in the branches of an immense tree in the Feywild. 3. Your monastery was founded long ago by a cloud giant and is inside a cloud castle that can be reached only by flying. 4. Your monastery is built beside a volcanic system of hot springs, geysers, and sulfur pools. You regularly received visits from Azer traders. 5. Your monastery was founded by gnomes and is an underground labyrinth of tunnels and rooms. 6. Your monastery was carved from an iceberg in the frozen reaches of the world. Monastic icon. Even in the monastic lifestyle, which eschews materialism and personal possessions, symbolism plays an important part in defining the identity of an order. Some monastic orders treat certain creatures with special regard, either because the creature is tied to the order's history or because it serves as an example of a quality the monks seek to emulate. If your character's monastery had a special icon, you might wear a crude image of the creature somewhere inconspicuous on your clothing to serve as an identifying mark. Or perhaps your order's icon does not have a physical form but is expressed through a gesture or a posture that you adopt, and which other monks might know how to interpret. Monastic icons. D6 and icon. 1. Monkey. Quick reflexes and the ability to travel through the treetops are two of the reasons why your order admires the monkey. 2. Dragon turtle. The monks of your seaside monastery venerate the dragon turtle, reciting ancient prayers and offering garlands of flowers to honor this living spirit of the sea. 3. Kirin. Your monastery sees its main purpose as watching over and protecting the land in the manner of the Kirin. 4. Owlbear. The monks of your monastery revere a family of owlbears and have coexisted with them for generations. 5. Hydra. Your order singles out the Hydra for its ability to unleash several attacks simultaneously. 6. Dragon. A dragon once laired within your monastery. Its influence remains long after its departure. Master. During your studies, you were likely under the tutelage of a master who imparted to you the precepts of the order. Your master was the one most responsible for shaping your understanding of the martial arts and your attitude toward the world. What sort of person was your master, and how did your relationship with your master affect you? Masters. D6 and Master. 1. Your master was a tyrant whom you had to defeat in single combat to complete your instruction. 2. Your master was kindly and taught you to pursue the cause of peace. 3. Your master was merciless in pushing you to your limits. You nearly lost an eye during one especially brutal practice session. 4. Your master seemed good-hearted while tutoring you but betrayed your monastery in the end. 5. Your master was cold and distant. You suspect that the two of you might be related. 6. Your master was kind and generous, never critical of your progress. Nevertheless, you feel you never fully lived up to the expectations placed on you. Monastic traditions. At 3rd level, a monk gains the monastic tradition feature. The following options are available to a monk, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Way of the Drunken Master, the Way of the Kensei, and the Way of the Sun Soul. Way of the Drunken Master. The Way of the Drunken Master teaches its students to move with the jerky, unpredictable movements of a drunkard. A drunken master sways, tottering on unsteady feet, to present what seems like an incompetent combatant who proves frustrating to engage. The Drunken Master's erratic stumbles conceal a carefully executed dance of blocks, parries, advances, attacks, and retreats. A Drunken Master often enjoys playing the fool to bring gladness to the despondent or to demonstrate humility to the arrogant. But when battle is joined, the Drunken Master can be a maddening, masterful foe. Way of the Drunken Master features. Monk level and feature. Third, bonus proficiencies.
Drunken technique.
6th, tipsy sway. 11th, drunkard's luck. 17th, intoxicated frenzy.
Why did the samurai cross the road? Now you say why? Okay, here's the joke part. I-sensei. Get it? Well, why aren't you laughing? The joke is solid gold, and my delivery was perfect. Maybe you didn't get it because you're stupid.
Bonus proficiencies.
When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the performance skill if you don't already have it. Your martial arts technique mixes combat training with the precision of a dancer and the antics of a jester. You also gain proficiency with brewer's supplies if you don't already have it. Drunken technique. At 3rd level, you learn how to twist and turn quickly as part of your flurry of blows. Whenever you use flurry of blows, you gain the benefit of the disengage action, and your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the current turn. Tipsy sway. Starting at 6th level, you can move in sudden, swaying ways. You gain the following benefits. Leap to your feet. When you're prone, you can stand up by spending 5 feet of movement, rather than half your speed. Redirect attack. When a creature misses you with a melee attack roll, you can spend 1 key point as a reaction to cause that attack to hit one creature of your choice, other than the attacker that you can see within 5 feet of you. Drunkard's luck. Starting at 11th level, you always seem to get a lucky bounce at the right moment. When you make an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw and have disadvantage on the roll, you can spend 2 key points to cancel the disadvantage for that roll. Intoxicated frenzy. At 17th level, you gain the ability to make an overwhelming number of attacks against a group of enemies. When you use your flurry of blows, you can make up to 3 additional attacks with it, up to a total of 5 flurry of blows attacks, provided that each flurry of blows attack targets a different creature this turn. Way of the Kensei. Monks of the Way of the Kensei train relentlessly with their weapons, to the point where the weapon becomes an extension of the body. Founded on a mastery of sword fighting, the tradition has expanded to include many different weapons. A Kensei sees a weapon in much the same way a calligrapher or painter regards a pen or brush. Whatever the weapon, the Kensei views it as a tool used to express the beauty and precision of the martial arts. That such mastery makes a Kensei a peerless warrior is but a side effect of intense devotion, practice, and study. Way of the Kensei features. Monk level and feature. 3rd, Path of the Kensei 2 weapons. 6th, 1 with the blade. Path of the Kensei 3 weapons. 11th, Sharpen the blade. Path of the Kensei 4 weapons. 17th, Unerring accuracy. Path of the Kensei 5 weapons. Path of the Kensei. When you choose this tradition at 3rd level, your special martial arts training leads you to master the use of certain weapons. This path also includes instruction in the deft strokes of calligraphy or painting. You gain the following benefits. Kensei weapons. Choose 2 types of weapons to be your Kensei weapons. 1 melee weapon and 1 ranged weapon. Each of these weapons can be any simple or martial weapon that lacks the heavy and special properties. The longbow is also a valid choice. You gain proficiency with these weapons if you don't already have it. Weapons of the chosen types are monk weapons for you. Many of this tradition's features work only with your Kensei weapons. When you reach 6th, 11th, and 17th level in this class, you can choose another type of weapon, either melee or ranged, to be a Kensei weapon for you, following the criteria above. Agile parry. If you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn and are holding a Kensei weapon, you can use it to defend yourself if it is a melee weapon. You gain a +2 bonus to AC until the start of your next turn, while the weapon is in your hand and you aren't incapacitated. Kensei's shot. You can use a bonus action on your turn to make your ranged attacks with a Kensei weapon more deadly. When you do so, Any target you hit with a ranged attack using a Kensei weapon takes an extra 1d4 damage of the weapon's type. You retain this benefit until the end of the current turn. Way of the Brush. You gain proficiency with your choice of calligrapher's supplies or painter's supplies. 1 with the blade. At 6th level, you extend your ki into your Kensei weapons, granting you the following benefits. Magic Kensei weapons. Your attacks with your Kensei weapons count as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. Death Strike. When you hit a target with a Kensei weapon, you can spend 1 ki point to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target equal to your martial arts die. You can use this feature only once on each of your turns. Sharpen the blade. At 11th level, you gain the ability to augment your weapons further with your ki. As a bonus action, you can expend up to 3 ki points to grant one Kensei weapon you touch a bonus to attack and damage rolls when you attack with it. The bonus equals the number of ki points you spent. This bonus lasts for 1 minute or until you use this feature again. This feature has no effect on a magic weapon that already has a bonus to attack and damage rolls. Unerring Accuracy. At 17th level, your mastery of weapons grants you extraordinary accuracy. If you miss with an attack roll using a monk weapon on your turn, you can re-roll it. You can use this feature only once on each of your turns. Way of the Sun Soul. Monks of the Way of the Sun Soul learn to channel their life energy into searing bolts of light. They teach that meditation can unlock the ability to unleash the indomitable light shed by the soul of every living creature. Way of the Sun Soul features. Monk level and feature. 3rd. Radiant Sun Bolt. 6th. Searing Arc Strike. 11th. Searing Sunburst. 17th. Sun Shield. Radiant Sun Bolt. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can hurl searing bolts of magical radiance. You gain a new attack option that you can use with the attack action. This special attack is a ranged spell attack with a range of 30 feet. You are proficient with it, and you add your dexterity modifier to its attack and damage rolls. Its damage is radiant, and its damage die is a d4. This die changes as you gain monk levels, as shown in the martial arts column of the monk table. When you take the attack action on your turn and use the special attack as part of it, you can spend 1 ki point to make the special attack twice as a bonus action. When you gain the extra attack feature, this special attack can be used for any of the attacks you make as part of the attack action. Searing Arc Strike. At 6th level, you gain the ability to channel your ki into searing waves of energy. Immediately after you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend 2 ki points to cast the Burning Hand spell as a bonus action. You can spend additional ki points to cast Burning Hands as a higher level spell. Each additional ki point you spend increases the spell's level by 1. The maximum number of ki points, 2 plus any additional points, that you can spend on the spell equals half your monk level. Searing Sunburst. At 11th level, you gain the ability to create an orb of light that erupts into a devastating explosion. As an action, you magically create an orb and hurl it at a point you choose within 150 feet, where it erupts into a sphere of radiant light for a brief but deadly instant. Each creature in that 20-foot radius sphere must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 2d6 radiant damage. A creature doesn't need to make the save if the creature is behind total cover that is opaque. You can increase the sphere's damage by spending ki points. Each point you spend, to a maximum of 3, increases the damage by 2d6. Sun Shield. At 17th level, you become wreathed in a luminous, magical aura. You shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. You can extinguish or restore the light as a bonus action. If a creature hits you with a melee attack while this light shines, you can use your reaction to deal radiant damage to the creature. The radiant damage equals 5 plus your wisdom modifier.
So you have this soul, but you can't see it or touch it. And when you die, this invisible thing leaves your body and goes to a place you can't see. And you people think I'm crazy?
Paladin.
The true worth of a paladin is measured not in foes defeated or dungeons plundered. It is measured in lives saved and hearts turned to the causes of mercy and justice.
Living up to an oath? That sounds ridiculous. Why would anyone ever do that? There's nothing wrong with making promises, but only suckers keep them.
A paladin is a living embodiment of an oath, a promise or a vow made manifest in the person of a holy warrior who has the skill and the determination to see the cause through to the end. Some paladins devote themselves expressly to protecting the innocent and spreading justice in the world, while others resolve to attain that goal by conquering those who stand defiant and bringing them under the rule of law. Although no paladin in the world could be described as typical, a number of them are narrow-minded do-gooders who refuse to tolerate even the smallest deviation from their own outlook. Paladins who take up the adventuring life, however, rarely remain so rigid in their attitudes, if only to keep from alienating their companions. You can flesh out your paladin character by using the suggestions below. It's important to keep in mind that most paladins aren't robots. They have doubts and prejudices and harbor contradictory thoughts just as any other character does. Some are compelled by an internal motivation that might sometimes be at odds with the principles of their oaths. Personal goal. The precepts of a paladin's oath provide purpose to the character and dictate an ultimate goal or an overall intent that the paladin abides by and advances. Aside from that, some paladins are driven by a personal goal that either complements or transcends the dictates of their oaths. Paladins who swear different oaths might have the same personal goal, differing only in how they apply that goal to their actions when upholding their oaths. If your paladin character has a personal goal, it might be drawn from some life event and thus not directly tied to the oath. Personal goals. D6 and goal. 1. Peace. You fight so that future generations will not have to. 2. Revenge. Your oath is the vehicle through which you will right an ancient wrong. 3. Duty. You will live up to what you have sworn to do or die trying. 4. Leadership. You will win a great battle that bards will sing about, and in so doing, you will become an example to inspire others. 5. Faith. You know your path is righteous, or else the gods would not have set you upon it. 6. Glory. You will lead the world into a grand new era, one that will be branded with your name. Symbol. Paladins are mindful of the influence of symbols, and many of them adopt or design an artistic device that bears a distinctive image. Your symbol exemplifies the oath you have taken and communicates that message to those around you, friend and foe alike. Your symbol might be displayed on a banner, a flag, or your clothing for all to see. Or it could be less obvious, such as a trinket or a token that you carry concealed on your person. Symbols. D6 and symbol. 1. A dragon, emblematic of your nobility in peace and your ferocity in combat. 2. A clenched fist because you are always ready to fight for your beliefs. 3. An upraised open hand indicating your preference for diplomacy over combat. 4. A red heart showing the world your commitment to justice. 5. A black heart, signifying that emotions such as pity do not sway your dedication to your oath. 6. An unblinking eye, meaning that you are ever alert to all threats against your cause. Nemesis. Their adherence to a sacred oath demands that paladins take an active stance in carrying their beliefs into the world. This activity naturally leads to conflict with creatures or entities that oppose those beliefs. Among those opponents, one often stands out as a paladin's most persistent or most formidable foe, a nemesis whose presence or influence is a constant factor in a paladin's life. Your paladin character might have an enemy that dates from the days before you took up your path. Or you could be a target because when you became a paladin, you immediately attracted the attention of those that would do you in. If you have a nemesis, who or what is it? Whom among your enemies do you consider to be the biggest threat to achieving your goals? Nemesis. D6 and Nemesis. 1. A mighty orc war chief who threatens to overrun and destroy everything you hold sacred. 2. A fiend or a celestial, the agent of a power of the outer planes, who has been charged with corrupting or redeeming you as appropriate. 3. A dragon whose servants dog your steps. 4. A high priest who sees you as a misguided fool and wants you to abandon your religion. 5. A rival paladin who trained with you but became an oathbreaker and holds you responsible. 6. A vampire who has sworn revenge against all paladins after being defeated by one. Temptation. Although paladins are dedicated to their oaths, they are mortals, and thus they are flawed. Many of them exhibit a type of behavior or hold to an attitude that is not in keeping with the highest ideals of their calling. What is the temptation that your character succumbs to or finds it difficult to resist? Temptations. D6 and Temptation. 1. Fury. When your anger is roused, you have trouble thinking straight, and you fear you might do something you'll regret.
Drugi pride.
Your deeds are noteworthy, and no one takes note of them more often than you. 3. Lust. You can't resist an attractive face and a pleasant smile. 4. Envy. You are mindful of what some famous folk have accomplished, and you feel inadequate when your deeds don't compare to theirs. 5. Despair. You consider the great strength of the enemies you must defeat, and at times you see no way to achieve final victory. 6. Greed. Regardless of how much glory and treasure you amass, it's never enough for you. Sacred Oaths. At 3rd level, a Paladin gains the Sacred Oath feature. The following options are available to a Paladin, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Oath of Conquest and the Oath of Redemption. Oath of Conquest. The Oath of Conquest calls to Paladins who seek glory in battle and the subjugation of their enemies. It isn't enough for these Paladins to establish order. They must crush the forces of chaos. Sometimes called Night Tyrants or Ironmongers, those who swear this oath gather into grim orders that serve gods or philosophies of war and well-ordered might. Some of these Paladins even consort with the powers of the 9 hells, valuing the rule of law over the balm of mercy. The Archdevil Bel, Warlord of Avernus, counts many of these Paladins, called Hell Knights, as his most ardent supporters. Hell Knights often cover their armor with trophies taken from fallen enemies, serving as a grim warning to any who dare oppose them or the decrees of their lords. These knights are often fiercely resisted by other Paladins of this oath, who believe the Hell Knights have wandered too far into darkness. Tenets of Conquest. A Paladin who takes this oath has the Tenets of Conquest seared on their upper arm. Douse the flame of hope. It is not enough to merely defeat an enemy in battle. Your victory must be so overwhelming that your enemy's will to fight is shattered forever. A blade can end a life. Fear can end an empire. Rule with an iron fist. Once you have conquered, tolerate no dissent. Your word is law. Those who obey it shall be favored. Those who defy it shall be punished, as an example to all who might follow. Strength above all. You shall rule until a stronger one arises. Then you must grow mightier and meet the challenge, or fall to your own ruin. Oath of Conquest features. Paladin level and feature. 3rd. Oath spells channel divinity. 7th. Aura of Conquest, 10 feet. 15th. Scornful Rebuke. 18th. Aura of Conquest, 30 feet. 20th. Invincible Conqueror. Oath spells. You gain oath spells at the Paladin levels listed in the Oath of Conquest spells table. See the Sacred Oath class feature for how oath spells work. Oath of Conquest spells. Paladin level and spells. 3rd. Armor of Agathis. Command. 5th. Hold Person. Spiritual Weapon. 9th. Bestow Curse. Fear. 13th. Dominate Beast. Stone Skin. 17th. Cloud Kill. Dominate Person. Channel Divinity. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain the following 2 Channel Divinity options. See the Sacred Oath class feature for how Channel Divinity works. Conquering Presence. You can use your Channel Divinity to exude a terrifying presence. As an action, you force each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, a creature becomes frightened of you for 1 minute. The frightened creature can repeat this saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Guided Strike. You can use your Channel Divinity to strike with supernatural accuracy. When you make an attack roll, you can use your Channel Divinity to gain a +10 bonus to the roll. You make this choice after you see the roll, but before the DM says whether the attack hits or misses.
Conquest sounds cool. Do you have to leave your house for that? Because I've got a fish named Silger and I can't be away for too long or he gets sad.
Aura of Conquest. Starting at 7th level, you constantly emanate a menacing aura while you're not incapacitated. The aura extends 10 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. If a creature is frightened of you, its speed is reduced to 0 while in the aura, and it takes psychic damage equal to half your Paladin level if it starts its turn there. At 18th level, the range of this aura increases to 30 feet. Scornful Rebuke. Starting at 15th level, those who dare strike you are psychically punished for their audacity. Whenever a creature hits you with an attack, that creature takes psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1, provided you're not incapacitated. Invincible Conqueror. At 20th level, you gain the ability to harness extraordinary martial prowess. As an action, you can magically become an avatar of conquest for 1 minute, gaining the following benefits. You have resistance to all damage. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can make 1 additional attack as part of that action. Your melee weapon attacks score a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20 on the d20. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Oath of Redemption. The Oath of Redemption sets a paladin on a difficult path, one that requires using violence only as a last resort. Paladins who follow this oath believe that anyone can be redeemed and that benevolence and justice are the truest paths. These paladins confront evil creatures with the hope of turning their foes toward the light, and they slay only when it clearly saves lives. Paladins who walk this path are known as redeemers. While idealists, redeemers are no fools. They recognize that some creatures, like undead, demons, and devils, are inherently evil. Against these foes, redeemers bring the full force of their abilities, though they still pray for the chance of eventual redemption for all. Tenets of Redemption. The tenets of the Oath of Redemption hold paladins to a high standard of peace and justice. Peace. Violence is a weapon of last resort. Diplomacy and understanding are the paths to long-lasting peace. Innocence. All beings start life in an innocent state, and it is the world or dark influences that drive them to evil. By setting a proper example and working to heal the world's wounds, you can guide anyone toward righteousness. Patience. Change takes time. Those who have walked the wicked path need constant reminders to stay true. After planting the seed of righteousness, nurture it patiently. Wisdom. Stay clear of heart and mind, for sometimes you must admit defeat. While every creature has the potential for redemption, some are too far gone, and ending their lives may be the only recourse. Such actions must be weighed carefully, but once decided, follow through knowing your path is just. Oath of Redemption features. Paladin level and feature. 3rd. Oath spells. Channel Divinity. 7th. Aura of the Guardian, 10 feet. 15th. Protective Spirit. 18th Aura of the Guardian, 30 feet. 20th Emissary of Redemption. Oath spells. You gain oath spells at the Paladin levels listed in the Oath of Redemption spells table. See the Sacred Oath class feature for how oath spells work. Oath of Redemption spells. Paladin level and spells. 3rd. Sanctuary. Sleep. 5th. Calm Emotions. Hold Person. 9th. Counterspell. Hypnotic Pattern. 13th. Odaluk's Resilient Sphere. Stone Skin. 17th Hold Monster. Wall of Force.
Redemption. So you feel bad about having done something and then you have to do something to feel better? Why don't you just kill and eat someone? That always makes me feel better.
Channel Divinity. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain the following 2 Channel Divinity options. Emissary of Peace. You can use your Channel Divinity to augment your presence with divine power. As a bonus action, you grant yourself a +5 bonus to Charisma, Persuasion checks for the next 10 minutes. Rebuke the Violent. You can use your Channel Divinity to rebuke those who use violence. Immediately after an attacker within 30 feet of you deals damage with an attack against a creature other than you can use your reaction to force the attacker to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage it just dealt. On a successful save, it takes half as much damage. Aura of the Guardian. Starting at 7th level, you can shield others from harm at the cost of your own health. When a creature within 10 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to magically take that damage instead of that creature taking it. This feature doesn't transfer any other effects that might accompany the damage, and this damage can't be reduced in any way. At 18th level, the range of this aura increases to 30 feet. Protective Spirit. Starting at 15th level, a holy presence mends your wounds in battle. You regain hit points equal to 1d6 plus half your Paladin level if you end your turn in combat with fewer than half of your hit points remaining and you aren't incapacitated. Emissary of Redemption. At 20th level, you become an Avatar of Peace, which gives you 2 benefits. You have resistance to all damage dealt by other creatures, their attacks, spells, and other effects. Whenever a creature hits you with an attack, it takes radiant damage equal to half the damage you take from the attack. If you attack a creature, cast a spell on it, or deal damage to it by any means other than this feature, neither benefit works against that creature until you finish a long rest. Ranger.
I spend a lot of my life away from civilization, keeping to its fringes to protect it. Don't assume that because I don't bend the knee to your king, that I haven't done more to protect him than all his knights put together.
I'm a monster. Are you going to try and kill me? Didn't think so. Go kill some goblins or something. On second thought, goblins aren't monsters. They're people. So maybe you should call yourself a people killer.
Rangers are free-minded wanderers and seekers who patrol the edges of civilized territory, turning back the denizens of the wild lands beyond. It is a thankless job, as their efforts are rarely understood and almost never rewarded. Yet Rangers persist in their duties, never doubting that their work makes the world a safer place. A relationship with civilization informs every Ranger's personality and history. Some Rangers see themselves as enforcers of the law and bringers of justice on civilization's frontier, answering to no sovereign power. Others are survivalists who eschew civilization altogether. They vanquish monsters to keep themselves safe while they live in and travel through the perilous wild areas of the world. If their efforts also benefit the kingdoms and other civilized realms they avoid, so be it. If you're creating or playing a Ranger character, the following sections offer ideas for embellishing the character and enhancing your role-playing experience. View of the world. A Ranger's view of the world begins and sometimes ends with that character's outlook towards civilized folk and the places they occupy. Some Rangers have an attitude towards civilization that's deeply rooted in disdain, while others pity the people they have sworn to protect. Though on the battlefield, it's impossible to tell the difference between one Ranger and another. Indeed, to those who have seen them operate and been the beneficiaries of their prowess, it scarcely matters why Rangers do what they do. That said, no 2 Rangers are likely to express their opinions on any matter in the same way. If you haven't yet thought about the details of your character's worldview, consider putting a finer point on things by summarizing that viewpoint in a short statement, such as the entries on the following table. How might that feeling affect the way you conduct yourself? Views of the world. D6 and View. 1. Towns and cities are the best places for those who can't survive on their own. 2. The advancement of civilization is the best way to thwart chaos, but its reach must be monitored. 3. Towns and cities are a necessary evil, but once the wilderness is purged of supernatural threats, we will need them no more. 4. Walls are for cowards, who huddle behind them while others do the work of making the world safe. 5. Visiting a town is not unpleasant, but after a few days I feel the irresistible call to return to the wild. 6. Cities breed weakness by isolating folk from the harsh lessons of the wild. Homeland. All Rangers, regardless of how they came to take up the profession, have a strong connection to the natural world and its various terrains. For some Rangers, the wilderness is where they grew up, either as a result of being born there or moving there at a young age. For other Rangers, civilization was originally home, but the wilderness became a second homeland. Think of your character's backstory and decide what terrain feels most like home, whether or not you were born there. What does that terrain say about your personality? Does it influence which spells you choose to learn? Have your experiences there shaped who your favored enemies are? Homelands. D6 and Homeland. 1. You patrolled an ancient forest, darkened and corrupted by several crossings to the Shadowfell. 2. As part of a group of nomads, you acquired the skills for surviving in the desert. 3. Your early life in the Underdark prepared you for the challenges of combating its denizens. 4. You dwelled on the edge of a swamp, in an area imperiled by land creatures as well as aquatic ones. 5. Because you grew up among the peaks, finding the best path through the mountains is second nature to you. 6. You wandered the far north, learning how to protect yourself and prosper in a realm overrun by ice. Sworn enemy. Every ranger begins with a favored enemy, or two. The determination of a favored enemy might be tied to a specific event in the character's early life, or it might be entirely a matter of choice. What spurred your character to select a particular enemy? Was the choice made because of tradition or curiosity, or do you have a grudge to settle? Sworn enemies. D6 an enemy. 1. You seek revenge on nature's behalf for the great transgressions your foe has committed. 2. Your forebears or predecessors fought these creatures, and so shall you. 3. You bear no enmity toward your foe. You stalk such creatures as a hunter tracks down a wild animal. 4. You find your foe fascinating, and you collect books of tales and history concerning it. 5. You collect tokens of your fallen enemies to remind you of each kill. 6. You respect your chosen enemy, and you see your battles as a test of respective skills. Ranger archetypes. At 3rd level, a ranger gains the ranger archetype feature. The following options are available to a ranger, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Gloomstalker, the Horizon Walker, and the Monster Slayer. Gloomstalker. Gloomstalkers are at home in the darkest places. Deep under the earth, in gloomy alleyways, in primeval forests, and wherever else the light dims. Most folk enter such places with trepidation, but a Gloomstalker ventures boldly into the darkness, seeking to ambush threats before they can reach the broader world. Such rangers are often found in the Underdark, but they will go any place where evil lurks in the shadows. Gloomstalker features. Ranger level and feature. 3rd, Gloomstalker magic. Dread Ambusher. Umbral Sight. 7th, Iron Mind. 11th, Stalker's Flurry. 15th, Shadowy Dodge.
So you sneak around in the dark? You know most everything but humans can see in the dark, right? We all see you. Tiptoeing doesn't turn you invisible.
Gloomstalker magic. Starting at 3rd level, you learn an additional spell when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the Gloomstalker spells table. The spell counts as a ranger spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. Gloomstalker spells. Ranger level and spell. 3rd, Disguise Self. 5th, Rope Trick. 9th, Fear. 13th, Greater Invisibility. 17th, Seeming. Dread Ambusher. At 3rd level, you master the art of the ambush. You can give yourself a bonus to your initiative rolls equal to your wisdom modifier. At the start of your first turn of each combat, your walking speed increases by 10 feet, which lasts until the end of that turn. If you take the attack action on that turn, you can make one additional weapon attack as part of that action. If that attack hits, the target takes an extra 1d8 damage of the weapon's damage type. Umbral Sight. At 3rd level, you gain dark vision out to a range of 60 feet. If you already have dark vision from your race, its range increases by 30 feet. You are also adept at evading creatures that rely on dark vision. While in darkness, you are invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you in that darkness. Iron Mind. By 7th level, you have honed your ability to resist the mind-altering powers of your prey. You gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, you instead gain proficiency in intelligence or charisma saving throws, your choice. Stalker's Flurry. At 11th level, you learn to attack with such unexpected speed that you can turn a miss into another strike. Once on each of your turns when you miss with a weapon attack, you can make another weapon attack as part of the same action.
Shadowy Dodge.
Starting at 15th level, you can dodge in unforeseen ways, with wisps of supernatural shadow around you. Whenever a creature makes an attack roll against you and doesn't have advantage on the roll, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on it. You must use this feature before you know the outcome of the attack roll. Horizon Walker. Horizon Walkers guard the world against threats that originate from other planes or that seek to ravage the mortal realm with otherworldly magic. They seek out planar portals and keep watch over them, venturing to the inner planes and the outer planes as needed to pursue their foes. These rangers are also friends to any forces in the multiverse, especially benevolent dragons, fae, and elementals that work to preserve life and the order of the planes. Horizon Walker features: Ranger level and feature. 3rd, Horizon Walker magic. Detect portal. Planar warrior, 1d8. 7th, Ethereal step, 11th. Distant strike. Planar warrior, 2d8. 15th, Spectral defense. Horizon Walker magic. Starting at 3rd level, you learn an additional spell when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the Horizon Walker spells table. The spell counts as a ranger spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. Horizon Walker spells. Ranger level and spell. 3rd, Protection from evil and good. 5th, Misty step. 9th, Haste. 13th, Banishment. 17th, Teleportation circle. Detect portal. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to magically sense the presence of a planar portal. As an action, you detect the distance and direction to the closest planar portal within 1 mile of you. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. See the Planar Travel section in Chapter 2 of the Dungeon Master's Guide for examples of planar portals. Planar Warrior. At 3rd level, you learn to draw on the energy of the multiverse to augment your attacks. As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The next time you hit that creature on this turn with a weapon attack, all damage dealt by the attack becomes force damage, and the creature takes an extra 1d8 force damage from the attack. When you reach 11th level in this class, the extra damage increases to 2d8. Ethereal step. At 7th level, you learn to step through the ethereal plane. As a bonus action, you can cast the Etherealness spell with this feature without expending a spell slot, but the spell ends at the end of the current turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Distant strike. At 11th level, you gain the ability to pass between the planes in the blink of an eye. When you take the attack action, you can teleport up to 10 feet before each attack to an unoccupied space you can see. If you attack at least 2 different creatures with the action, you can make 1 additional attack with it against a 3rd creature. Spectral defense. At 15th level, your ability to move between planes enables you to slip through the planar boundaries to lessen the harm done to you during battle. When you take damage from an attack, you can use your reaction to give yourself resistance to all of that attack's damage on this turn.
You can't walk to the horizon because it keeps on getting farther away. Boom! Did I just blow your mind? I didn't, didn't I?
Monster Slayer. You have dedicated yourself to hunting down creatures of the night and wielders of grim magic. A monster slayer seeks out vampires, dragons, evil fae, fiends, and other magical threats. Trained in supernatural techniques to overcome such monsters, slayers are experts at unearthing and defeating mighty, mystical foes. Monster Slayer features: Ranger level and feature. 3rd, Monster Slayer magic. Hunter's sense. Slayer's prey. 7th, Supernatural defense. 11th, Magic user's nemesis. 15th, Slayer's counter. Monster Slayer magic. Starting at 3rd level, you learn an additional spell when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the Monster Slayer spells table. The spell counts as a ranger spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. Monster Slayer spells. Ranger level and spell. 3rd, Protection from evil and good. 5th, Zone of truth. 9th, Magic circle. 13th, Banishment. 17th, Hold monster. Hunter's sense. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to peer at a creature and magically discern how best to hurt it. As an action, choose one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. You immediately learn whether the creature has any damage immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities and what they are. If the creature is hidden from divination magic, you sense that it has no damage immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of once. You regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. Slayer's Prey. Starting at 3rd level, you can focus your ire on one foe, increasing the harm you inflict on it. As a bonus action, you designate one creature you can see within 60 feet of you as the target of this feature. The first time each turn that you hit that target with a weapon attack, it takes an extra 1d6 damage from the weapon. This benefit lasts until you finish a short or long rest. It ends early if you designate a different creature. Supernatural Defense. At 7th level, you gain extra resilience against your prey's assaults on your mind and body. Whenever the target of your Slayer's Prey forces you to make a saving throw, and whenever you make an ability check to escape that target's grapple, add 1d6 to your roll. Magic User's Nemesis. At 11th level, you gain the ability to thwart someone else's magic. When you see a creature casting a spell or teleporting within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction to try to magically foil it. The creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or its spell or teleport fails and is wasted. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Slayer's Counter. At 15th level, you gain the ability to counterattack when your prey tries to sabotage you. If the target of your Slayer's Prey forces you to make a saving throw, you can use your reaction to make one weapon attack against the quarry. You make this attack immediately before making the saving throw. If your attack hits, your save automatically succeeds, in addition to the attack's normal effects. Rogue.
People forget that the entire point of venturing down into a dusty tomb is to bring back the prizes hidden away there. Fighting is for fools. Dead men can't spend their fortunes.
Thieves are the worst. I hate anyone that handles my stuff when I'm not looking, especially if they don't put it back where they found it.
When brute force won't get the job done, or when magic isn't available or appropriate, the rogue rises to the fore. With skills tied to stealth, subterfuge, and trickery, rogues can get into and out of trouble in ways that few other characters can emulate. Some rogues who turn to adventuring are former criminals who have decided that dodging monsters is preferable to remaining one step ahead of the law. Others are professional killers in search of a profitable application of their talents between contracts. Some simply love the thrill of overcoming any challenge that stands in their way. On adventures, a rogue is likely to mix an outwardly cautious approach. Few rogues enjoy combat, with a ravenous hunger for loot. Most of the time, in a rogue's mind, taking up arms against a creature is not about killing the creature but about becoming the new owner of its treasure. The following sections explore certain facets of what it means to be a rogue, which you can use to add depth to your character. Guilty pleasure. Most of what rogues do revolves around obtaining treasure and preventing others from doing the same. Little gets in the way of attaining those goals, except that many rogues are enticed away from that path by a compulsion that clouds their thinking, an irresistible need that must be satisfied, even if doing so is risky. A rogue's guilty pleasure could be the acquisition of a physical item, something to be experienced, or a way of conducting oneself at certain times. One rogue might not be able to pass up any loot made of silver, for instance, even if said loot is hanging around the neck of a castle guard. Another can't go through a day in the city without lifting a purse or two, just to keep in practice. What's the one form of temptation that your rogue character can't resist when the opportunity presents itself, even if giving in might mean trouble for you and your companions? Guilty pleasures. D6 and pleasures. 1. Large gems. 2. A smile from a pretty face. 3. A new ring for your finger. 4. The chance to deflate someone's ego. 5. The finest food and drink. 6. Adding to your collection of exotic coins. Adversary. Naturally, those who enforce the law are bound to come up against those who break it, and it's rare for a rogue not to be featured on at least one wanted poster. Beyond that, it's in the nature of their profession that rogues often come into contact with criminal elements, whether out of choice or necessity. Some of those people can be adversaries too, and they're likely to be harder to deal with than the average member of the City Watch. If your character's backstory doesn't already include a personage of this sort, You could work with your DM to come up with a reason why an adversary has appeared in your life. Perhaps you've been the subject of scrutiny from someone who wants to use you for nefarious purposes, and this individual has just now become known to you. Such an incident could be the basis for an upcoming adventure. Adversaries. D6 and Adversary. 1. The pirate captain on whose ship you once served, what you call moving on, the captain calls mutiny. 2. A master spy to whom you unwittingly fed bad information, which led to the assassination of the wrong target. 3. The master of the local thieves guild, who wants you to join the organization or leave town. 4. An art collector who uses illegal means to acquire masterpieces. 5. A fence who uses you as a messenger to set up illicit meetings. 6. The proprietor of an illegal pit fighting arena where you once took bets. Benefactor. Few rogues make it far in life before needing someone's help, which means owing that benefactor a significant debt. If your character's backstory doesn't already include a personage of the sort, you could work with your DM to determine why a benefactor has appeared in your life. Perhaps you benefited from something your benefactor did for you without realizing who was responsible, and now that person has just become known to you. Who helped you in the past, and what do you owe that person as recompense? Benefactors. D6 and Benefactor. 1. A smuggler kept you from getting caught but lost a valuable shipment in doing so. Now you owe that person an equally valuable favor. 2. The beggar king has hidden you from your pursuers many times, in return for future considerations. 3. A magistrate once kept you out of jail in return for information on a powerful crime lord. 4. Your parents used their savings to bail you out of trouble in your younger days and are now destitute. 5. A dragon didn't eat you when it had a chance, and in return you promised to set aside choice pieces of treasure for it. 6. A druid once helped you out of a tight spot. Now any random animal you see could be that benefactor, perhaps come to claim a return favor. Roguish archetypes. At 3rd level, a rogue gains the roguish archetype feature. The following options are available to a rogue, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Inquisitive, the Mastermind, the Scout, and the Swashbuckler. Inquisitive. As an archetypal Inquisitive, you excel at rooting out secrets and unraveling mysteries. You rely on your sharp eye for detail, but also on your finely honed ability to read the words and deeds of other creatures to determine their true intent. You excel at defeating creatures that hide among and prey upon ordinary folk, and your mastery of lore and keen deductions make you well equipped to expose and end hidden evils. Inquisitive features. Rogue level and feature. 3rd, ear for deceit, eye for detail, insightful fighting. 9th, steady eye. 13th, unerring eye. 17th, eye for weakness, ear for deceit. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you develop a talent for picking out lies. Whenever you make a wisdom, insight check to determine whether a creature is lying, treat a roll of 7 or lower on the d20 as an 8. Eye for detail. Starting at 3rd level, you can use a bonus action to make a wisdom, perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or to make an intelligence, investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. Insightful fighting. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to decipher an opponent's tactics and develop a counter to them. As a bonus action, you can make a wisdom, insight check against a creature you can see that isn't incapacitated, contested by the target's charisma, deception check. If you succeed, you can use your sneak attack against that target even if you don't have advantage on the attack roll, but not if you have disadvantage on it. This benefit lasts for 1 minute or until you successfully use this feature against a different target. Steady eye. Starting at 9th level, you have advantage on any wisdom, perception, or intelligence, investigation check if you move no more than half your speed on the same turn. Unerring eye. Beginning at 13th level, your senses are almost impossible to foil. As an action, you sense the presence of illusions, shape changers not in their original form, and other magic designed to deceive the senses within 30 feet of you, provided you aren't blinded or deafened. You sense that an effect is attempting to trick you, but you gain no insight into what is hidden or into its true nature. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of once, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. I for weakness. At 17th level, you learn to exploit a creature's weaknesses by carefully studying its tactics and movement. While your insightful fighting feature applies to a creature, your sneak attack damage against that creature increases by 3d6.
Oh please, if anyone is a mastermind around here, it's me. You're like a master doofus or a master dummy. No, you are.
Mastermind. Your focus is on people and on the influence and secrets they have. Many spies, courtiers, and schemers follow this archetype, leading lives of intrigue. Words are your weapons as often as knives or poison, and secrets and favors are some of your favorite treasures. Mastermind features. Rogue level and feature. 3rd. Master of intrigue. Master of tactics. 9th. Insightful manipulator. 13th. Misdirection. 17th. Soul of deceit. Master of intrigue. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with the disguise kit, the forgery kit, and 1 gaming set of your choice. You also learn 2 languages of your choice. Additionally, you can unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature that you hear speak for at least 1 minute, enabling you to pass yourself off as a native speaker of a particular land, provided that you know the language. Master of Tactics. Starting at 3rd level, you can use the help action as a bonus action. Additionally, when you use the help action to aid an ally in attacking a creature, the target of that attack can be within 30 feet of you, rather than within 5 feet of you, if the target can see or hear you. Insightful Manipulator. Starting at 9th level, if you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat, you can learn certain information about its capabilities compared to your own. The DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard to 2 of the following characteristics of your choice: intelligence score, wisdom score, charisma score, class levels, if any. At the DM's option, you might also realize you know a piece of the creature's history or one of its personality traits, if it has any. Misdirection. Beginning at 13th level, you can sometimes cause another creature to suffer an attack meant for you. When you are targeted by an attack while a creature within 5 feet of you is granting you cover against that attack, you can use your reaction to have the attack target that creature instead of you. Soul of Deceit. Starting at 17th level, your thoughts can't be read by telepathy or other means, unless you allow it. You can present false thoughts by succeeding on a charisma, deception, check contested by the mind reader's wisdom, insight check. Additionally, no matter what you say, magic that would determine if you are telling the truth indicates you are being truthful if you so choose, and you can't be compelled to tell the truth by magic. Scout. You are skilled in stealth and surviving far from the streets of a city, allowing you to scout ahead of your companions during expeditions. Rogues who embrace this archetype are at home in the wilderness and among barbarians and rangers, and many scouts serve as the eyes and ears of war bands. Ambushers, spies, and bounty hunters are just a few of the roles that scouts assume as they range the world. Scout features. Rogue level and feature. 3rd. Skirmisher. Survivalist. 9th. Superior mobility. 13th. Ambush Master. 17th. Sudden Strike. Skirmisher. Starting at 3rd level, you are difficult to pin down during a fight. You can move up to half your speed as a reaction when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of you. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Survivalist. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the nature and survival skills if you don't already have it. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses either of those proficiencies.
Superior Mobility.
At 9th level, your walking speed increases by 10 feet. If you have a climbing or swimming speed, this increase applies to that speed as well. Ambush Master. Starting at 13th level, you excel at leading ambushes and acting first in a fight. You have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, the first creature you hit during the first round of combat becomes easier for you and others to strike. Attack rolls against that target have advantage until the start of your next turn. Sudden Strike. Starting at 17th level, you can strike with deadly speed. If you take the attack action on your turn, you can make 1 additional attack as a bonus action. This attack can benefit from your sneak attack even if you have already used it this turn, but you can't use your sneak attack against the same target more than once in a turn. Swashbuckler. You focus your training on the art of the blade, relying on speed, elegance, and charm in equal parts. While some warriors are brutes clad in heavy armor, your method of fighting looks almost like a performance. Duelists and pirates typically belong to this archetype. A swashbuckler excels in single combat and can fight with 2 weapons while safely darting away from an opponent. Swashbuckler features: rogue level and feature. 3rd, fancy footwork. Rakish audacity. 9th, panache. 13th, elegant maneuver. 17th, master duelist. Fancy footwork. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you learn how to land a strike and then slip away without reprisal. During your turn, if you make a melee attack against a creature, that creature can't make opportunity attacks against you for the rest of your turn. Rakish audacity. Starting at 3rd level, your confidence propels you into battle. You can give yourself a bonus to your initiative rolls equal to your charisma modifier. You also gain an additional way to use your sneak attack. You don't need advantage on the attack roll to use your sneak attack against a creature if you are within 5 feet of it. No other creatures are within 5 feet of you, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. All the other rules for sneak attack still apply to you. Panache. At 9th level, your charm becomes extraordinarily beguiling. As an action, you can make a charisma, persuasion check contested by a creature's wisdom, insight check. The creature must be able to hear you, and the 2 of you must share a language. If you succeed on the check and the creature is hostile to you, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you and can't make opportunity attacks against targets other than you. This effect lasts for 1 minute, until one of your companions attacks the target or affects it with a spell, or until you and the target are more than 60 feet apart. If you succeed on the check and the creature isn't hostile to you, it is charmed by you for 1 minute. While charmed, it regards you as a friendly acquaintance. This effect ends immediately if you or your companions do anything harmful to it. Elegant maneuver. Starting at 13th level, you can use a bonus action on your turn to gain advantage on the next dexterity, acrobatics, or strength, athletics, check you make during the same turn. Master duelist. Beginning at 17th level, your mastery of the blade lets you turn failure into success in combat. If you miss with an attack roll, you can roll it again with advantage. Once you do so, you can't use this feature again until you finish a short or long rest. Sorcerer.
Practice and study are for amateurs. True power is a birthright.
Divine? Arcane? What difference does it make where magic comes from? You've got it or you don't. Fortunately, I've got loads of the stuff.
When it comes to drawing forth their abilities in times of need, sorcerers have it easy compared to other characters. Their power not only rests within them but likely takes some effort to keep it at bay. Every sorcerer is born to the role or stumbles into it through cosmic chance. Unlike other characters, who must actively learn, embrace, and pursue their talents, sorcerers have their power thrust upon them. Because the idea of an innately magical being traveling among them does not sit well with many folk, sorcerers tend to breed mistrust and suspicion in others they come across. Nonetheless, many sorcerers succeed in overcoming that prejudice through deeds that benefit their less magically gifted contemporaries. Sorcerers are often defined by the events surrounding the manifestation of their power. For those who receive it as an expected birthright, its appearance is a cause for celebration. Other sorcerers are treated as outcasts, banished from their homes after the sudden, terrifying arrival of their abilities. Playing a sorcerer character can be as rewarding as it is challenging. The sections below offer suggestions on how to flesh out and personalize your persona. Arcane origin. Some sorcerers understand where their power came from, based on how their abilities manifested. Others can only speculate since their powers came to them in a way that suggests no particular cause. Does your character know the source of their magical power? Does it tie back to some distant relative, a cosmic event, or blind chance? If your sorcerer doesn't know where their power arose from, your DM can use this table, or select an origin, and reveal it to you when the information plays a role in the campaign. Arcane origins. D6 and origin. 1. Your power arises from your family's bloodline. You are related to some powerful creature, or you inherited a blessing or a curse. 2. You are the reincarnation of a being from another plane of existence. 3. A powerful entity entered the world. This magic changed you. 4. Your birth was prophesied in an ancient text, and you are foretold to use your power for terrible ends. 5. You are the product of generations of careful, selective breeding. 6. You were made in a vat by an alchemist. Reaction. When a new sorcerer enters the world, either at birth or later when one's power becomes evident, the consequences of that event depend greatly on how its witnesses react to what they have seen. When your sorcerer's powers appeared, how did the world around you respond? Were other people supportive, fearful, or somewhere in between? Reactions. D6 and reaction. 1. Your powers are seen as a great blessing by those around you, and you are expected to use them in service to your community. 2. Your powers caused destruction and even a death when they became evident, and you were treated as a criminal. 3. Your neighbors hate and fear your power, causing them to shun you. 4. You came to the attention of a sinister cult that plans on exploiting your abilities. 5. People around you believe that your powers are a curse levied on your family for a past transgression. 6. Your powers are believed to be tied to an ancient line of mad kings that supposedly ended in a bloody revolt over a century ago. Supernatural mark. A sorcerer at rest is almost indistinguishable from a normal person. It's only when their magic flies forth that sorcerers reveal their true nature. Even so, many sorcerers have a subtle but telling physical trait that sets them apart from other folk. If your sorcerer has a supernatural mark, it might be one that's easily concealed, or it could be a source of pride that you keep on constant display. Supernatural marks. D6 and mark. 1. Your eyes are an unusual color, such as red. 2. You have an extra toe on one foot. 3. One of your ears is noticeably larger than the other. 4. Your hair grows at a prodigious rate. 5. You wrinkle your nose repeatedly while you are chewing. 6. A red splotch appears on your neck once a day, then vanishes after an hour. Sign of sorcery. As the world well knows, some sorcerers are better than others at controlling their spellcasting. Sometimes a wild display of magic gone awry emanates from a sorcerer who casts a spell. But even when one's magic goes off as planned, the act of casting is often accompanied by a telltale sign that makes it clear where that magical energy came from. When your sorcerer character casts a spell, does the effort reveal itself in a sign of sorcery? Is this sign tied to your origin or some other aspect of who you are? Or is it a seemingly random phenomenon? Signs of sorcery. D6 and sign. 1. You deliver the verbal components of your spells in the booming voice of a titan. 2. For a moment after you cast a spell, the area around you grows dark and gloomy. 3. You sweat profusely while casting a spell and for a few seconds thereafter. 4. Your hair and garments are briefly buffeted about, as if by a breeze, whenever you call forth a spell. 5. If you are standing when you cast a spell, you rise 6 inches into the air and gently float back down. 6. Illusory blue flames wreathe your head as you begin your casting, then abruptly disappear. Sorceress origins. At first level, a sorcerer gains the Sorceress Origin feature. The following options are available to a sorcerer, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: Divine Soul, Shadow Magic, and Storm Sorcery. Divine Soul. Sometimes the spark of magic that fuels a sorcerer comes from a divine source that glimmers within the soul. Having such a blessed soul is a sign that your innate magic might come from a distant but powerful familial connection to a divine being. Perhaps your ancestor was an angel, transformed into a mortal and sent to fight in a god's name. Or your birth might align with an ancient prophecy, marking you as a servant of the gods, or a chosen vessel of divine magic. A divine soul with a natural magnetism is seen as a threat by some religious hierarchies. As an outsider who commands sacred power, a divine soul can undermine an existing order by claiming a direct tie to the divine. In some cultures, only those who can claim the power of a divine soul may command religious power. In these lands, ecclesiastical positions are dominated by a few bloodlines and preserved over generations. Divine soul features. Sorcerer level and feature. First, divine magic. Favored by the gods. 6th, empowered healing. 14th, otherworldly wings. 18th, unearthly recovery. Divine magic. Your link to the divine allows you to learn spells from the cleric class. When your spellcasting feature lets you learn or replace a sorcerer cantrip or a sorcerer spell of 1st level or higher, you can choose the new spell from the cleric spell list or the sorcerer spell list. You must otherwise obey all the restrictions for selecting the spell, and it becomes a sorcerer spell for you. In addition, choose an affinity for the source of your divine power. Good, evil, law, chaos, or neutrality. You learn an additional spell based on that affinity, as shown below. It is a sorcerer spell for you, but it doesn't count against your number of sorcerer spells known. If you later replace this spell, you must replace it with a spell from the cleric spell list. Affinity spells. Affinity and spell. Good. Cure wounds. Evil. Inflict wounds. Law. Bless. Chaos. Bane. Neutrality. Protection from evil and good. Favored by the gods. Starting at 1st level, divine power guards your destiny. If you fail a saving throw or miss with an attack roll, you can roll 2d4 and add it to the total, possibly changing the outcome. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest.
Why do so many celestial things have bird wings and infernal things have bat wings? It seems arbitrary. There should be a bat angel.
Empowered healing. Starting at 6th level, the divine energy coursing through you can empower healing spells. Whenever you or an ally within 5 feet of you rolls dice to determine the number of hit points a spell restores, you can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll any number of those dice once, provided you aren't incapacitated. You can use this feature only once per turn. Otherworldly wings. Starting at 14th level, you can use a bonus action to manifest a pair of spectral wings from your back. While the wings are present, you have a flying speed of 30 feet. The wings last until you're incapacitated, you die, or you dismiss them as a bonus action. The affinity you chose for your divine magic feature determines the appearance of the spectral wings. Eagle wings for good or law, bat wings for evil or chaos, and dragonfly wings for neutrality. Unearthly recovery. At 18th level, you gain the ability to overcome grievous injuries. As a bonus action, when you have fewer than half of your hit points remaining, you can regain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Shadow magic. You are a creature of shadow, for your innate magic comes from the Shadowfell itself. You might trace your lineage to an entity from that place, or perhaps you were exposed to its fell energy and transformed by it. The power of shadow magic casts a strange pall over your physical presence. The spark of life that sustains you is muffled, as if it struggles to remain viable against the dark energy that imbues your soul. At your option, you can pick from or roll on the Shadow Sorcerer Quirks table to create a quirk for your character. Shadow Sorcerer Quirks. D6 and Quirk. 1. You are always icy cold to the touch. 2. When you are asleep, you don't appear to breathe, though you must still breathe to survive. 3. You barely bleed even when badly injured. Your heart beats once per minute. This event sometimes surprises you. 4. You have trouble remembering that living creatures and corpses should be treated differently. 5. You blinked once last week. Shadow magic features. Sorcerer level and feature. First, Eyes of the Dark. Strength of the Grave. Third, Eyes of the Dark, Darkness. 6th, Hound of Ill Omen. 14th, Shadow Walk. 18th, Umbral Form. Eyes of the Dark. Starting at 1st level, you have dark vision with a range of 120 feet. When you reach 3rd level in this class, you learn the Darkness spell, which doesn't count against your number of sorcerer spells known. In addition, you can cast it by spending 2 sorcery points or by expending a spell slot. If you cast it with sorcery points, you can see through the darkness created by the spell. Strength of the Grave. Starting at first level, your existence in a twilight state between life and death makes you difficult to defeat. When damage reduces you to 0 hit points, you can make a charisma saving throw, DC 5 plus the damage taken. On a success, you instead drop to 1 hit point. You can't use this feature if you are reduced to 0 hit points by radiant damage or by a critical hit. After the saving throw succeeds, you can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. Hound of Ill Omen. At 6th level, you gain the ability to call forth a howling creature of darkness to harass your foes. As a bonus action, you can spend 3 sorcery points to magically summon a Hound of Ill Omen to target one creature you can see within 120 feet of you. The Hound uses the Dire Wolf statistics, see the Monster Manual or Appendix C in the player's handbook, with the following changes. The Hound is medium, not large, and it counts as a monstrosity, not a beast. It appears with a number of temporary hit points equal to half your sorcerer level. It can move through other creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. The Hound takes 5 force damage if it ends its turn inside an object. At the start of its turn, the Hound automatically knows its target's location. If the target was hidden, it is no longer hidden from the Hound. The Hound appears in an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of the target. Roll initiative for the Hound. On its turn, it can move only toward its target by the most direct route, and it can use its action only to attack its target. The Hound can make opportunity attacks, but only against its target. Additionally, while the Hound is within 5 feet of the target has disadvantage on saving throws against any spell you cast. The Hound disappears if it is reduced to 0 hit points, if its target is reduced to 0 hit points, or after 5 minutes. Shadow Walk. At 14th level, you gain the ability to step from one shadow into another. When you are in dim light or darkness, as a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 120 feet to an unoccupied space you can see that is also in dim light or darkness. Umbral Form. Starting at 18th level, you can spend 6 sorcery points as a bonus action to magically transform yourself into a shadowy form. In this form, you have resistance to all damage except force and radiant damage, and you can move through other creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. You take 5 force damage if you end your turn inside an object. You remain in this form for 1 minute. It ends early if you are incapacitated, if you die, or if you dismiss it as a bonus action. Storm Sorcery. Your innate magic comes from the power of elemental air. Many with this power can trace their magic back to a near-death experience caused by the Great Rain, but perhaps you were born during a howling gale so powerful that folk still tell stories of it, or your lineage might include the influence of potent air creatures such as Jinn. Whatever the case, the magic of the storm permeates your being. Storm sorcerers are invaluable members of a ship's crew. Their magic allows them to exert control over wind and weather in their immediate area. Their abilities also prove useful in repelling attacks by Sawajin, pirates, and other waterborne threats. Storm Sorcery Features. Sorcerer Level and Feature. 1st. Wind Speaker. Tempestuous Magic. 6th. Heart of the Storm. Storm Guide. 14th. Storm's Fury. 18th. Wind Soul. Wind Speaker. The arcane magic you command is infused with elemental air. You can speak, read, and write primordial. Knowing this language allows you to understand and be understood by those who speak its dialects. Aquan, Orin, Ignan, and Terran. Tempestuous Magic. Starting at 1st level, you can use a bonus action on your turn to cause whirling gusts of elemental air to briefly surround you, immediately before or after you cast a spell of 1st level or higher. Doing so allows you to fly up to 10 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. Heart of the Storm. At 6th level, you gain resistance to lightning and thunder damage. In addition, whenever you start casting a spell of 1st level or higher that deals lightning or thunder damage, stormy magic erupts from you. This eruption causes creatures of your choice that you can see within 10 feet of you to take lightning or thunder damage. Choose each time this ability activates, equal to half your sorcerer level. Storm Guide. At 6th level, you gain the ability to subtly control the weather around you. If it is raining, you can use an action to cause the rain to stop falling in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on you. You can end this effect as a bonus action. If it is windy, you can use a bonus action each round to choose the direction that the wind blows in a 100-foot radius sphere centered on you. The wind blows in that direction until the end of your next turn. This feature doesn't alter the speed of the wind. Storm's Fury. Starting at 14th level, when you are hit by a melee attack, you can use your reaction to deal lightning damage to the attacker. The damage equals your Sorcerer level. The attacker must also make a strength saving throw against your Sorcerer spell save DC. On a failed save, the attacker is pushed in a straight line up to 20 feet away from you. Wind Soul. At 18th level, you gain immunity to lightning and thunder damage. You also gain a magical flying speed of 60 feet. As an action, you can reduce your flying speed to 30 feet for 1 hour and choose a number of creatures within 30 feet of you equal to 3 plus your charisma modifier. The chosen creatures gain a magical flying speed of 30 feet for 1 hour. Once you reduce your flying speed in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest.
What is it with people and the weather? It's just the sky weeping and shouting because it's so far away from me.
Warlock.
You think me mad. I think true insanity is being content to live a life of mortal drudgery when knowledge and power is there for the taking in the realm beyond.
So you got your powers by making a contract with something? Is it in writing perchance? Well, never mind. Just tell me this. Can I get your powers by eating you?
Warlocks are finders and keepers of secrets. They push at the edge of our understanding of the world, always seeking to expand their expertise. Where sages or wizards might heed a clear sign of danger and end their research, a warlock plunges ahead, heedless of the cost. Thus, it takes a peculiar mixture of intelligence, curiosity, and recklessness to produce a warlock. Many folk would describe that combination as evidence of madness. Warlocks see it as a demonstration of bravery. Warlocks are defined by two elements that work in concert to forge their path into this class. The first element is the event or circumstances that led to a warlock's entering into a pact with a planar entity. The second one is the nature of the entity a warlock is bound to. Unlike clerics, who typically embrace a deity and that god's ethos, a warlock might have no love for a patron or vice versa. The sections that follow provide ways to embellish a warlock character that could generate some intriguing story and role-playing opportunities.
Patroness attitude.
Every relationship is a two-way street, but in the case of warlocks and their patrons, it's not necessarily true that both sides of the street are the same width or made of the same stuff. The feeling that a warlock holds for their patron, whether positive or negative, might be reciprocated by the patron, or the two participants in the pact might view one another with opposing emotions. When you determine the attitude your warlock character holds toward your patron, also consider how things look from the patron's perspective. How does your patron behave toward you? Is your patron a friend and ally, or an enemy that grants you power only because you forced a pact upon it?
Patron attitude.
Attitude and description. 1. Your patron has guided and helped your family for generations and is kindly toward you. 2. Each interaction with your capricious patron is a surprise, whether pleasant or painful. 3. Your patron is the spirit of a long-dead hero who sees your pact as a way for it to continue to influence the world. 4. Your patron is a strict disciplinarian but treats you with a measure of respect. 5. Your patron tricked you into a pact and treats you as a slave. 6. You are mostly left to your own devices with no interference from your patron. Sometimes you dread the demands it will make when it does appear. Special terms of the pact. A pact can range from a loose agreement to a formal contract with lengthy, detailed clauses and lists of requirements. The terms of a pact, what a warlock must do to receive a patron's favor, are always dictated by the patron. On occasion, those terms include a special proviso that might seem odd or whimsical, but warlocks take these dictates as seriously as they do the other requirements of their pacts. Does your character have a pact that requires you to change your behavior in an unusual or seemingly frivolous way? Even if your patron hasn't imposed such a duty on you already, that's not to say it couldn't still happen. Special terms. D6 and term. 1. When directed, you must take immediate action against a specific enemy of your patron. 2. Your pact tests your willpower. You are required to abstain from alcohol and other intoxicants. 3. At least once a day, you must inscribe or carve your patron's name or symbol on the wall of a building. 4. You must occasionally conduct bizarre rituals to maintain your pact. 5. You can never wear the same outfit twice, since your patron finds such predictability to be boring. 6. When you use an eldritch invocation, you must speak your patron's name aloud or risk incurring its displeasure. Binding mark. Some patrons make a habit of, and often enjoy, marking the warlocks under their sway in some fashion. A binding mark makes it clear, to those who know about such things, that the individual in question is bound to the patron's service. A warlock might take advantage of such a mark, claiming it as proof of one's pact, or might want to keep it under wraps, if possible, to avoid the difficulties it might bring. If your warlock's pact comes with a binding mark, how you feel about displaying it probably depends on the nature of your relationship with the one who gave it to you. Is the mark a source of pride or something you are secretly ashamed of? Binding marks. D6 and mark. 1. One of your eyes looks the same as one of your patron's eyes. 2. Each time you wake up, the small blemish on your face appears in a different place. 3. You display outward symptoms of a disease but suffer no ill effects from it. 4. Your tongue is an unnatural color. 5. You have a vestigial tail. 6. Your nose glows in the dark. Otherworldly patrons. At first level, a warlock gains the otherworldly patron feature. The following options are available to a warlock, in addition to those offered in the player's handbook: the Celestial and the Hexblade. The Celestial. Your patron is a powerful being of the upper planes. You have bound yourself to an ancient Empyrean, Solar, Kirin, Unicorn, or other entity that resides in the planes of everlasting bliss. Your pact with that being allows you to experience the barest touch of the holy light that illuminates the multiverse. Being connected to such power can cause changes in your behavior and beliefs. You might find yourself driven to annihilate the undead, to defeat fiends, and to protect the innocent. At times, your heart might also be filled with a longing for the celestial realm of your patron, and a desire to wander that paradise for the rest of your days. But you know that your mission is among mortals for now, and that your pact binds you to bring light to the dark places of the world. Celestial features. Warlock level and feature. First, expanded spell list.
Bonus cantrips.
Healing light. 6th, radiant soul. 10th, celestial resilience. 14th, searing vengeance. Expanded spell list. The Celestial lets you choose from an expanded list of spells when you learn a Warlock spell. The following spells are added to the Warlock spell list for you. Celestial expanded spells. Spell level and spells. First, Cure Wounds.
Guiding Bolt.
Second, Flaming Sphere. Lesser Restoration. Third, Daylight. Revivify. Fourth, Guardian of Faith. Wall of Fire. Fifth, Flame Strike. Greater. Restoration. Bonus cantrips. At first level, you learn the Light and Sacred Flame cantrips. They count as Warlock cantrips for you, but they don't count against your number of cantrips known. Healing Light. At first level, you gain the ability to channel celestial energy to heal wounds. You have a pool of D6s that you spend to fuel this healing. The number of dice in the pool equals 1 plus your Warlock level. As a bonus action, you can heal one creature you can see within 60 feet of you, spending dice from the pool. The maximum number of dice you can spend at once equals your Charisma modifier, minimum of 1 die. Roll the dice you spend, add them together, and restore a number of hit points equal to the total. Your pool regains all expended dice when you finish a long rest. Radiant Soul. Starting at 6th level, your link to the Celestial allows you to serve as a conduit for radiant energy. You have resistance to radiant damage, and when you cast a spell that deals radiant or fire damage, you can add your Charisma modifier to 1 radiant or fire damage roll of that spell against one of its targets. Celestial Resilience. Starting at 10th level, you gain temporary hit points whenever you finish a short or long rest. These temporary hit points equal your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. Additionally, choose up to 5 creatures you can see at the end of the rest. Those creatures each gain temporary hit points equal to half your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. Searing Vengeance. Starting at 14th level, the radiant energy you channel allows you to resist death. When you have to make a death saving throw at the start of your turn, you can instead spring back to your feet with a burst of radiant energy. You regain hit points equal to half your hit point maximum, and then you stand up if you so choose. Each creature of your choice that is within 30 feet of you takes radiant damage equal to 2d8 plus your Charisma modifier, and it is blinded until the end of the current turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
Hexblade. What a cool name. So is your sword evil or cursed or something? But you're evil, right? Okay, now I don't like the name. Names aren't cool if they don't make sense. Like mine. The Xanathar. See? It's cool and it makes sense.
The Hexblade. You have made your pact with a mysterious entity from the Shadowfell, a force that manifests in sentient magic weapons carved from the stuff of shadow. The mighty sword Blackrazor is the most notable of these weapons, which have been spread across the multiverse over the ages. The shadowy force behind these weapons can offer power to warlocks who form pacts with it. Many Hexblade warlocks create weapons that emulate those formed in the Shadowfell. Others forgo such arms, content to weave the dark magic of that plane into their spellcasting. Because the Raven Queen is known to have forged the first of these weapons, many sages speculate that she and the Force are one and that the weapons, along with Hexblade warlocks, are tools she uses to manipulate events on the material plane to her inscrutable ends. Hexblade features. Warlock level and feature. First, expanded spell list. Hexblade's Curse. Hex Warrior. 6th, Accursed Spectre. 10th, Armor of Hexes. 14th, Master of Hexes. Expanded spell list. The Hexblade lets you choose from an expanded list of spells when you learn a Warlock spell. The following spells are added to the Warlock spell list for you. Spell level and spells. First, Shield. Wrathful Smite. Second, Blur. Branding Smite. Third, Blink. Elemental Weapon. Fourth, Phantasmal Killer. Staggering Smite. Fifth, Banishing Smite. Cone of Cold. Hexblade's Curse. Starting at first level, you gain the ability to place a baleful curse on someone. As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The target is cursed for 1 minute. The curse ends early if the target dies, you die, or you are incapacitated. Until the curse ends, you gain the following benefits. You gain a bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target. The bonus equals your proficiency bonus. Any attack roll you make against the cursed target is a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20 on the d20. If the cursed target dies, you regain hit points equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier, minimum of 1 hit point. You can't use this feature again until you finish a short or long rest. Hex Warrior. At first level, you acquire the training necessary to effectively arm yourself for battle. You gain proficiency with medium armor, shields, and martial weapons. The influence of your patron also allows you to mystically channel your will through a particular weapon. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch one weapon that you are proficient with and that lacks the two-handed property. When you attack with that weapon, you can use your Charisma modifier instead of Strength or Dexterity for the attack and damage rolls. This benefit lasts until you finish a long rest. If you later gain the Pact of the Blade feature, this benefit extends to every pact weapon you conjure with that feature, no matter the weapon's type. Accursed Spectre. Starting at 6th level, you can curse the soul of a person you slay, temporarily binding it to your service. When you slay a humanoid, you can cause its spirit to rise from its corpse as a specter, the statistics for which are in the monster manual. When the specter appears, it gains temporary hit points equal to half your Warlock level. Roll initiative for the specter, which has its own turns. It obeys your verbal commands, and it gains a special bonus to its attack rolls equal to your Charisma modifier, minimum of +0. The specter remains in your service until the end of your next long rest, at which point it vanishes to the afterlife. Once you bind a specter with this feature, you can't use the feature again until you finish a long rest. Armor of Hexes. At 10th level, your hex grows more powerful. If the target cursed by your Hexblade's curse hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to roll a d6. On a 4 or higher, the attack instead misses you regardless of its roll. Master of Hexes. Starting at 14th level, you can spread your Hexblade's curse from a slain creature to another creature. When the creature cursed by your Hexblade's curse dies, you can apply the curse to a different creature you can see within 30 feet of you, provided you aren't incapacitated. When you apply the curse in this way, you don't regain hit points from the death of the previously cursed creature. Eldritch Invocations. At 2nd level, a Warlock gains the Eldritch Invocations feature. Here are new options for that feature. In addition to the options in the player's handbook, if an Eldritch Invocation has a prerequisite, you must meet it to learn the invocation. You can learn the invocation at the same time that you meet its prerequisite. A level prerequisite refers to your level in this class. Aspect of the Moon. Prerequisite. Pact of the Tome feature. You no longer need to sleep and can't be forced to sleep by any means. To gain the benefits of a long rest, you can spend all 8 hours doing light activity, such as reading your Book of Shadows and keeping watch. Cloak of Flies. Prerequisite. 5th level. As a bonus action, you can surround yourself with a magical aura that looks like buzzing flies. The aura extends 5 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. It lasts until you're incapacitated or you dismiss it as a bonus action. The aura grants you advantage on charisma, intimidation checks but disadvantage on all other charisma checks. Any other creature that starts its turn in the aura takes poison damage equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 0 damage. Once you use this invocation, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Eldritch Smite. Prerequisite. 5th level, Pact of the Blade feature. Once per turn when you hit a creature with your pact weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal an extra 1d8 force damage to the target, plus another 1d8 per level of the spell slot, and you can knock the target prone if it is huge or smaller. Ghostly Gaze. Prerequisite. 7th level. As an action, you gain the ability to see through solid objects to a range of 30 feet. Within that range, you have dark vision if you don't already have it. This special sight lasts for 1 minute or until your concentration ends, as if you were concentrating on a spell. During that time, you perceive objects as ghostly, transparent images. Once you use this invocation, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Gift of the Depths. Prerequisite. 5th level. You can breathe underwater and you gain a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. You can also cast water breathing once without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. Gift of the Ever-Living Ones. Prerequisite. Pact of the Chain feature. Whenever you regain hit points while your familiar is within 100 feet of you, treat any dice rolled to determine the hit points you regain as having rolled their maximum value for you. Grasp of Hadar. Prerequisite. Eldritch Blast cantrip. Once on each of your turns when you hit a creature with your Eldritch Blast, you can move that creature in a straight line 10 feet closer to you. Improved Pact weapon. Prerequisite. Pact of the Blade feature. You can use any weapon you summon with your Pact of the Blade feature as a spellcasting focus for your Warlock spells. In addition, the weapon gains a +1 bonus to its attack and damage rolls, unless it is a magic weapon that already has a bonus to those rolls. Finally, the weapon you conjure can be a shortbow, longbow, light crossbow, or heavy crossbow. Lance of Lethargy. Prerequisite. Eldritch Blast cantrip. Once on each of your turns when you hit a creature with your Eldritch Blast, you can reduce that creature's speed by 10 feet until the end of your next turn. Maddening Hex. Prerequisite. 5th level, Hex spell or a Warlock feature that curses. As a bonus action, you cause a psychic disturbance around the target cursed by your Hex spell or by a Warlock feature of yours, such as Hexblade's Curse or Sign of Ill Omen. When you do so, you deal psychic damage to the cursed target and each creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of it. The psychic damage equals your charisma modifier, minimum of 1 damage. To use this invocation, you must be able to see the cursed target, and it must be within 30 feet of you. Relentless Hex. Prerequisite. 7th level, Hex spell or a Warlock feature that curses. Your curse creates a temporary bond between you and your target. As a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of the target cursed by your hex spell or by a warlock feature of yours, such as Hexblade's Curse or Sign of Ill Omen. To teleport in this way, you must be able to see the cursed target. Shroud of Shadow. Prerequisite, 15th level. You can cast invisibility at will, without expending a spell slot. Tomb of Levistus. Prerequisite, 5th level. As a reaction when you take damage, you can entomb yourself in ice, which melts away at the end of your next turn. You gain 10 temporary hit points per warlock level, which absorb as much of the triggering damage as possible. Immediately after you take the damage, you gain vulnerability to fire damage, your speed is reduced to 0, and you are incapacitated. These effects, including any remaining temporary hit points, all end when the ice melts. Once you use this invocation, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Trickster's Escape. Prerequisite, 7th level. You can cast Freedom of Movement once on yourself without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. Wizard.
Wizardry requires understanding, the knowledge of how and why magic works, and our efforts to broaden that understanding have brought about the key advances in civilization over the centuries.
But I love this trick. Hey, wizard, you can't do magic. Oops, now you can. Oops, now you can't anymore.
Only a select few people in the world are wielders of magic. Of all those, wizards stand at the pinnacle of the craft. Even the least of them can manipulate forces that flout the laws of nature, and the most accomplished among them can cast spells with world-shaking effects. The price that wizards pay for their mastery is that most valuable of commodities: time. It takes years of study, instruction, and experimentation to learn how to harness magical energy and carry spells around in one's own mind. For adventuring wizards and other spellcasters who aspire to the highest echelons of the profession, the studying never ends, nor does the quest for knowledge and power. If you're playing a wizard, take advantage of the opportunity to make your character more than just a stereotypical spellslinger. Use the advice that follows to add some intriguing details to how your wizard interacts with the world. Spellbook. Your wizard character's most prized possession, your spellbook, might be an innocuous-looking volume whose covers show no hint of what's inside. Or you might display some flair, as many wizards do, by carrying a spellbook of an unusual sort. If you don't own such an item already, one of your goals might be to find a spellbook that sets you apart by its appearance or its means of manufacture. Spellbooks. D6 and Spellbook. 1. A tome with pages that are thin sheets of metal, spells etched into them with acid. 2. Long straps of leather on which spells are written, wrapped around a staff for ease of transport. 3. A battered tome filled with pictographs that only you can understand. 4. Small stones inscribed with spells and kept in a cloth bag. 5. A scorched book, ravaged by dragon fire, with the script of your spells barely visible on its pages. 6. A tome full of black pages whose writing is visible only in dim light or darkness. Ambition. Few aspiring wizards undertake the study of magic without some personal goal in mind. Many wizards use their spells as a tool to produce a tangible benefit, in material goods or in status, for themselves or their companions. For others, the theoretical aspect of magic might have a strong appeal, pushing those wizards to seek out knowledge that supports new theories of the arcane or confirms old ones. Beyond the obvious, why does your wizard character study magic, and what do you want to achieve? If you haven't given these questions much thought, you can do so now, and the answers you come up with will likely affect how your future unfolds. Ambitions. D6 and Ambition. 1. You will prove that the gods aren't as powerful as folk believe. 2. Immortality is the end goal of your studies. 3. If you can fully understand magic, you can unlock its use for all and usher in an era of equality. 4. Magic is a dangerous tool. You use it to protect what you treasure. 5. Arcane power must be taken away from those who would abuse it. 6. You will become the greatest wizard the world has seen in generations. Eccentricity. Endless hours of solitary study and research can have a negative effect on anyone's social skills. Wizards, who are a breed apart to begin with, are no exception. An odd mannerism or two is not necessarily a drawback, though. An eccentricity of this sort is usually harmless and could provide a source of amusement or serve as a calling card of sorts. If your character has an eccentricity, is it a physical tic or a mental one? Are you well known in some circles because of it? Do you fight to overcome it, or do you embrace this minor claim to fame of yours? Eccentricities. D6 and eccentricity. 1. You have the habit of tapping your foot incessantly, which often annoys those around you. 2. Your memory is quite good, but you have no trouble pretending to be absent-minded when it suits your purposes. 3. You never enter a room without looking to see what's hanging from the ceiling. 4. Your most prized possession is a dead worm that you keep inside a potion vial. 5. When you want people to leave you alone, you start talking to yourself. That usually does the trick. 6. Your fashion sense and grooming, or more accurately lack thereof, sometimes cause others to assume you are a beggar.
Arcane Tradition.
At second level, a wizard gains the Arcane Tradition feature. The following war magic option is available to a wizard, in addition to the options offered in the player's handbook.
War Magic.
A variety of arcane colleges specialize in training wizards for war. The tradition of war magic blends principles of evocation and abjuration, rather than specializing in either of those schools. It teaches techniques that empower a caster's spells, while also providing methods for wizards to bolster their own defenses. Followers of this tradition are known as war mages. They see their magic as both a weapon and armor, a resource superior to any piece of steel. War mages act fast in battle, using their spells to seize tactical control of a situation. Their spells strike hard, while their defensive skills foil their opponent's attempts to counterattack. War mages are also adept at turning other spellcasters' magical energy against them. In great battles, a war mage often works with evokers, abjurers, and other types of wizards. Evokers, in particular, sometimes tease war mages for splitting their attention between offense and defense. A war mage's typical response: what good is being able to throw a mighty fireball if I die before I can cast it? War magic features. Wizard level and feature. 2nd, Arcane Deflection and Tactical Wit. 6th, Power Surge. 10th, Durable Magic. 14th, Deflecting Shroud. Arcane Deflection. At 2nd level, you have learned to weave your magic to fortify yourself against harm. When you are hit by an attack or fail a saving throw, you can use your reaction to gain a +2 bonus to your AC against that attack or a +4 bonus to that saving throw. When you use this feature, you can't cast spells other than cantrips until the end of your next turn.
TACTICAL-WIT.
Starting at 2nd level, your keen ability to assess tactical situations allows you to act quickly in battle. You can give yourself a bonus to your initiative rolls equal to your intelligence modifier. Power Surge. Starting at 6th level, you can store magical energy within yourself to later empower your damaging spells. In its stored form, this energy is called a Power Surge. You can store a maximum number of Power Surges equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1. Whenever you finish a long rest, your number of Power Surges resets to 1. Whenever you successfully end a spell with Dispel Magic or Counterspell, you gain 1 Power Surge, as you steal magic from the spell you foiled. If you end a short rest with no Power Surges, you gain 1 Power Surge. Once per turn, when you deal damage to a creature or object with a wizard spell, you can spend 1 Power Surge to deal extra force damage to that target. The extra damage equals half your wizard level. Durable Magic. Beginning at 10th level, the magic you channel helps ward off harm. While you maintain concentration on a spell, you have a +2 bonus to AC and all saving throws. Deflecting Shroud. At 14th level, your Arcane Deflection becomes infused with deadly magic. When you use your Arcane Deflection feature, you can cause magical energy to flare from you. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of you each take force damage equal to half your wizard level.
War magic? Does that make you a war wizard? I've heard about them. They dress in purple, I think. But you're not dressed in purple. That's disappointing. Go change.
This is your life. The character creation rules in the player's handbook provide all the information you need to define your character in preparation for a life of adventuring. What they don't account for are all the circumstances that shaped your character during the years between your birth and the start of your career as a member of a class. What did your character accomplish or experience before deciding to become an adventurer? What were the circumstances of your birth? How large is your family, and what sorts of relationships do you have with your relatives? Which people were the greatest influences on you during your formative years, for better or worse? To answer these questions and more, you can use the tables and advice in this section to compose a well-developed backstory for your character, an autobiography of sorts that you can use to inform how you roleplay the character. Your DM can draw from this material as the campaign proceeds, creating situations and scenarios that build off your previous life experiences. Ideas, not rules. Even though these pages are full of tables and die rolls, they don't constitute a rule system. In fact, the opposite is true. You can use as much or as little of this material as you desire, and you can make decisions in any order you want. For instance, you might not want these tables to help you decide who your parents and siblings are, because that's among the information you've already come up with. But you can still use other parts, such as the section on life events, to provide added depth and detail. How and when to use the tables. If you're comfortable with letting the dice decide a certain fact about your character, go ahead and roll. If not, you can take charge and make the decision, choosing from among the possibilities on a table. Of course, you also have the option of disregarding the result of a die roll if it conflicts with another result. Likewise, if the text instructs you to roll on a table, that's not meant to be taken literally. You can always make your own choice. Although these tables are meant to augment the step-by-step character creation process in the player's handbook, they don't occupy a specific place in that process. You can use some of them early on. For instance, it's possible to determine your parents and other family members immediately after deciding your character's race, but you could also wait until later in the process. You might prefer to establish more facts about your character's game identity, such as your class, ability scores, and alignment, before supplementing that information with what's offered here, section by section. This material is divided into 4 sections, each addressing a different aspect of your character's backstory. Origins. To find out who and where you came from, use the Origins section. When you're done, you will have a summary of facts about your parents, your siblings, and the circumstances under which you grew up. Personal decisions. After you have selected your character's background and class, use the appropriate tables to determine how you came to make those choices. Life events. Your character's existence until now, no matter how brief or uneventful, has been marked by one or more life events, memorable happenings that have had an effect on who you are today. Supplemental tables. Your life has intersected with the lives of plenty of other people, all the way from your infancy to today. When a result mentions such a person, you can use the supplemental tables, page 72, to add needed details, such as race, class, or occupation, to that person. Some tables in the other sections direct you to one or more of the supplemental tables, and you can also use them any other time you see fit.
So where are you from? And the people who did the procreation thing to make you, are they still alive? You know, I actually don't care. I'm just making small talk while my minion sneaks up behind you. Made you look.
Origins. The usual first step in creating your character's life story is to determine your early circumstances. Who were your parents? Where were you born? Did you have any siblings? Who raised you? You can address these questions by using the following tables. Parents. You had parents, of course, even if they didn't raise you. To determine what you know about these people, use the parents table. If you want, you can roll separately on the table for your mother and your father. Use the supplemental tables as desired, particularly class, occupation, and alignment, to learn more about your parents. Non-human parents. If your character is a half-elf, a half-orc, or a tiefling, you can use one of the tables below to determine the race of each of your parents. When you have a result, Randomly determine which part of the result refers to your father and which to your mother. Birthplace. After establishing your parentage, you can determine where you were born by using the birthplace table. Modify the result or roll again if you get a result that's inconsistent with what you know about your parents. Once you have a result, roll percentile dice. On a roll of 0-0, a strange event coincided with your birth. The moon briefly turning red, all the milk within a mile spoiling, the water in the area freezing solid in midsummer, all the iron in the home rusting or turning to silver, or some other unusual event of your choice. Siblings. You might be an only child or one of many children. Your siblings could be cherished friends or hated rivals. Roll on the number of siblings table to determine how many brothers or sisters you have. If you are a dwarf or an elf, subtract 2 from your roll. Then, roll on the birth order table for each sibling to determine that person's age relative to yours. Older, younger, or born at the same time. Occupation. For each sibling of suitable age, roll on the occupation supplemental table to determine what that person does for a living. Alignment. You can choose your siblings' alignments or roll on the alignment supplemental table. Status. By now, each of your siblings might be alive and well, alive and not so well, in dire straits or dead. Roll on the status supplemental table. Relationship. You can roll on the relationship supplemental table to determine how your siblings feel about you. They might all have the same attitude toward you, or some might view you differently from how the others do. Other details. You can decide any other details you like about each sibling, including gender, personality, and place in the world. Personal decisions. Your character's life takes a particular course depending on the choices you make for the character's background and class. Background. Roll on the appropriate table in this section as soon as you decide your background, or at any later time if you choose. If a background includes a special decision point, such as a folk hero's defining event or the specialty of a criminal or a sage, it's best to make that determination before using the pertinent table below. Life events. No matter how long you've been alive, you have experienced at least one signature event that has markedly influenced your character. Life events include wondrous happenings and tragedies, conflicts and successes, and encounters with the unusual. They can help to explain why your character became an adventurer, and some might still affect your life even after they are long over. The older a character is, the greater the chance for multiple life events, as shown on the life events by age table. If you have already chosen your character's starting age, see the entry in the life events column that corresponds to how old you are. Otherwise, you can roll dice to determine your current age and number of life events randomly. After you know the number of life events your character has experienced, roll once on the life events table for each of them. Many of the results on that table direct you to one of the secondary tables that follow. Once you have determined all of your character's life events, you can arrange them in any chronological order you see fit. What's next? When you're finished using these tables, you'll have a collection of facts and notes that, at a minimum, encapsulate what your character has been doing in the world up till now. Sometimes that might be all the information you want, but you don't have to stop there. By using your creativity to stitch all these bits together into a continuous narrative, you can create a full-fledged autobiography for your character in as little as a few sentences. An excellent example of how the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Did you get a couple of results on the tables that don't outright contradict each other but also don't seem to fit together smoothly? If so, now is your chance to explain what happened. For instance, let's say you were born in a castle, but your childhood home was in the wilderness. It could be that your parents traveled from their forest home to seek help from a midwife at the castle when your mother was close to giving birth. Or your parents might have been members of the castle staff before you were born, but they were released from service soon after you came into the world. In addition to deepening your own role-playing experience, your character's history presents your DM with opportunities to weave those elements into the story of the campaign. Any way you look at it, adding definition to your character's pre-adventuring life is time well spent. Racial feats. Leveling up in a class is the main way a character evolves during a campaign. Some DMs also allow the use of feats to customize a character. Feats are an optional rule in Chapter 6, Customization Options, of the Player's Handbook. The DM decides whether they're used and may also decide which feats are available in a campaign and which aren't. This section introduces a collection of special feats that allow you to explore your character's race further. These feats are each associated with a race from the player's handbook, as summarized in the racial feats table. A racial feat represents either a deepening connection to your race's culture or a physical transformation that brings you closer to an aspect of your race's lineage. The cause of a particular transformation is up to you and your DM. A transformational feat can symbolize a latent quality that has emerged as you age, or a transformation might be the result of an event in the campaign, such as exposure to powerful magic or visiting a place of ancient significance to your race. Transformations are a fundamental motif of fantasy literature and folklore. Figuring out why your character has changed can be a rich addition to your campaign story. Bountiful luck. Prerequisite: halfling. Your people have extraordinary luck, which you have learned to mystically lend to your companions when you see them falter. You're not sure how you do it, you just wish it and it happens. Surely a sign of fortune's favor. When an ally you can see within 30 feet of you rolls a 1 on the d20 for an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to let the ally re-roll the die. The ally must use the new roll. When you use this ability, you can't use your lucky racial trait before the end of your next turn. Dragon Fear. Prerequisite: Dragonborn. When angered, you can radiate menace. You gain the following benefits. Increase your strength, constitution, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Instead of exhaling destructive energy, you can expend a use of your breath weapon trait to roar, forcing each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 8, plus your proficiency bonus, plus your charisma modifier. A target automatically succeeds on the save if it can't hear or see you. On a failed save, a target becomes frightened of you for 1 minute. If the frightened target takes any damage, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. Dragon Hide. Prerequisite: Dragonborn. You manifest scales and claws reminiscent of your draconic ancestors. You gain the following benefits. Increase your strength, constitution, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Your scales harden. While you aren't wearing armor, you can calculate your AC as 13 plus your dexterity modifier. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. You grow retractable claws from the tips of your fingers. Extending or retracting the claws requires no action. The claws are natural weapons which you can use to make unarmed strikes. If you hit with them, you deal slashing damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal bludgeoning damage for an unarmed strike. Drow High Magic. Prerequisite: Elf. Drow. You learn more of the magic typical of dark elves. You learn the Detect Magic spell and can cast it at will, without expending a spell slot. You also learn Levitate and Dispel Magic, each of which you can cast once without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to cast those 2 spells in this way when you finish a long rest. Charisma is your spellcasting ability for all 3 spells. Dwarven Fortitude. Prerequisite: Dwarf. You have the blood of dwarf heroes flowing through your veins. You gain the following benefits. Increase your constitution score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Whenever you take the dodge action in combat, you can spend 1 hit die to heal yourself. Roll the die, add your constitution modifier, and regain a number of hit points equal to the total minimum of 1.
Elven ACCURACI.
Prerequisite: Elf or half-elf. The accuracy of elves is legendary, especially that of elf archers and spellcasters. You have uncanny aim with attacks that rely on precision rather than brute force. You gain the following benefits. Increase your dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Whenever you have advantage on an attack roll using dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, you can re-roll one of the dice once. Fade Away. Prerequisite: Gnome. Your people are clever with a knack for illusion magic. You have learned a magical trick for fading away when you suffer harm. You gain the following benefits. Increase your dexterity or intelligence score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Immediately after you take damage, you can use a reaction to magically become invisible until the end of your next turn or until you attack, deal damage, or force someone to make a saving throw. Once you use this ability, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Fey Teleportation.
Prärequisite 11 High.
Your study of High Elven lore has unlocked Fey power that few other elves possess, except your Eladrin cousins. Drawing on your Fey ancestry, you can momentarily stride through the Feywild to shorten your path from one place to another. You gain the following benefits. Increase your intelligence or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You learn to speak, read, and write Sylvan. You learn the Misty Step spell and can cast it once without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to cast it in this way when you finish a short or long rest. Intelligence is your spellcasting ability for this spell. Flames of Phlegethos. Prerequisite. Tiefling. You learn to call on Hellfire to serve your commands. You gain the following benefits. Increase your intelligence or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. When you roll fire damage for a spell you cast, you can reroll any roll of 1 on the fire damage dice, but you must use the new roll even if it is another one. Whenever you cast a spell that deals fire damage, you can cause flames to wreathe you until the end of your next turn. The flames don't harm you or your possessions, and they shed bright light out to 30 feet and dim light for an additional 30 feet. While the flames are present, any creature within 5 feet of you that hits you with a melee attack takes 1d4 fire damage. Infernal Constitution. Prerequisite. Tiefling. Fiendish blood runs strong in you, unlocking a resilience akin to that possessed by some fiends. You gain the following benefits. Increase your Constitution score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You have resistance to cold damage and poison damage. You have advantage on saving throws against being poisoned. Orcish Fury. Prerequisite. Half-Orc. Your inner fury burns tirelessly. You gain the following benefits. Increase your Strength or Constitution score by 1 to a maximum of 20. When you hit with an attack using a simple or martial weapon, you can roll one of the weapon's damage dice an additional time and add it as extra damage of the weapon's damage type. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Immediately after you use your Relentless Endurance trait, you can use your reaction to make one weapon attack. Prodigy. Prerequisite. Half-elf, half-orc, or human. You have a knack for learning new things. You gain the following benefits. You gain 1 skill proficiency of your choice, 1 tool proficiency of your choice, and fluency in 1 language of your choice. Choose 1 skill in which you have proficiency. You gain expertise with that skill, which means your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make with it. The skill you choose must be one that isn't already benefiting from a feature, such as expertise, that doubles your proficiency bonus. Second Chance. Prerequisite. Halfling. Fortune favors you when someone tries to strike you. You gain the following benefits. Increase your Dexterity, Constitution, or Charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. When a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force that creature to re-roll. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you roll initiative at the start of combat or until you finish a short or long rest. Squat Nimbleness. Prerequisite. Dwarf or a small race. You are uncommonly nimble for your race. You gain the following benefits. Increase your Strength or Dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Increase your walking speed by 5 feet. You gain proficiency in the Acrobatics or Athletics skill, your choice. You have advantage on any Strength, Athletics, or Dexterity, Acrobatics check you make to escape from being grappled. Wood Elf Magic. Prerequisite. Elf. Wood. You learn the magic of the primeval woods, which are revered and protected by your people. You learn 1 Druid cantrip of your choice. You also learn the Longstrider and Pass Without Trace spells, each of which you can cast once without expending a spell slot. You regain the ability to cast these 2 spells in this way when you finish a long rest. Wisdom is your spellcasting ability for all 3 spells. Chapter 2. Dungeon Master's Tools. As the Dungeon Master, you oversee the game and weave together the story experienced by your players. You're the one who keeps it all going, and this chapter is for you. It provides new rules options as well as refined tools for creating and running adventures and campaigns. It is a supplement to the tools and advice offered in the Dungeon Master's Guide. The chapter opens with optional rules meant to help you run certain parts of the game more smoothly. It then goes into greater depth on several topics: encounter building, random encounters, traps, magic items, and downtime, which largely relate to how you create and stage your adventures. The material in this chapter is meant to make your life easier. Ignore anything you find here that doesn't help you, and don't hesitate to customize the things that you do use. The game's rules exist to serve you and the games you run. As always, make them your own. Simultaneous effects. Most effects in the game happen in succession, following an order set by the rules or the DM. In rare cases, effects can happen at the same time, especially at the start or end of a creature's turn. If two or more things happen simultaneously on a character or monster's turn, the person at the game table, whether player or DM, who controls that creature decides the order in which those things happen. For example, if two effects occur at the end of a player character's turn, the player decides which of the two effects happens first. Falling. Falling from a great height is a significant risk for adventurers and their foes. The rule given in the player's handbook is simple. At the end of a fall, you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet you fell, to a maximum of 20d6. You also land prone, unless you somehow avoid taking damage from the fall. Here are two optional rules that expand on that basic rule. Rate of falling. The rule for falling assumes that a creature immediately drops the entire distance when it falls. But what if a creature is at a high altitude when it falls, perhaps on the back of a griffin or on board an airship? Realistically, a fall from such a height can take more than a few seconds, extending past the end of the turn when the fall occurred. If you'd like high-altitude falls to be properly time-consuming, use the following optional rule. When you fall from a great height, you instantly descend up to 500 feet. If you're still falling on your next turn, you descend up to 500 feet at the end of that turn. This process continues until the fall ends, either because you hit the ground or the fall is otherwise halted. Flying creatures and falling. A flying creature in flight falls if it is knocked prone, if its speed is reduced to 0 feet, or if it otherwise loses the ability to move, unless it can hover or is being held aloft by magic, such as the fly spell. If you'd like a flying creature to have a better chance of surviving a fall than a non-flying creature, use this rule. Subtract the creature's current flying speed from the distance it fell before calculating falling damage. This rule is helpful to a flyer that is knocked prone but is still conscious and has a current flying speed greater than 0 feet. The rule is designed to simulate the creature flapping its wings furiously or taking similar measures to slow the velocity of its fall. If you use the rule for rate of falling in the previous section, a flying creature descends 500 feet on the turn when it falls, just as other creatures do. But if that creature starts any of its later turns still falling and is prone, it can halt the fall on its turn by spending half its flying speed to counter the prone condition, as if it were standing up in midair. Sleep. Just as in the real world, D&D characters spend many hours sleeping, most often as part of a long rest. Most monsters also need to sleep. While a creature sleeps, it is subjected to the unconscious condition. Here are a few rules that expand on that basic fact. Waking someone. A creature that is naturally sleeping, as opposed to being in a magically or chemically induced sleep, wakes up if it takes any damage or if someone else uses an action to shake or slap the creature awake. A sudden loud noise, such as yelling, thunder, or a ringing bell, also awakens someone that is sleeping naturally. Whispers don't disturb sleep unless a sleeper's passive wisdom, perception, score is 20 or higher, and the whispers are within 10 feet of the sleeper. Speech at a normal volume awakens a sleeper if the environment is otherwise silent. No wind, birdsong, crickets, street sounds, or the like, and the sleeper has a passive wisdom, perception, score of 15 or higher. Sleeping in armor. Sleeping in light armor has no adverse effect on the wearer, but sleeping in medium or heavy armor makes it difficult to recover fully during a long rest. When you finish a long rest during which you slept in medium or heavy armor, you regain only 1/4 of your spent hit dice, minimum of 1 die. If you have any levels of exhaustion, the rest doesn't reduce your exhaustion level. Going without a long rest. A long rest is never mandatory, but going without sleep does have its consequences. If you want to account for the effects of sleep deprivation on characters and creatures, use these rules. Whenever you end a 24-hour period without finishing a long rest, you must succeed on a DC 10 Constitution saving throw or suffer 1 level of exhaustion. It becomes harder to fight off exhaustion if you stay awake for multiple days. After the first 24 hours, the DC increases by 5 for each consecutive 24-hour period without a long rest. The DC resets to 10 when you finish a long rest. Adamantine weapons. Adamantine is an ultra-hard metal found in meteorites and extraordinary mineral veins. In addition to being used to craft adamantine armor, the metal is also used for weapons. Melee weapons and ammunition made of or coated with adamantine are unusually effective when used to break objects. Whenever an adamantine weapon or piece of ammunition hits an object, the hit is a critical hit. The adamantine version of a melee weapon or 10 pieces of ammunition costs 500 GP more than the normal version, whether the weapon or ammunition is made of the metal or coated with it. Tying knots. The rules are purposely open-ended concerning mundane tasks like tying knots, but sometimes knowing how well a knot was fashioned is important in a dramatic scene when someone is trying to untie a knot or slip out of one. Here's an optional rule for determining the effectiveness of a knot. The creature who ties the knot makes an intelligence, sleight of hand, check when doing so. The total of the check becomes the DC for an attempt to untie the knot with an intelligence, sleight of hand, check or to slip out of it with a dexterity, acrobatics check. This rule intentionally links sleight of hand with intelligence, rather than dexterity. This is an example of how to apply the rule in the variant Skills with Different Abilities section in Chapter 7 of the Player's Handbook. Tool Proficiencies. Tool proficiencies are a useful way to highlight a character's background and talents. At the game table, though, the use of tools sometimes overlaps with the use of skills, and it can be unclear how to use them together in certain situations. This section offers various ways that tools can be used in the game. Tools and skills together. Tools have more specific applications than skills. The history skill applies to any event in the past. A tool such as a forgery kit is used to make fake objects and little else. Thus, why would a character who has the opportunity to acquire one or the other want to gain a tool proficiency instead of proficiency in a skill? To make tool proficiencies more attractive choices for characters, you can use the methods outlined below. Advantage. If the use of a tool and the use of a skill both apply to a check, and a character is proficient with the tool and the skill, consider allowing the character to make the check with advantage. This simple benefit can go a long way toward encouraging players to pick up tool proficiencies. In the tool descriptions that follow, this benefit is often expressed as additional insight or something similar, which translates into an increased chance that the check will be a success. Added benefit. In addition, consider giving characters who have both a relevant skill and a relevant tool proficiency an added benefit on a successful check. This benefit might be in the form of more detailed information or could simulate the effect of a different sort of successful check. For example, a character proficient with Mason's tools makes a successful wisdom, perception, check to find a secret door in a stone wall. Not only does the character notice the door's presence, but you decide that the tool proficiency entitles the character to an automatic success on an intelligence, investigation check to determine how to open the door. Tool descriptions. The following sections go into detail about the tools presented in the player's handbook, offering advice on how to use them in a campaign. Components. The first paragraph in each description gives details on what a set of supplies or tools is made up of. A character who is proficient with a tool knows how to use all of its component parts. Skills. Every tool potentially provides advantage on a check when used in conjunction with certain skills, provided a character is proficient with the tool and the skill. As DM, you can allow a character to make a check using the indicated skill with advantage. Paragraphs that begin with skill names discuss these possibilities. In each of these paragraphs, the benefits apply only to someone who has proficiency with the tool, not someone who simply owns it. With respect to skills, the system is mildly abstract in terms of what a tool proficiency represents. Essentially, it assumes that a character who has proficiency with a tool also has learned about facets of the trade or profession that are not necessarily associated with the use of the tool. In addition, you can consider giving a character extra information or an added benefit on a skill check. The text provides some examples and ideas when this opportunity is relevant. Special use. Proficiency with a tool usually brings with it a particular benefit in the form of a special use, as described in this paragraph. Sample DCs. A table at the end of each section lists activities that a tool can be used to perform and suggested DCs for the necessary ability checks. Alchemist's supplies. Alchemist supplies enable a character to produce useful concoctions, such as acid or alchemist's fire. Components. Alchemist supplies include 2 glass beakers, a metal frame to hold a beaker in place over an open flame, a glass stirring rod, a small mortar and pestle, and a pouch of common alchemical ingredients, including salt, powdered iron, and purified water. Arcana. Proficiency with alchemist supplies allows you to unlock more information on arcana checks involving potions and similar materials. Investigation. When you inspect an area for clues, proficiency with alchemist supplies grants additional insight into any chemicals or other substances that might have been used in the area. Alchemical crafting. You can use this tool proficiency to create alchemical items. A character can spend money to collect raw materials which weigh 1 pound for every 50 GP spent. The DM can allow a character to make a check using the indicated skill with advantage. As part of a long rest, you can use alchemist supplies to make 1 dose of acid, alchemist's fire, antitoxin, oil, perfume, or soap. Subtract half the value of the created item from the total GP worth of raw materials you are carrying. Activity DC. Create a puff of thick smoke 10. Identify a poison 10. Identify a substance 15. Start a fire 15. Neutralize acid 20. Brewer's supplies. Brewing is the art of producing beer. Not only does beer serve as an alcoholic beverage, but the process of brewing also purifies water. Crafting beer takes weeks of fermentation but only a few hours of work. Components. Brewer's supplies include a large glass jug, a quantity of hops, a siphon, and several feet of tubing. History. Proficiency with brewer's supplies gives you additional insight on intelligence, history, checks concerning events that involve alcohol as a significant element. Medicine. This tool proficiency grants additional insight when you treat anyone suffering from alcohol poisoning or when you can use alcohol to dull pain. Persuasion. A stiff drink can help soften the hardest heart. Your proficiency with brewer's supplies can help you ply someone with drink, giving them just enough alcohol to mellow their mood. Potable water. Your knowledge of brewing enables you to purify water that would otherwise be undrinkable. As part of a long rest, you can purify up to 6 gallons of water, or 1 gallon as part of a short rest. Activity DC. Detect poison or impurities in a drink 10. Identify alcohol 15. Ignore effects of alcohol 20. Calligrapher's supplies. Calligraphy treats writing as a delicate, beautiful art. Calligraphers produce text that is pleasing to the eye, using a style that is difficult to forge. Their supplies also give them some ability to examine scripts and determine if they are legitimate, since a calligrapher's training involves long hours of studying writing and attempting to replicate its style and design. Components. Calligrapher's supplies include ink, a dozen sheets of parchment, and 3 quills. Arcana. Although calligraphy is of little help in deciphering the content of magical writings, proficiency with these supplies can aid in identifying who wrote a script of a magical nature. History. This tool proficiency can augment the benefit of successful checks made to analyze or investigate ancient writings, scrolls, or other texts, including runes etched in stone or messages in frescoes or other displays. Decipher treasure map. This tool proficiency grants you expertise in examining maps. You can make an intelligence check to determine a map's age, whether a map includes any hidden messages or similar facts. Activity DC. Identify writer of non-magical script 10. Determine writer's state of mind 15. Spot forged text 15.
Forge à signature 20.
Carpenter's tools. Skill at carpentry enables a character to construct wooden structures. A carpenter can build a house, a shack, a wooden cabinet, or similar items. Components. Carpenter's tools include a saw, a hammer, nails, a hatchet, a square, a ruler, an adze, a plane, and a chisel. History. This tool proficiency aids you in identifying the use and origin of wooden buildings and other large wooden objects. Investigation. You gain additional insight when inspecting areas within wooden structures because you know tricks of construction that can conceal areas from discovery. Perception. You can spot irregularities in wooden walls or floors, making it easier to find trapdoors and secret passages. Stealth. You can quickly assess the weak spots in a wooden floor, making it easier to avoid the places that creak and groan when they're stepped on. Fortify. With 1 minute of work and raw materials, you can make a door or window harder to force open. Increase the DC needed to open it by 5. Temporary shelter. As part of a long rest, you can construct a lean-to or a similar shelter to keep your group dry and in the shade for the duration of the rest. Because it was fashioned quickly from whatever wood was available, the shelter collapses 1d3 days after being assembled. Activity DC. Build a simple wooden structure 10. Design a complex wooden structure 15. Find a weak point in a wooden wall 15. Pry apart a door 20. Cartographer's tools. Using cartographer's tools, you can create accurate maps to make travel easier for yourself and those who come after you. These maps can range from large-scale depictions of mountain ranges to diagrams that show the layout of a dungeon level. Components. Cartographer's tools consist of a quill, ink, parchment, a pair of compasses, calipers, and a ruler. Arcana, history, religion. You can use your knowledge of maps and locations to unearth more detailed information when you use these skills. For instance, you might spot hidden messages in a map, identify when the map was made to determine if geographical features have changed since then, and so forth. Nature. Your familiarity with physical geography makes it easier for you to answer questions or solve issues relating to the terrain around you. Survival. Your understanding of geography makes it easier to find paths to civilization, to predict areas where villages or towns might be found, and to avoid becoming lost. You have studied so many maps that common patterns, such as how trade routes evolve and where settlements arise in relation to geographic locations, are familiar to you. Craft a map. While traveling, you can draw a map as you go in addition to engaging in other activity. Activity DC. Determine a map's age and origin 10. Estimate direction and distance to a landmark 15. Discern that a map is fake 15. Fill in a missing part of a map 20. Cobbler's tools. Although the cobbler's trade might seem too humble for an adventurer, a good pair of boots will see a character across rugged wilderness and through deadly dungeons. Components. Cobbler's tools consist of a hammer, an awl, a knife, a shoe stand, a cutter, spare leather, and thread. Arcana. History. Your knowledge of shoes aids you in identifying the magical properties of enchanted boots or the history of such items. Investigation. Footwear holds a surprising number of secrets. You can learn where someone has recently visited by examining the wear and the dirt that has accumulated on their shoes. Your experience in repairing shoes makes it easier for you to identify where damage might come from. Maintain shoes. As part of a long rest, you can repair your companion's shoes. For the next 24 hours, up to 6 creatures of your choice who wear shoes you worked on can travel up to 10 hours a day without making saving throws to avoid exhaustion. Craft hidden compartment. With 8 hours of work, you can add a hidden compartment to a pair of shoes. The compartment can hold an object up to 3 inches long and 1 inch wide and deep. You make an intelligence check using your tool proficiency to determine the intelligence, investigation check DC needed to find the compartment. Activity DC. Determine a shoe's age and origin 10. Find a hidden compartment in a boot heel 15. Cook's utensils. Adventuring is a hard life. With a cook along on the journey, your meals will be much better than the typical mix of hardtack and dried fruit. Components. Cook's utensils include a metal pot, knives, forks, a stirring spoon, and a ladle. History. Your knowledge of cooking techniques allows you to assess the social patterns involved in a culture's eating habits. Medicine. When administering treatment, you can transform medicine that is bitter or sour into a pleasing concoction. Survival. When foraging for food, you can make do with ingredients you scavenge that others would be unable to transform into nourishing meals. Prepare meals. As part of a short rest, You can prepare a tasty meal that helps your companions regain their strength. You and up to 5 creatures of your choice regain 1 extra hit point per hit die spent during a short rest, provided you have access to your cook's utensils and sufficient food. Activity DC. Create a typical meal 10. Duplicate a meal 10. Spot poison or impurities in food 15. Create a gourmet meal 15. Disguise kit. The perfect tool for anyone who wants to engage in trickery. A disguise kit enables its owner to adopt a false identity. Components. A disguise kit includes cosmetics, hair dye, small props, and a few pieces of clothing. Deception. In certain cases, a disguise can improve your ability to weave convincing lies. Intimidation. The right disguise can make you look more fearsome, whether you want to scare someone away by posing as a plague victim or intimidate a gang of thugs by taking the appearance of a bully. Performance. A cunning disguise can enhance an audience's enjoyment of a performance, provided the disguise is properly designed to evoke the desired reaction. Persuasion. Folk tend to trust a person in uniform. If you disguise yourself as an authority figure, your efforts to persuade others are often more effective. Create disguise. As part of a long rest, you can create a disguise. It takes you 1 minute to don such a disguise once you have created it. You can carry only one such disguise on you at a time without drawing undue attention unless you have a bag of holding or a similar method to keep them hidden. Each disguise weighs 1 pound. At other times, it takes 10 minutes to craft a disguise that involves moderate changes to your appearance, and 30 minutes for one that requires more extensive changes. Activity DC. Cover injuries or distinguishing marks 10. Spot a disguise being used by someone else 15. Copy a humanoid's appearance 20. Forgery kit. A forgery kit is designed to duplicate documents and to make it easier to copy a person's seal or signature. Components. A forgery kit includes several types of ink, a variety of parchments and papers, several quills, seals and sealing wax, gold and silver leaf, and small tools to sculpt melted wax to mimic a seal. Arcana. A forgery kit can be used with the Arcana skill to determine if a magic item is real or fake. Deception. A well-crafted forgery, such as papers proclaiming you to be a noble or a writ that grants you safe passage, can lend credence to a lie. History. A forgery kit combined with knowledge of history improves your ability to create fake historical documents or to tell if an old document is authentic. Investigation. When examining objects, proficiency with a forgery kit is useful for determining how an object was made and whether it is genuine. Other tools. Knowledge of other tools makes your forgeries more believable. For example, combining proficiency with a forgery kit and proficiency with cartographer's tools allows you to make a fake map. Quick fake. As part of a short rest, you can produce a forged document no more than 1 page in length. As part of a long rest, you can produce a document that is up to 4 pages long. Your intelligence check using a forgery kit determines the DC for someone else's intelligence. Investigation. Check to spot the fake. Activity DC. Mimic handwriting 15. Duplicate a wax seal 20. Gaming set. Proficiency with a gaming set applies to one type of game, such as 3-Dragon Ante or games of chance that use dice. Components. A gaming set includes all the pieces needed to play a specific game or type of game, such as a complete deck of cards or a board and tokens. History. Mastery of a game includes knowledge of its history, important events it was connected to, or prominent historical figures involved with it. Insight. Playing games with someone is a good way to understand their personality, granting you a better ability to discern their lies from their truths and read their mood. Sleight of hand. Sleight of hand is useful for cheating at a game, allowing you to swap pieces, palm cards, or alter a die roll. Alternatively, engrossing a target in a game by manipulating the components with dexterous movements is a great distraction for a pickpocketing attempt. Activity DC. Catch a player cheating 15. Gain insight into an opponent's personality 15. Glassblower's tools. Proficiency with glassblower's tools involves shaping glass and specialized knowledge of the methods used to produce glass objects. Components. The tools include a blowpipe, a small marver, blocks, and tweezers. You need a source of heat to work glass. Arcana. History. Knowledge of glass-making techniques aids you when examining glass objects, such as potion bottles or treasure items. For instance, you can study how a glass potion bottle has been altered by its contents to help determine a potion's effects. Investigation. Proficiency with glassblower's tools helps when studying broken glass or glass objects in an area. Identify weakness. With 1 minute of study, you can identify weak points in a glass object. Any damage dealt to the object by striking a weak spot is doubled. Activity DC. Identify source of glass 10. Determine what a glass object once held 20. Herbalism kit. Proficiency with an herbalism kit allows you to identify plants and safely collect their useful elements. Components. An herbalism kit includes pouches to store herbs, clippers and leather gloves for collecting plants, a mortar and pestle, and several glass jars. Arcana. Knowledge of herbs adds insight to magical studies related to plants and attempts to identify potions. Investigation. Proficiency helps you pick out details and clues in overgrown areas that others might miss. Medicine. Mastery of herbalism improves your ability to treat illnesses and wounds using medicinal plants. Nature and survival. Skill in herbalism makes it easier to identify plants and sources of food while traveling in the wild. Identify plants. You can quickly identify most plants by their appearance and smell. Activity DC. Find plants 15. Identify poison 20. Jeweler's tools. Training with jeweler's tools includes techniques needed to beautify gems and expertise in identifying precious stones. Components. Jeweler's tools consist of a small saw and hammer, files, pliers, and tweezers. Arcana. Proficiency grants knowledge about the mystical uses of gems, aiding in arcana checks related to gems or gem-encrusted items. Investigation. When inspecting jeweled objects, your proficiency helps you pick out clues they might hold. Identify gems. You can identify gems and determine their value at a glance. Activity DC. Modify a gem's appearance 15. Determine a gem's history 20. Land and water vehicles. Proficiency with land vehicles covers options from chariots and howdahs to wagons and carts. Proficiency with water vehicles covers anything that navigates waterways. This grants knowledge needed to handle, repair, and maintain these vehicles. Arcana. Knowledge of magical vehicles aids in uncovering lore or determining how the vehicle operates. Investigation, perception. Proficiency aids in noticing hidden information or clues when inspecting a vehicle. Vehicle handling. You can apply your proficiency bonus to a vehicle's AC and saving throws when piloting it. Activity DC.
Navigat roug terrain hors waters 10.
Assess a vehicle's condition 15. Take a tight corner at high speed 20. Leatherworker's tools. Knowledge of leatherworking includes lore about animal hides and their properties and knowledge of leather armor and similar goods. Components. Leatherworker's tools include a knife, a small mallet, an edger, a hole punch, thread, and leather scraps. Arcana. Expertise in working with leather provides insight when inspecting magical leather items, such as boots and cloaks. Investigation. Proficiency helps you study leather items or clues related to them, picking out details that others might overlook. Identify hides. When looking at a hide or leather item, you can determine its source and any special techniques used to treat it. Activity DC. Modify a leather item's appearance 10. Determine a leather item's history 20. Mason's tools. Mason's tools allow you to craft stone structures, including walls and buildings made of brick. Components. Mason's tools include a trowel, a hammer, a chisel, brushes, and a square. History. Expertise helps identify a stone building's date of construction, purpose, and the potential builders. Investigation. Proficiency aids in inspecting stone structures and spotting irregularities. Perception. You can find weak points in stone walls, making it easier to locate trapdoors and secret passages. Demolition. Knowledge of masonry allows you to spot weak points in brick walls. You deal double damage to such structures with your weapon attacks. Activity DC. Chisel a small hole in a stone wall 10. Find a weak point in a stone wall 15. Musical instruments. Proficiency with a musical instrument means familiarity with the techniques used to play it and knowledge of common songs performed with it. History. Expertise helps recall lore related to your instrument. Performance. Incorporating an instrument into your act improves your performance. Compose a tune. As part of a long rest, you can compose a new tune and lyrics for your instrument, useful for impressing nobles or spreading rumors. Activity DC. Identify a tune 10. Improvise a tune 20. Navigator's tools. Proficiency with Navigator's tools helps determine a true course based on observing the stars, and provides insight into charts, maps, and developing a sense of direction. Components. Navigator's tools include a sextant, a compass, calipers, a ruler, parchment, ink, and a quill. Survival. Knowledge helps avoid becoming lost and predicts the location of roads and settlements. Sighting. You can determine your position on a nautical chart and the time of day with careful measurements. Activity DC.
Navigate route terrain hors waters 10.
Assess a vehicle's condition 15. Take a tight corner at high speed 20. Navigator's tools. Activity and DC. Plot a course 10. Discover your position on a nautical chart 15. Painter's supplies. Proficiency with painter's supplies represents your ability to paint and draw. You also acquire an understanding of art history, which can aid you in examining works of art. Components. Painter's supplies include an easel, canvas, paints, brushes, charcoal sticks, and a palette. Arcana, history, religion. Your expertise aids you in uncovering lore of any sort that is attached to a work of art, such as the magical properties of a painting or the origins of a strange mural found in a dungeon. Investigation, perception. When you inspect a painting or a similar work of visual art, your knowledge of the practices behind creating it can grant you additional insight. Painting and drawing. As part of a short or long rest, you can produce a simple work of art. Although your work might lack precision, you can capture an image or a scene, or make a quick copy of a piece of art you saw. Painter's supplies. Activity DC. Paint an accurate portrait. 10. Create a painting with a hidden message. 20. Poisoner's kit. A poisoner's kit is a favored resource for thieves, assassins, and others who engage in skullduggery. It allows you to apply poisons and create them from various materials. Your knowledge of poisons also helps you treat them. Components. A poisoner's kit includes glass vials, a mortar and pestle, chemicals, and a glass stirring rod. History. Your training with poisons can help you when you try to recall facts about infamous poisonings. Investigation, perception. Your knowledge of poisons has taught you to handle those substances carefully, giving you an edge when you inspect poisoned objects or try to extract clues from events that involve poison. Medicine. When you treat the victim of a poison, your knowledge grants you added insight into how to provide the best care to your patient. Nature, survival. Working with poisons enables you to acquire lore about which plants and animals are poisonous. Handle poison. Your proficiency allows you to handle and apply a poison without risk of exposing yourself to its effects. Poisoner's tools. Activity DC. Spot a poisoned object. 10. Determine the effects of a poison. 20. Potter's tools. Potter's tools are used to create a variety of ceramic objects, most typically pots and similar vessels. Components. Potter's tools include potter's needles, ribs, scrapers, a knife, and calipers. History. Your expertise aids you in identifying ceramic objects, including when they were created and their likely place or culture of origin. Investigation, perception. You gain additional insight when inspecting ceramics, uncovering clues others would overlook by spotting minor irregularities. Reconstruction. By examining pottery shards, you can determine an object's original, intact form and its likely purpose. Potter's tools. Activity DC. Determine what a vessel once held. 10. Create a serviceable pot. 15. Find a weak point in a ceramic object. 20. Smith's tools. Smith's tools allow you to work metal, heating it to alter its shape, repair damage, or work raw ingots into useful items. Components. Smith's tools include hammers, tongs, charcoal, rags, and a whetstone. Arcana and history. Your expertise lends you additional insight when examining metal objects, such as weapons. Investigation. You can spot clues and make deductions that others might overlook when an investigation involves armor, weapons, or other metalwork. Repair. With access to your tools and an open flame hot enough to make metal pliable, you can restore 10 hit points to a damaged metal object for each hour of work. Smith's Tools. Activity DC. Sharpen a dull blade, 10. Repair a suit of armor, 15. Sunder a non-magical metal object, 15. Thieves' Tools. Perhaps the most common tools used by adventurers, thieves' tools are designed for picking locks and foiling traps. Proficiency with the tools also grants you a general knowledge of traps and locks. Components. Thieves' tools include a small file, a set of lockpicks, a small mirror mounted on a metal handle, a set of narrow-bladed scissors, and a pair of pliers. History. Your knowledge of traps grants you insight when answering questions about locations renowned for their traps. Investigation and perception. You gain additional insight when looking for traps because you have learned a variety of common signs that betray their presence. Set a trap. Just as you can disable traps, you can also set them. As part of a short rest, you can create a trap using items you have on hand. The total of your check becomes the DC for someone else's attempt to discover or disable the trap. The trap deals damage appropriate to the materials used in crafting it, such as poison or a weapon, or damage equal to half the total of your check, whichever the DM deems appropriate. Thieves' Tools. Activity DC. Pick a lock. Varies. Disable a trap. Varies. Tinker's Tools. A set of Tinker's Tools is designed to enable you to repair many mundane objects. Though you can't manufacture much with Tinker's Tools, you can mend torn clothes, sharpen a worn sword, and patch a tattered suit of chain mail. Components. Tinker's Tools include a variety of hand tools, thread, needles, a whetstone, scraps of cloth and leather, and a small pot of glue. History. You can determine the age and origin of objects, even if you have only a few pieces remaining from the original. Investigation. When you inspect a damaged object, you gain knowledge of how it was damaged and how long ago. Repair. You can restore 10 hit points to a damaged object for each hour of work. For any object, you need access to the raw materials required to repair it. For metal objects, you need access to an open flame hot enough to make the metal pliable. Tinker's Tools. Activity DC. Temporarily repair a disabled device. 10. Repair an item in half the time. 15. Improvise a temporary item using scraps. 20. Weaver's Tools. Weaver's tools allow you to create cloth and tailor it into articles of clothing. Components. Weaver's tools include thread, needles, and scraps of cloth. You know how to work a loom, but such equipment is too large to transport. Arcana. History. Your expertise lends you additional insight when examining cloth objects, including cloaks and robes. Investigation. Using your knowledge of the process of creating cloth objects, you can spot clues and make deductions that others would overlook when you examine tapestries, upholstery, clothing, and other woven items. Repair. As part of a short rest, you can repair a single damaged cloth object. Craft clothing. Assuming you have access to sufficient cloth and thread, you can create an outfit for a creature as part of a long rest. Weaver's Tools. Activity DC. Repurpose cloth. 10. Mend a hole in a piece of cloth. 10. Tailor an outfit. 15. Woodcarver's Tools. Woodcarver's tools allow you to craft intricate objects from wood, such as wooden tokens or arrows. Components. Woodcarver's tools consist of a knife, a gouge, and a small saw. Arcana. History. Your expertise lends you additional insight when you examine wooden objects, such as figurines or arrows. Nature. Your knowledge of wooden objects gives you some added insight when you examine trees. Repair. As part of a short rest, you can repair a single damaged wooden object. Craft arrows. As part of a short rest, you can craft up to 5 arrows. As part of a long rest, you can craft up to 20. You must have enough wood on hand to produce them. Woodcarver's Tools. Activity DC. Craft a small wooden figurine. 10. Carve an intricate pattern in wood. 15. Spellcasting. This section expands on the spellcasting rules presented in the Player's Handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide, providing clarifications and new options. Perceiving a caster at work. Many spells create obvious effects, such as explosions of fire, walls of ice, or teleportation. Other spells, like Charm Person, display no visible, audible, or otherwise perceptible sign of their effects, and could easily go unnoticed by someone unaffected by them. According to the Player's Handbook, you usually don't know that a spell has been cast unless it produces a noticeable effect. But what about the act of casting a spell? Is it possible for someone to perceive that a spell is being cast in their presence? For a spell to be perceptible, it must involve a verbal, somatic, or material component. The form of a material component, whether it's an object specified in the spell's description, a component pouch, or a spellcasting focus, doesn't affect its perceptibility. If the need for a spell's components is removed by a special ability, such as the Sorcerer's subtle spell feature, or the innate spellcasting trait possessed by many creatures, the casting of the spell is imperceptible. If an imperceptible casting produces a perceptible effect, it's normally impossible to determine who cast the spell without additional evidence. Identifying a spell. Sometimes a character wants to identify a spell that someone else is casting or has already cast. To do so, a character can use their reaction to identify a spell as it's being cast or use an action on their turn to identify a spell by its effect after it is cast. If the character perceived the casting, the spell's effect, or both, they can make an Intelligence Arcana check with the reaction or action. The DC is 15 plus the spell's level. If the spell is cast as a class spell and the character is a member of that class, the check is made with advantage. For example, if a cleric casts a spell, another cleric has advantage on the check to identify the spell. Some spells, such as those cast using the innate spellcasting trait, are not associated with any class. This Intelligence Arcana check reflects the requirement for a quick mind and familiarity with the theory and practice of casting. This is true even for a character whose spellcasting ability is Wisdom or Charisma. Simply being able to cast spells doesn't make one adept at deducing what others are doing when they cast their spells. Invalid spell targets. A spell specifies what a caster can target. Any type of creature, a creature of a certain type, such as humanoid or beast, an object, an area, the caster, or something else. If a spell targets something that isn't a valid target, handle it using the following rule. If you cast a spell on a target that can't be affected by it, nothing happens to that target, but the spell slot is still expended. If the spell normally has no effect on a target that succeeds on a saving throw, the invalid target appears to have succeeded on its saving throw, even if it didn't attempt one, giving no hint that the creature is actually an invalid target. Otherwise, you perceive that the spell did nothing to the target. Diagram 2.1. Cone Template. Areas of effect on a grid. The Dungeon Master's Guide includes a brief rule for using areas of effect on a grid. Choose an intersection of squares as the point of origin for an area of effect. Then follow the rules for that kind of area as described in the Areas of Effect section in Chapter 10 of the Player's Handbook. If an area of effect is circular and covers at least half a square, it affects that square. This rule works but can require on-the-spot adjudication. This section offers two alternatives for determining the exact location of an area: the template method and the token method. Both methods assume you're using a grid and miniatures. Because these methods can yield different results for the number of squares in a given area, it's not recommended to combine them at the table. Choose whichever method you and your players find easier or more intuitive. Diagram 2.2. Sphere Template. Template Method. The template method uses two-dimensional shapes that represent different areas of effect. The aim is to accurately portray the length and width of each area on the grid, leaving little doubt about which creatures are affected. You'll need to make these templates or find pre-made ones. Making a template. To make a template, get a piece of paper or cardstock and cut it into the shape of the area of effect you're using. Every 5 feet of the area equals 1 inch of the template size. For example, the 20-foot radius sphere of the Fireball spell, which has a 40-foot diameter, would translate into a circular template with an 8-inch diameter. Using a template. To use an area of effect template, apply it to the grid. If the terrain is flat, you can lay it on the surface. Otherwise, hold the template above the surface and take note of which squares it covers or partially covers. If any part of a square is under the template, that square is included in the area of effect. If a creature's miniature is in an affected square, that creature is in the area. Being adjacent to the edge of the template isn't enough for a square to be included in the area of effect. The square must be entirely or partly covered by the template. You can also use this method without a grid. If you do so, a creature is included in an area of effect if any part of the miniature's base is overlapped by the template. When you place a template, follow all the rules in the player's handbook for placing the associated area of effect. If an area of effect, such as a cone or a line, originates from a spellcaster, the template should extend out from the caster and be positioned however the caster likes within the bounds of the rules. Diagrams 2.1 and 2.2 show the template method in action. Token method. The token method is meant to make areas of effect tactile and fun. To use this method, grab some dice or other tokens, which you're going to use to represent your areas of effect. Rather than faithfully representing the shapes of the different areas of effect, this method gives you a way to create square-edged versions of them on a grid easily, as described in the following subsections. Using tokens. Every 5-foot square of an area of effect becomes a die or other token that you place on the grid. Each token goes inside a square, not at an intersection of lines. If an area's token is in a square, that square is included in the area of effect. It's that simple. Diagrams 2.3 through 2.6 show this method in action, using dice as the tokens. Circles. This method depicts everything using squares, and a circular area of effect becomes square in it, whether the area is a sphere, cylinder, or radius. For instance, the 10-foot radius of Flamestrike, which has a diameter of 20 feet, is expressed as a square that is 20 feet on a side, as shown in Diagram 2.3. Diagram 2.4 shows that area with total cover inside it. Cones. A cone is represented by rows of tokens on the grid, extending from the cone's point of origin. In the rows, the squares are adjoining side by side or corner to corner, as shown in Diagram 2.5. To determine the number of rows a cone contains, divide its length by 5. For example, a 30-foot cone contains 6 rows. Here's how to create the rows. Starting with a square adjacent to the cone's point of origin, place 1 token. The square can be orthogonally or diagonally adjacent to the point of origin. In every row beyond that one, place as many tokens as you placed in the previous row, plus 1 more token. Place this row's tokens so that their squares each share a side with a square in the previous row. If the cone is orthogonally adjacent to the point of origin, you'll have 1 more token to place in the row. Place it on one end or the other of the row you just created. You don't have to pick the side chosen in Diagram 2.5. Keep placing tokens in this way until you've created all of the cone's rows. Lines. A line can extend from its source orthogonally or diagonally, as shown in Diagram 2.6. Encounter building. This section introduces new guidelines on building combat encounters for an adventure. They are an alternative to the rules in creating encounters in Chapter 3 of the Dungeon Master's Guide. This approach uses the same math that underlies the rules presented in that book, but it makes a few adjustments to the way that math is presented to produce a more flexible system. This encounter building system assumes that, as DM, you want to have a clear understanding of the threat posed by a group of monsters. It will be useful to you if you want to emphasize combat in your adventure, if you want to ensure that a foe isn't too deadly for a group of characters, and if you want to understand the relationship between a character's level and a monster's challenge rating. Building an encounter using these guidelines follows a series of steps. Step 1. Assess the characters. To build an encounter using this system, first take stock of the player characters. This system uses the characters' levels to determine the numbers and challenge ratings of creatures you can pit them against without making a fight too hard or too easy. Even though character level is important, you should also take note of each character's hit point maximum and saving throw modifiers, as well as how much damage the mightiest characters can deal with a single attack. Character level and challenge rating are good for defining the difficulty of an encounter, but they don't tell the whole story. You'll make use of these additional character statistics when you select monsters for an encounter in Step 4. Step 2. Choose encounter size. Determine whether you want to create a battle that pits one creature against the characters, or if you want to use multiple monsters. If the fight is against a single opponent, your best candidate for that foe is one of the game's legendary creatures, which are designed to fill this need. If the battle involves multiple monsters, decide roughly how many creatures you want to use before continuing with Step 3. Step 3. Determine numbers and challenge ratings. The process for building fights that feature only one legendary monster is simple. The Solo Monster Challenge Rating table shows you which challenge rating, CR, to use for a legendary creature opposing a party of 4 to 6 characters, creating a satisfying but difficult battle. For example, for a party of 5 9th level characters, a CR 12 legendary creature makes an optimal encounter. For a more perilous battle, match up the characters with a legendary creature whose challenge rating is 1 or 2 higher than optimal. For an easy fight, use a legendary creature whose challenge rating is 3 or more lower than the challenge rating for an optimal encounter. If your encounter features multiple monsters, balancing it takes a little more work. Refer to the multiple monsters tables, which are broken up by level ranges, providing information for how to balance encounters for characters of 1st to 5th level, 6th to 10th level, 11th to 15th level, and 16th to 20th level. First, you need to note the challenge rating for each creature the party will face. Then, to create your encounter, find the level of each character on the appropriate table. Each table shows what a single character of a given level is equivalent to in terms of challenge rating, a value represented by a ratio that compares numbers of characters to a single monster ranked by challenge rating. The first number in each expression is the number of characters of the given level. The second number tells how many monsters of the listed challenge rating those characters are equivalent to. For example, reading the row for first-level characters from the 1st to 5th level table, we see that one first-level character is the equivalent of 2 CR 1/8 monsters or 1 CR 1/4 monster. The ratio reverses for higher challenge ratings, where a single monster is more powerful than a single first-level character. 1 CR 1/2 creature is equivalent to 3 first-level characters, while 1 CR 1 opponent is equivalent to 5. Let's say you have a party of 4 third-level characters. Using the table, you can see that 1 CR 2 foe is a good match for the entire party, but that the characters will likely have a hard time handling a CR 3 creature. Using the same guidelines, you can mix and match challenge ratings to put together a group of creatures to oppose 4 third-level characters. For example, you could select 1 CR 1 creature. That's worth 2 third-level characters, leaving you with 2 characters worth of monsters to allocate. You could then add 2 CR 1/4 monsters to account for one other character and 1 CR 1/2 monster to account for the final character. In total, your encounter has 1 CR 1, 1 CR 1/2, and 2 CR 1/4 creatures. For groups in which the characters are of different levels, you have 2 options. You can group all characters of the same level together, match them with monsters, and then combine all the creatures into one encounter. Alternatively, you can determine the group's average level and treat each character as being of that level for the purpose of selecting appropriate monsters. The above guidelines are designed to create a fight that will challenge a party while still being winnable. If you want to create an easier encounter that will challenge characters but not threaten to defeat them, you can treat the party as if it were roughly 1/3 smaller than it is. For example, to make an easy encounter for a party of 5 characters, put them up against monsters that would be a tough fight for 3 characters. Likewise, you can treat the party as up to half again larger to build a battle that is potentially deadly, though still not likely to be an automatic defeat. A party of 4 characters facing an encounter designed for 6 characters would fall into this category. Weak monsters and high-level characters. To save space on the tables and keep them simple, some of the lower challenge ratings are missing from the higher-level tables.
Managing a lot of minions is hard. You end up getting mad and eating half of them. It's easier if you can keep an eye on each one. So stick with 10-11 tops.
Step 4. Select monsters. After using the tables from the previous step to determine the challenge ratings of the monsters in your encounter, you're ready to pick individual monsters. This process is more of an art than a science. In addition to assessing monsters by challenge rating, it's important to look at how certain monsters might stack up against your group. Hit points, attacks, and saving throws are all useful indicators. Compare the damage a monster can deal to the hit point maximum of each character. Be wary of any monster that is capable of dropping a character with a single attack unless you are designing the fight to be especially deadly. In the same way, compare the monster's hit points to the damage output of the party's strongest characters, again looking for targets that can be killed with one blow. Having a significant number of foes drop in the first rounds of combat can make an encounter too easy. Likewise, look at whether a monster's deadliest abilities call for saving throws that most of the party members are weak with, and compare the character's offensive abilities to the monster's saving throws. If the only creatures you can choose from at the desired challenge rating aren't a good match for the character's statistics, don't be afraid to go back to step 3. By altering your challenge rating targets and adjusting the number of creatures in the encounter, you can come up with different options for building the encounter. Step 5. Add flavor. The events that unfold during an encounter have to do with a lot more than swinging weapons and casting spells. The most interesting confrontations also take into account the personality or behavior of the monsters, perhaps determining whether they can be communicated with or whether they're all acting in concert. Other possible factors include the nature of the physical environment, such as whether it includes obstacles or other features that might come into play, and the ever-present possibility of something unexpected taking place. If you already have ideas for how to flesh out your encounter in these ways, go right ahead and finish your creation. Otherwise, take a look at the following sections for some basic advice on adding flavor elements to the simple mechanics of the fight. Monster personality. To address the question of a monster's personality, you can use the tables in Chapter 4 of the Dungeon Master's Guide, use the monster personality table below, or simply jot down a few notes based on a creature's monster manual description. During the battle, you can use these ideas to inform how you portray the monsters and their actions. To keep things simple, you can assign the same personality traits to an entire group of monsters. For example, one bandit gang might be an unruly mob of braggarts, while the members of another gang are always on edge and ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Monster personality. D8 and personality. 1. Cowardly, looking to surrender. 2. Greedy, wants treasure. 3. Braggart, makes a show of bravery but runs from danger. 4. Fanatic, ready to die fighting. 5. Rabble, poorly trained and easily rattled. 6. Brave, stands its ground. 7. Joker, taunts its enemies. 8. Bully, refuses to believe it can lose. Monster relationships. Do rivalries, hatreds, or attachments exist among the monsters in an encounter? If so, you can use such relationships to inform the monster's behavior during combat. The death of a much-revered leader might throw its followers into a frenzy. On the other hand, a monster might decide to flee if its spouse is killed, or a mistreated toady might be eager to surrender and betray its master in return for its life. Monster relationships. D6 and relationship. 1. Has a rival, wants one random ally to suffer. 2. Is abused by others. Hangs back, betrays at first opportunity. 3. Is worshipped. Allies will die for it. 4. Is outcast by group. Its allies ignore it. 5. Is outcast by choice. Cares only for itself. 6. Is seen as a bully. Its allies want to see it defeated. Terrain and traps. A few elements that make a battlefield something other than a large area of flat ground can go a long way towards spicing up an encounter. Consider setting your encounter in an area that would provide challenges even if a fight were not taking place there. What potential perils or other features might draw the character's attention, either before or during the fight? Why are monsters lurking in this area to begin with? Does it offer good hiding places, for instance? To add details to an encounter area at random, look to the tables in Appendix A of the Dungeon Master's Guide to determine room and area features, potential hazards, obstacles, traps, and more. Random events. Consider what might happen in an encounter area if the characters were to never enter it. Do the guards serve in shifts? What other characters or monsters might visit? Do creatures gather there to eat or gossip? Are there any natural phenomena, such as strong winds, earth tremors, or rain squalls, that sometimes take place in the area? Random events can add a fun element of the unexpected to an encounter. Just when you think a fight's outcome is evident, an unforeseen event can make things more compelling. A number of the tables in the Dungeon Master's Guide can suggest random events. The tables used for encounter location, weird locales, and wilderness weather in Chapter 5 of that book are a good starting point for outdoor encounters. The tables in Appendix A can be useful for indoor and outdoor encounters, especially the tables for obstacles, traps, and tricks. Finally, consult the random encounter tables in the next section of this book for inspiration. Quick matchups. The guidelines above assume that you are concerned about balance in your combat encounters and have enough time to prepare them. If you don't have much time, or if you want simpler but less precise guidelines, the quick matchups table below offers an alternative. This table gives you a way to match a character of a certain level with a number of monsters. The table lists the challenge ratings to use for including 1, 2, and 4 monsters per character for each level. For instance, looking at the third level entry on the table, you can see that a CR 1/2 monster is equivalent to 1 third level character, as are 2 CR 1/4 monsters and 4 CR 1/8 ones.
Crazy things happen all the time. You never know what's just around the corner or behind that door or down in that pit where I threw all those dwarves. Dwarves might be down there still. They're hardy. They bounce. Sometimes. Danger is everywhere. Always keep one eye open. That's much easier for me than it is for you.
Traps Revisited. The rules for traps in the Dungeon Master's Guide provide the basic information you need to manage traps at the game table. The material here takes a different, more elaborate approach, describing traps in terms of their game mechanics and offering guidance on creating traps of your own using these new rules. Rather than characterize traps as mechanical or magical, these rules separate traps into 2 other categories: simple and complex. Simple traps. A simple trap activates and is thereafter harmless or easily avoided. A hidden pit dug at the entrance of a goblin lair, a poison needle that pops from a lock, and a crossbow rigged to fire when an intruder steps on a pressure plate are all simple traps. Elements of a simple trap. The description of a simple trap begins with a line that gives the trap's level and the severity of the threat it poses. Following a general note on what the trap looks like and how it functions are 3 paragraphs that tell how the trap works in the game. Level and threat. A trap's level is actually a range of levels, equivalent to one of the tiers of play, levels 1 to 4, 5 to 10, 11 to 16, and 17 to 20, indicating the appropriate time to use the trap in your campaign. Additionally, each trap poses either a moderate, dangerous, or deadly threat based on its particular details. Trigger. A simple trap activates when an event occurs that triggers it. This entry in a trap's description gives the location of the trigger and the activity that causes the trap to activate. Effect. A trap's effect occurs after it activates. The trap might fire a dart, unleash a cloud of poison gas, cause a hidden enclosure to open, and so on. This entry specifies what the trap targets, its attack bonus or saving throw DC, and what happens on a hit or a failed saving throw. Countermeasures. Traps can be detected or defeated in a variety of ways by using ability checks or magic. This entry in a trap's description gives the means for counteracting the trap. It also specifies what happens, if anything, on a failed attempt to disable it. Running a simple trap. To prepare for using a simple trap in play, start by making note of the character's passive wisdom, perception scores. Most traps allow wisdom, perception, checks to detect their triggers or other elements that can tip off their presence. If you stop to ask players for this information, they might suspect a hidden danger. When a trap is triggered, apply its effects as specified in its description. If the characters discover a trap, be open to adjudicating their ideas for defeating it. The trap's description is a starting point for countermeasures, rather than a complete definition. To make it easier for you to describe what happens next, the players should be specific about how they want to defeat the trap. Simply stating the desire to make a check isn't helpful for you. Ask the players where their characters are positioned and what they intend to do to defeat the trap. Making traps meaningful. If you want to improve the chance that the characters will come up against the traps you've set for them in an encounter or an adventure, it can be tempting to use a large number of traps. Doing so ensures that the characters will have to deal with at least 1 or 2 of them, but it's better to fight that urge. If your encounters or adventures are sown with too many traps, and if the characters are victimized over and over again as a result, they are likely to take steps to prevent further bad things from happening. Because of their recent experience, the characters can become overly cautious, and you run the risk of the action grinding to a halt as the players search every square inch of the dungeon for tripwires and pressure plates. Traps are most effective when their presence comes as a surprise, not when they appear so often that the characters spend all their effort watching out for the next one. Example: simple traps. The following simple traps can be used to populate your adventures or as models for your own creations. Bear trap. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Dangerous threat. A bear trap resembles a set of iron jaws that springs shut when stepped on, clamping down on a creature's leg. The trap is spiked in the ground, leaving the victim immobilized. Trigger. A creature that steps on the bear trap triggers it. Effect. The trap makes an attack against the triggering creature. The attack has a +8 attack bonus and deals 5, 1d10, piercing damage on a hit. This attack can't gain advantage or disadvantage. A creature hit by the trap has its speed reduced to 0. It can't move until it breaks free of the trap, which requires a successful DC 15 strength check by the creature or another creature adjacent to the trap. Countermeasures. A successful DC 10 Wisdom, Perception check reveals the trap. A successful DC 10 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools disables it. Crossbow trap. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Dangerous threat. The crossbow trap is a favorite of kobolds and other creatures that rely on traps to defend their lairs. It consists of a tripwire strung across a hallway and connected to a pair of hidden heavy crossbows. The crossbows are aimed to fire down the hallway at anyone who disturbs the tripwire. Trigger. A creature that walks through the tripwire triggers the trap. Effect. The trap makes 2 attacks against the triggering creature. Each attack has a +8 attack bonus and deals 5, 1d10, piercing damage on a hit. This attack can't gain advantage or disadvantage. Countermeasures. A successful DC 15 Wisdom, Perception check reveals the tripwire. A successful DC 15 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools disables the tripwire, and a check with a total of 5 or lower triggers the trap. Falling Portcullis. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Moderate threat. Some folk who build dungeons, such as mad wizards in search of new victims, have no intention of allowing their visitors to make an easy escape. A falling portcullis trap can be especially devious if it causes a portcullis to drop some distance away from the pressure plate that activates the trap. Although the trap is deep in the dungeon, the portcullis closes off the dungeon entrance, which is hundreds of feet away, meaning that adventurers don't know they are trapped until they decide to head for the exit. Trigger. A creature that steps on the pressure plate triggers the trap. Effect. An iron portcullis drops from the ceiling, blocking an exit or a passageway. Countermeasures. A successful DC 20 Wisdom, Perception check reveals the pressure plate. A successful DC 20 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools disables it, and a check with a total of 5 or lower triggers the trap. Fiery Blast. Simple trap. Level 5 to 10. Dangerous threat. The Temple of Pyreneus, a god of fire, is threatened by thieves who seek to steal the fire opals displayed there by the priests in tribute to their god. A mosaic on the floor of the entryway to the inner sanctum delivers a fiery rebuke to intruders. Trigger. Anyone who steps on the mosaic causes fire to erupt from it. Those who openly wear holy symbols of Pyreneus don't trigger this trap. Effect. A 15-foot cube of fire erupts, covering the pressure plate and the area around it. Each creature in the area must make a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw, taking 24, 7d6, fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Countermeasures. A successful DC 15 Wisdom, Perception check reveals the presence of ash and faint burn marks in the area affected by this trap. A successful DC 15 Intelligence, Religion check enables a creature to destroy the trap by defacing a key rune on the perimeter of the mosaic that is within reach. Failing this check causes the trap to activate. A successful Dispel Magic, DC 15, cast on the runes destroys the trap. Net trap. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Dangerous threat. Goblins, with their propensity to enslave their enemies, prefer traps that leave intruders intact so the victims can be put to work in the mines or elsewhere. Trigger. A trip wire strung across a hallway is rigged to a large net. If the trip wire is broken, the net falls on intruders. An iron bell is also rigged to the trip wire. It rings when the trap activates, alerting nearby guards. Effect. A net covering a 10-foot by 10-foot area centered on the trip wire falls to the floor as a bell rings. Any creature fully within this area must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or be restrained. A creature can use its action to make a DC 10 strength check to try to free itself or another creature in the net. Dealing 5 slashing damage to the net, AC 10, 20 horsepower, also frees a creature without harming the creature. Countermeasures. A successful DC 15 Wisdom, Perception, check reveals the trip wire and the net. A successful DC 15.
Pit traps are hilarious, because when one of you walking things steps on one and you fall down, and you get hurt, that's the best part.
Pit trap. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Moderate threat. The simplest of pit traps consists of a 10-foot deep hole in the floor, concealed by tattered canvas covered with leaves and dirt to look like solid ground. This type of trap is useful for blocking off the entrance to a monster lair and usually has narrow ledges along its sides to allow for movement around it. Trigger. Anyone who steps on the canvas might fall into the pit. Effect. The triggering creature must make a DC 10 dexterity saving throw. On a successful save, the creature catches itself on the pit's edge or instinctively steps back. On a failed save, the creature falls into the pit and takes 3 1d6 bludgeoning damage from the fall. Countermeasures. A successful DC 10 Wisdom, Perception, check reveals the presence of the canvas and the 1-foot wide ledge around the edges of the pit where it is safe to travel. Poison Needle. Simple trap. Level 1 to 4. Deadly threat. A tiny, poison needle hidden in a lock is a good way to discourage thieves from plundering a hoard. Such a trap is usually placed in a chest or in the door to a treasure chamber. Trigger. Anyone attempting to pick or open the lock triggers the trap. Effect. The triggering creature must make a DC 20 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 14, 4d6, poison damage and is poisoned for 10 minutes. While poisoned in this way, the creature is paralyzed. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't poisoned. Countermeasures. A successful DC 20 Wisdom, Perception, check reveals the needle, but only if a character inspects the lock. A successful DC 20 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools disables the needle, and a check with a total of 10 or lower triggers the trap. Scything Blade. Simple trap. Level 5 to 10. Dangerous threat. This trap uses moving blades that sweep down through a chamber, threatening anyone nearby. Typically, a scything blade trap is activated by manipulating a lever or some other simple device. Kobolds especially like this kind of trap since it can take down bigger creatures. Trigger. When the lever is pulled, the trap activates. Effect. Each medium or larger creature in a 5-foot wide, 20-foot long area must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 14, 4d6, slashing damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Countermeasures. The lever isn't hidden. A successful DC 15 Wisdom, Perception, check involving the surfaces in the trap's area of effect reveals scrape marks and bloodstains on the walls and floor. A successful DC 15 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools disables the lever. Sleep or Ages. Simple trap. Level 11 to 16. Deadly threat. When a Sleep or Ages trap activates, a pressure plate unleashes a spell that threatens to send intruders into a deep slumber. The dungeon's guardians can then more easily dispose of the sleepers. Trigger. Stepping on the pressure plate triggers this trap. Effect. When activated, this trap casts a sleep spell centered on the pressure plate, using a 9th level spell slot. Countermeasures. A successful DC 20 Wisdom, Perception, check reveals the pressure plate. A successful DC 20 Intelligence, Arcana, check made within 5 feet of the pressure plate disables the trap, and a check with a total of 10 or lower triggers it. A successful Dispel Magic, DC 19, cast on the pressure plate destroys the trap. Designing simple traps. You can create your own simple traps by using the following guidelines. You can also adapt the example traps for different levels and severity of threat by modifying their DCs and damage values as shown below. Purpose. Before diving into the details of your trap, think about its reason for being. Why would someone build such a trap? What is its purpose? Consider the trap's creator, in the adventure, the creator's purpose, and the location the trap protects. Traps have context in the world, they aren't created for no reason, and that context drives the trap's nature and effects. Described below are a few of the general purposes a trap might have. Use them to inspire the creation of your own traps. Alarm. An alarm trap is designed to alert an area's occupants of intruders. It might cause a bell or a gong to sound. This type of trap rarely involves a saving throw, because the alarm can't be avoided when the trap goes off. Delay. Some traps are designed to slow down enemies, giving a dungeon's inhabitants time to mount a defense or flee. The hidden pit is a classic example of this kind of trap. A 10-foot deep pit usually deals little damage and is easy to escape, but it serves its purpose by impeding intruders. Other examples of delaying traps include collapsing walls, a portcullis that drops from the ceiling, and a locking mechanism that shuts and bars a door. If a delaying trap has moving parts that directly threaten characters when they operate, the characters are usually required to make dexterity saving throws to avoid harm. Restrain. A restraining trap tries to keep its victims in place, leaving them unable to move. Such traps are often employed in conjunction with regular guard patrols, so that victims are periodically extricated and taken away to be dealt with. But in an ancient dungeon, the guards might be long gone. Restraining traps usually require a successful strength saving throw to be avoided, but some don't allow saving throws. In addition to dealing damage, a restraining trap also renders a creature unable to move, making a subsequent successful strength check, using the trap's saving throw DC, or dealing damage against the trap can break it and free the captive. Examples include a bear trap, a cage that drops from a ceiling, and a device that flings a net. Slay. Some traps are designed to eliminate intruders, plain and simple. Their effects include poison needles that spring out when a lock is tampered with, blasts of fire that fill a room, poison gas, and other lethal measures. Saving throws, usually dexterity or constitution, allow creatures to avoid or mitigate the trap's effects. Level and lethality. Before creating a trap's effects, think about its level and its lethality. Traps are divided into 4 level ranges: 1 to 4, 5 to 10, 11 to 16, and 17 to 20. The level you choose for a trap gives you a starting point for determining its potency. To further delineate the trap's strength, decide whether it is a moderate, dangerous, or deadly threat to characters in its level range. A moderate trap is unlikely to kill a character. A dangerous trap typically deals enough damage that a character hit by one is eager for healing. A deadly trap might reduce a creature to 0 hit points in one shot and leaves most creatures hit by it in need of a short or long rest. Consult the following tables when determining a trap's effects. The Trap's Save DCs and Attack Bonuses table provides guidelines for a trap's saving throw DC, check DC, and attack bonus. The check DC is the default for any check used to interact with the trap. The damage severity by level table lists the typical damage a trap deals at certain character levels. The damage values given assume that the trap damages one creature. Use D6S for damage in place of D10S for traps that can affect more than one creature at a time. The spell equivalent by level table shows the spell slot level that is appropriate for a given character level and the severity of danger posed by the trap. A spell is a great foundation to use as the design of a trap. Whether the trap duplicates the spell, a mirror that casts Charm Person on whoever looks into it, or uses its effects, an alchemical device that explodes like a fireball. The deadly entry for characters of 17th level or higher suggests combining a 9th level and a 5th level spell into one effect. In this case, pick 2 spells or combine the effects of a spell cast using a 9th level and a 5th level slot. For instance, a fireball spell of this sort would deal 24d6 fire damage on a failed saving throw. Triggers. A trigger is the circumstance that needs to take place to activate the trap. Decide what causes the trap to activate and determine how the characters can find the trigger. Here are some example triggers. A pressure plate that, when stepped on, activates the trap. A trip wire that springs a trap when it is broken, usually when someone walks through it. A doorknob that activates a trap when it is turned the wrong way. A door or chest that triggers a trap when it is opened. A trigger usually needs to be hidden to be effective. Otherwise, avoiding the trap is usually easy. A trigger requires a wisdom perception check if simply spotting it reveals its nature. The characters can foil a pit trap hidden by a leaf-covered net if they spot the pit through a gap in the leaves. A trip wire is foiled if it is spotted, as is a pressure plate. Other traps require careful inspection and deduction to notice. A doorknob opens a door when turned to the left but activates a trap when turned to the right. Such a subtle trap requires a successful intelligence investigation check to notice. The trigger is obvious. Understanding its nature is not. The DC of the check, regardless of its type, depends on the skill and care taken to conceal the trap. Most traps can be detected with a successful DC 20 check, but a crudely made or hastily built trap has a DC of 15. Exceptionally devious traps might have a DC of 25. You must then put some thought into what the characters learn with a successful check. In most cases, the check reveals the trap. In other cases, it uncovers clues, but foiling the trap still requires some deduction. The characters might succeed on the check but still trigger the trap if they don't understand what they have learned. Effects. Designing a trap's effects is a straightforward process. The tables for saving throw DCs, attack bonuses, damage, and the like give you a starting point for most simple traps that deal damage. For traps with more complex effects, your best starting point is to use the spell equivalent by level table to find the best match for your trap's intended effect. Spells are a good starting point because they are compact pieces of game design that deliver specific effects. If you are using a spell as a starting point, check to see if you need to tweak its effects to fit the trap's nature. For instance, you can easily change the damage type a spell delivers or the saving throw it requires. Disarming a simple trap. Only one successful ability check is required to disarm a simple trap. Imagine how your trap operates, and then think about how the characters could overcome it. More than one kind of ability check might be possible. Some traps are so poorly concealed that they can be discovered or circumvented without active effort. For instance, a hidden pit trap is effectively disarmed as soon as the characters notice it. After that, they can simply walk around it or climb down one side, walk across the bottom of the pit and climb up the other side. Once you determine how a trap can be disarmed or avoided, decide the appropriate ability and skill combinations that characters can use. A dexterity check using thieves' tools, a strength, athletics check, and an intelligence arcana check are all commonly used for this purpose. A dexterity check using thieves' tools can apply to any trap that has a mechanical element. Thieves' tools can be used to disable a tripwire or a pressure plate, disassemble a poison needle mechanism, or clog a valve that leaks poisonous gas into a room. A strength check is often the method for thwarting traps that can be destroyed or prevented from operating through the use of brute force. A scything blade can be broken, a sliding block can be held in place, or a net can be torn apart. A magic trap can be disabled by someone who can undermine the magic used to power it. Typically, a successful intelligence arcana check enables a character to figure out how a magic trap functions and how to negate its effect. For instance, the character could discover that a statue that belches a jet of magical flame can be disabled by shattering one of its glass eyes. Once you know what kind of check is called for, you then determine what happens on a failed attempt to disarm the trap. Depending on the kind of check involved and the nature of the trap, you might determine that any failed check has negative consequences, usually involving the triggering of the trap. At other times, you could assign a number that the check must exceed to prevent the trap from going off. If the total of the check is equal to or lower than that number, the trap activates. Placing a simple trap. Context and environment are critical when it comes to properly locating a trap. A swinging log trap that's meant to knock characters aside is a mere inconvenience on a typical forest path, where it can be easily circumvented. but it's a potentially deadly hazard on a narrow trail that hugs the side of a towering cliff face. Choke points and narrow passages that lead to important places in a dungeon are good spots for traps, especially those that serve as alarms or restraints. The goal is to foil or delay intruders before they can reach a critical location, giving the dungeon's denizens a chance to mount a defense or a counterattack. A treasure chest, a door leading to a vault, or any other obstacle or container that bars the way to a valuable treasure is the ideal location for a slaying trap. In such instances, the trap is the last line of defense against a thief or intruder. Alarm traps, since they pose no direct physical threat, are appropriate for areas that are also used by a dungeon's denizens, assuming the residents know about the trap and how to avoid setting it off. Accidents can happen, but if a goblin stumbles inside its den and activates an alarm trap, there's no real harm done. The alarm sounds, the guards arrive, they punish the clumsy goblin, and they reset the trap. Complex traps. A complex trap poses multiple dangers to adventurers. After a complex trap activates, it remains dangerous round after round until the characters avoid it or disable it. Some complex traps become more dangerous over time, as they accumulate power or gain speed. Complex traps are also more difficult to disable than simple ones. A single check is not enough. Instead, a series of checks is required to slowly disengage the trap's components. The trap's effect degrades with each successful check until the characters finally deactivate it. Most complex traps are designed so that they can be disarmed only by someone who is exposed to the trap's effect. For example, the mechanism that controls a hallway filled with scything blades is on the opposite end from the entrance, or a statue that bathes an area in necrotic energy can be disabled only by someone standing in the affected area. Describing a complex trap. A complex trap has all the elements of a simple trap, plus special characteristics that make the trap a more dynamic threat. Level and threat. A complex trap uses the same level and severity designations that a simple trap does. Trigger. Just like a simple trap, a complex trap has a trigger. Some complex traps have multiple triggers. Initiative. A complex trap takes turns as a creature does, because it functions over a period of time. This part of a trap's description tells whether the trap is slow, acts on initiative count 10, fast, acts on initiative count 20, or very fast, acts on initiative count 20 and also initiative count 10. A trap always acts after creatures that have the same initiative count. Active elements. On a trap's turn, it produces specific effects that are detailed in this part of its description. The trap might have multiple active elements, a table you roll on to determine its effect at random, or options for you to choose from. Dynamic elements. A dynamic element is a threat that arises or evolves while the trap functions. Usually, changes involving dynamic elements take effect at the end of each of the trap's turns, or in response to the character's actions. Constant elements. A complex trap poses a threat even when it is not taking its turn. The constant elements describe how these parts of the trap function. Most make an attack or force a saving throw against any creature that ends its turn within a certain area. Countermeasures. A trap can be defeated in a variety of ways. A trap's description details the checks or spells that can detect or disable it. It also specifies what happens, if anything, on a failed attempt to disable it. Disabling a complex trap is like disarming a simple trap, except that a complex trap requires more checks. It typically takes 3 successful checks to disable one of a complex trap's elements. Many of these traps have multiple elements, requiring a lot of work to shut down every part of the trap. Usually, a successful check reduces a trap element's effectiveness even if it doesn't disable the trap. Running a complex trap. A complex trap functions in play much like a legendary monster. When it is activated, the trap's active elements act according to its initiative. On each of its initiative counts, after all creatures with that same initiative count have acted, the trap's features activate. Apply the effects detailed in the trap's description. After resolving the effects of the trap's active elements, check its dynamic elements to see if anything changes about the trap. Many complex traps have effects that vary during an encounter. A magical aura might do more damage the longer it is active, or a swinging blade might change which area of a chamber it attacks. The trap's constant elements allow it to have effects when it isn't the trap's turn. At the end of each creature's turn, look at the trap's constant elements to see if any of their effects are triggered. Experience for complex traps. Overcoming a complex trap merits an experience point award, depending on the danger it poses. Judging whether a party has overcome a trap requires some amount of adjudication. As a rule of thumb, if the characters disable a complex trap or are exposed to its effects and survive, award them experience points for the effort according to the table below. Complex Trap Experience Awards. Trap Level and Experience Points. 1 to 4. 650. 5 to 10. 3,850. 11 to 16. 11,100. 17 to 20. 21,500. Example complex traps. The following complex traps can be used to challenge characters or to inspire your own creations. Path of Blades. Complex trap. Level 1 to 4. Dangerous threat. Hidden within a buried pyramid that marks the location of the lost city of Synodicia is the tomb of King Alexander and Queen Zenobia. The entrance to their tomb is a long hallway riddled with traps, accessible only by cunningly hidden secret doors. The hallway is 20 feet wide and 160 feet long. It is mostly clear. After 80 feet, the floor is broken and cracked, becoming difficult terrain until the 130-foot mark. Trigger. This trap activates as soon as a non-undead creature enters the hallway, and it remains active while any non-undead creature is within the hall. Initiative. The trap acts on initiative count 20 and initiative count 10. Active elements. The Path of Blades includes a set of whirling blades along the first 80 feet of the trap, crushing pillars that slam down from the ceiling to the floor before rising back up to the ceiling in the next 50 feet, and a Rune of Fear in its final 30 feet. Whirling blades. Initiative 20. The blades attack each creature in the first 80 feet of the hallway, with a +5 bonus to the attack roll and dealing 11, 2d6, slashing damage on a hit. Crushing pillars. Initiative 10. Each creature in the 50-foot long area beyond the first 80 feet of the hallway must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 11, 2d10, bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't knocked prone. Rune of Fear. Initiative 10. Each creature in the 30-foot long area beyond the crushing pillars must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw. On a failed saving throw, the creature becomes frightened by the rune, and it must immediately use its reaction to move its speed in the direction of the pillars. The frightened creature can't move closer to the far end of the hallway until it uses its action to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, which ends the frightened condition on itself on a success. Dynamic elements. The blades and the rune become more dangerous the longer the trap remains active. Blades accelerate. The blades move with increasing speed, slowing only when they hit a target. Each time the blades miss with an attack, their next attack becomes harder to avoid. After each miss, the blades' attack bonus increases by 2, and their damage increases by 3, 1d6. These benefits apply until the blades hit a target, after which the values return to normal. Rune's defense. Tampering with the Rune of Fear increases the trap's power. Each successful check on an attempt to disable the rune increases the damage of the blades and the crushing pillars by 5, 1d10, and increases the rune's saving throw DC by 1. Constant elements. The whirling blades and the Rune of Fear affect each creature that ends its turn in an area affected by these elements. Whirling blades. Characters can smash the blades, damage their components, or discern how to avoid them. The blades are disabled if their attack bonus is reduced to -8. Ways to reduce it are described below. Intelligence. Investigation. DC 15. As an action, a creature that can see the blades can attempt an intelligence, investigation, check. A successful check means that the character has learned how to anticipate the blade's movement, imposing disadvantage on the blade's attacks against the creature while it isn't incapacitated. Attack. A creature in the area can ready an attack to strike at one of the blades as it goes by. The blade gains advantage on its attack against the creature. The creature then attacks. Each blade has AC 15 and 15 hit points. Destroying a blade reduces the whirling blade's attack bonus by 2. Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools, DC 15. Creatures can use thieves' tools in the area attacked by the blades to foil their mechanism. A successful check reduces the whirling blade's attack bonus by 2. Crushing pillars. The pillars are not susceptible to countermeasures. Rune of Fear. The rune can be disabled with 3 successful DC 15 Intelligence Arcana checks. Each check requires an action. A creature must be at the end of the hallway to attempt the check, and only one creature can work on this task at once. Once a creature attempts a check for this purpose, no other character can do so until the end of that creature's next turn. Alternatively, the rune can be disabled with 3 successful castings of Dispel Magic, DC 13, targeting the rune. Sphere of Crushing Doom. Complex Trap, level 5 to 10, Deadly Threat. The court jester devised a deadly trap to foil anyone who sought to steal his magic fool's cap. The jester's tomb is located at the end of a 10-foot wide, 150-foot long hallway that descends sharply from north to south. The entrance to the tomb is a door on the eastern wall at the bottom of the slope, at the south end of the hall. Trigger. This trap activates as soon as the door leading to the jester's coffin is opened. A magic portal opens at the northern end of the hallway and disgorges an enormous steel sphere, which hurtles down the slope. When it reaches the bottom of the slope, a second portal briefly appears and teleports the sphere back to the top of the slope to begin the process again. Initiative. The trap acts on initiative count 10, but see the dynamic element below. Active element. Although the trap is complex in nature, it has a single active element. That's all it needs. Sphere of Crushing Doom. Initiative 10. The trap's active element is a sphere of steel that almost fills the 10-foot width of the hallway and rolls to the bottom of the slope on its turn. Each creature in the sphere's path must make a DC 20 strength saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 22 for D10, bludgeoning damage, and is knocked prone. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage and isn't knocked prone. Objects that block the sphere, such as a conjured wall, take maximum damage from the impact. Dynamic element. The longer it rolls, the more lethal the sphere becomes. Speed kills. After its turn, the sphere gains speed, represented by its damage increasing by 11, 2d10. While its damage is 55, 10d10, or greater, it acts on initiative count 20 and 10. Countermeasures. The trap can be neutralized either by stopping the sphere or preventing it from teleporting. Stop the sphere. Stopping the sphere is the easiest way to disrupt the trap. A wall of force can do so easily, as can any object placed in its path that has enough hit points to absorb damage from the sphere without being destroyed. Disrupt the portals. Either portal can be neutralized with 3 successful DC 20 Intelligence, Arcana, checks, but the process of analyzing a portal to disrupt it takes time. Faint runes in the ceiling and floor at both ends of the hallway are involved in the functioning of the portals. A creature must first use an action to examine a set of runes, then use a subsequent action to attempt to vandalize the runes. Each successful check reduces the sphere's damage by 11, 2d10, as the disrupted sphere loses speed moving through the failing portal. Alternatively, a set of runes can be disabled with 3 successful castings of Dispel Magic, DC 19, targeting any of the runes in the set. If the southern portal is destroyed, the sphere slams into the south wall and comes to a halt. It blocks the door to the tomb, but the characters can escape. Poison Tempest. Complex Trap, level 11 to 16, Deadly Threat. This fiendish trap was built to eliminate intruders who infiltrate a Yuan-Ti temple. The trap is a room, 60 feet on a side, with 5-foot wide stone doors in the middle of each wall. In each corner of the room stands a 10-foot tall statue of a great serpent, coiled and ready to strike. The eyes in each statue are rubies worth 200 GP apiece. Trigger. This trap activates when a ruby is pried from one of the statues. Each statue's mouth slides open, revealing a 1-foot wide pipe that runs down its throat. Initiative. The trap acts on initiative count 20 and initiative count 10. Active elements. The trap fills the room with poison and other deadly effects. Locked doors. Initiative 20. The 4 doors to this room slam shut and are locked in place by magic. This effect activates only once, the first time the trap is triggered. Poison gas. Initiative 20 poison gas floods the room. Each creature inside must make a DC 20 Constitution saving throw, taking 33, 6d10, poison damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Tempest, Initiative 10 air and gas boil from the trap. Roll a d6, and consult the following table. Tempest effects, d6 and effect. 1. Hallucinatory gas scrambles the mind and senses. All intelligence and wisdom checks made in the room have disadvantage until the Tempest element activates again. 2. Explosive gas fills the area. If anyone holds an open flame, it causes an explosion. All creatures in the area must make a DC 20 dexterity saving throw, taking 22 for d10, fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The flame is then extinguished. 3. Weakening gas fills the room. All strength and dexterity checks made in the room have disadvantage until the Tempest element activates again. 4. Buffeting winds force each creature in the room to succeed on a DC 20 strength saving throw or be knocked prone. 5. Smoke fills the room. Visibility is reduced to 1 foot until the next time the Tempest element activates. 6. Poison floods the room, forcing creatures to make saving throws as for the poison gas element. Dynamic element. The longer the poison gas remains in the room, the more lethal it becomes. Increased potency. The damage from the poison gas element increases by 11, 2d10, each round after it activates, to a maximum of 55, 10d10. Countermeasures. There are a few ways that the trap can be overcome. Open the doors. Opening the doors is the quickest way to circumvent the trap, but they are warded with magic. To open the doors, a character must first succeed on a DC 20 Wisdom, Perception, check to find the locking mechanism. A successful DC 20 Intelligence, Arcana, check is then required to disable the sphere of force that surrounds the lock. Dispel magic is ineffective against it. Success on a DC 20 Dexterity check using Thieves' Tools picks the lock. Finally, a successful DC 20 Strength Athletics check is needed to push the door open. Each check requires an action. Disable the statues. A statue can be disabled by blocking the flow of gas from its mouth. Heavily damaging a statue is a bad idea, as doing so leaves the gas vents open. Reducing a statue to 0 hit points, AC 17, 20 horsepower, resistance to fire, piercing and slashing damage, immune to poison and psychic damage, or making a successful DC 20 strength check to break it cracks the statue and increases the poison gas damage by 5, 1d10. A successful DC 20 dexterity check using Thieves' Tools, or a successful DC 15 strength check made to block up the statue with a cloak or similar object, decreases the poison damage by 5, 1d10. Once a character succeeds on the check, someone must remain next to the statue to keep it blocked up. When all 4 statues are blocked in this manner, the trap deactivates. Designing complex traps. Creating a complex trap takes more work than building a simple one, but with some practice you can learn the process and make it move quickly. Familiarize yourself with the advice on designing a simple trap before proceeding with the guidelines on complex traps. Purpose. Complex traps are typically designed to protect an area by killing or disabling intruders. It is worth your time to consider who made the trap's purpose, and its desired result. Does the trap protect a treasure? Does it target only certain kinds of intruders? Level and lethality. Complex traps use the same level designations and lethality descriptors that simple traps do. Refer to that section for a discussion of how level and lethality help determine saving throw and check DCs, attack bonuses, and other numerical elements of a complex trap. Map. A complex trap has multiple parts, typically relies on the character's positions to resolve some of its effects, and can bring several effects to bear in each round. The traps are called complex for a reason. To begin the design process, consider drawing a map of the area to be affected by the trap on graph paper, using a scale of 5 feet per square. This level of detail allows you to develop a clear idea of what the trap can do and how each of its parts interact. Your map is the starting point and context for the rest of the design process. Don't limit yourself to one room. Look at the passages and rooms around the area of the trap and think about the role they can play. The trap might cause doors to lock and barriers to fall into place to prevent escape. It could cause darts to fire from the walls in one area, forcing characters to enter rooms where other devices trigger and threaten them. Consider how terrain and furniture can add to the trap's danger. A chasm or a pit might create a buffer that allows a trap to send bolts of magic at the characters while making it difficult or even impossible for them to reach the runes they must deface to foil that attack. Think of your map like a script. Where do the characters want to go? What does the trap protect? How can the characters get there? What are their likely escape routes? Answering these questions tells you where the trap's various elements should be placed. Active elements. A complex trap's active elements work the same way as a simple trap's effects, except that a complex trap activates in every round. Otherwise, the guidelines for picking saving throw DCs, attack bonuses, and damage are the same. To make your trap logically consistent, make sure the elements you design can activate each round. For instance, ordinary crossbows rigged to fire at the characters would need a mechanism for reloading them between attacks. In terms of lethality, it's better to have multiple dangerous effects in a trap than a single deadly one. For example, the Path of Blades trap uses 2 dangerous elements and 1 moderate element. It's useful to create multiple active elements, with each affecting a different area. It's also a good idea to use a variety of effects. Some parts of the trap might deal damage, and others might immobilize characters or isolate them from the rest of the party. A bashing lever might knock characters into an area engulfed by jets of flame. Think about how the elements can work together. Constant elements. In addition to the active steps a complex trap takes, it should also present a continual hazard. Often, the active and constant effects are the same thing. Imagine a hallway filled with whirling saw blades. On the trap's turn, the blades attack anyone in the hall. In addition, anyone who lingers in the hallway takes damage at the end of each of their turns, accounting for the constant threat that the blades pose. A constant element should apply its effect to any creature that ends its turn in that element's area. If an active element presents a threat when it isn't the trap's turn, define the threat it poses as a constant element. As a rule of thumb, keep the saving throw DC or attack bonus the same as for the active element but reduce the damage by half. Avoid filling the entire encounter area with constant elements. Part of the challenge of a complex trap lies in figuring out which areas are safe. A moment's respite can help add an element of pacing to an encounter with a complex trap and give the characters the feeling that they aren't in constant peril. For example, walls that slam together might need to reset between slams, making them harmless when it isn't their turn to act. Dynamic elements. Just as a battle is more interesting if the monsters change their tactics or unveil new abilities in later rounds, so too are complex traps more fun if their nature changes in some way. The whirling blades that protect a treasure chest do more damage each round as they speed up. The poison gas in a room grows thicker as more of it floods the chamber, dealing greater damage and affecting line of sight. The necrotic aura around an idol of Demogorgon produces random effects each time its active element is triggered. As water floods a chamber, the characters must swim across areas they could walk through just a round or two earlier. Since a complex trap remains active over the course of several rounds, it might be possible to predict its future behavior by examining how it functions. This information can give its targets a much better chance of thwarting it. To minimize this possibility, design your trap so that it presents multiple threats that can change each round. The changes can include how a trap targets creatures, different attacks or saving throws, the damage or effects it produces, the areas it covers, and so on. Some traps might have a random effect each round, while others follow a carefully programmed sequence of attacks. Dynamic elements usually occur according to a schedule. For a room that floods, you can plan out how the rising water level affects the area each round. The water might be ankle-deep at the end of the first round, knee-deep the next, and so on. Not only does the water bring a risk of drowning, but it also makes it harder to move across the area. On the other hand, the rising water level might allow characters to swim to the upper reaches of the chamber that they couldn't get to from the floor. Dynamic elements can also come into play in reaction to the character's actions. Disarming one element of the trap might make the others deadlier. Disabling a rune that triggers a fire-breathing statue might cause the statue to explode. Triggers. The advice on triggers given for simple traps also applies to complex traps, with one exception. Complex traps have multiple triggers or are designed such that avoiding a trigger prevents intruders from reaching the area the trap guards. Other complex traps use magical triggers that activate on specific cues, such as when a door opens or someone enters an area without wearing the correct badge, amulet, or robe. Look at your map and consider when you want the trap to spring into action. It's best to have a complex trap trigger after the characters have committed to exploring an area. A simple trap might activate when the characters open a door. A complex trap that triggers so early leaves the characters still outside the trapped room, in a place where they could decide to close the door and move on. A simple trap aims to keep intruders out. A complex trap wants to lure them in so that when it activates, the intruders must deal with the trap before they can escape. The trigger for a complex trap should be as foolproof as you can make it. A complex trap represents a serious expenditure of effort and magical power. No one builds such a trap and makes it easy to avoid. Wisdom, perception, and intelligence, investigation, checks might be unable to spot a trigger, especially a magical one, but they can still give hints about the trap before it triggers. Bloodstains, ashes, gouges in the floor, and other clues of that sort can serve as evidence of the trap's presence.
Initiative.
A complex trap acts repeatedly, but unlike characters and monsters, traps don't roll for initiative. As mechanical or magical devices, their active elements operate in a periodic manner. When designing a complex trap, you need to decide when and how often its active elements produce their effects. Initiative 10. If a trap's active element takes time to build up its effects, then it acts on initiative count 10. This option is good for a trap that functions alongside allied monsters or other guardians. The delay before it acts can give guards the chance to move out of its area or force characters into the area before the trap triggers. Initiative 20. If an element is designed to surprise intruders and hit them before they can react, then it acts on initiative count 20. This option is generally best for a complex trap. Think of it as the default. Such a trap acts quickly enough to take advantage of most characters, with nimble characters like rogues, rangers, and monks having the best chance to move out of the area before the element activates. Initiative 20 and 10. Some active elements are incredibly fast-acting, laying waste to intruders in a few moments unless countered. They act on initiative count 20 and 10. Defeating complex traps. A complex trap is never defeated with a single check. Instead, each successful check foils some part of it or degrades its performance. Each element of the trap must be overcome individually to defeat the trap as a whole. As part of determining how your trap can be overcome, look at your map and consider where the characters must be located to attempt an action that can foil part of the trap. As a rule, the characters should need to be near or adjacent to an element to have a chance of affecting it. An element can be designed so that it protects itself. A fighter might be able to break a whirling blade, but moving close enough to attack it requires giving the blade a chance to strike. What methods are effective against your trap? Obvious candidates are activities covered by the same sorts of checks used to defeat simple traps, but use your knowledge of the trap's design to identify other options. A valve that leaks poison gas into a room can be stopped up. A statue that emits a deadly aura can be pushed over and smashed. Attacks, spells, and special abilities can all play a role in undermining a trap. Leave room for improvisation by the characters. Don't create a few predetermined solutions and wait for the players to figure out the right approach. If you understand the mechanism behind how a trap works, that makes it much easier for you to respond to the player's ideas. If a character wants to try something you haven't allowed for, pick an ability, assess the chance of success, and ask for a roll. Shutting down one part of a complex trap usually requires multiple successes. As a default, it takes 3 successful checks or actions to disable an element. The first successful check might reduce the element's saving throw DC or attack bonus. The second successful check might have the element's damage, and the final successful check shuts it down. For elements that don't attack, allow each successful check to reduce that element's effectiveness by 1/3. A lock's DC is decreased, or a gate opens wide enough to allow a small character to squeeze through it. A mechanism pumping poison gas into the room becomes defective, causing the gas's damage to increase more slowly or not at all. It takes time to disable a complex trap. 3 characters can't make checks in rapid succession to disarm a complex trap in a matter of seconds. Each would get in another character's way and disrupt the effort. Once a character succeeds on a check, another character can't attempt the same check against the same trap element until the end of the successful character's next turn. Not all of the character's options need to be focused on stopping a trap from operating. Think of what characters can do to mitigate or avoid a trap's effects. Making the trap vulnerable to this sort of effort is a way to engage characters who might be ill-suited to confront the trap directly. A successful intelligence, religion, check might provide insight into the imagery displayed by a trap in a temple or shrine, giving other characters a clue about how and where to direct their efforts. A character could stand in front of a dart trap while holding a shield that the darts can target harmlessly, while other characters trigger that element as they work to disable it. Downtime revisited. It's possible for the characters to start a campaign at first level, dive into an epic story, and reach 10th level and beyond in a short amount of game time. Although that pace works fine for many campaigns, some DMs prefer a campaign story with pauses built into it. Times when adventurers are not going on adventures. The downtime rules given in this section can be used as alternatives to the approach in the player's handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide. Or you can use the material here to inspire the creation of your own options. By engaging the characters in downtime activities that take weeks or even months to complete, you can give your campaign a longer timeline, one in which events in the world play out over years. Wars begin and end, tyrants come and go, and royal lines rise and fall over the course of the story that you and the characters tell. Downtime rules also provide ways for characters to spend, or be relieved of, the monetary treasure they amass on their adventures. The system presented here consists of 2 elements. First, it introduces the concept of rivals. Second, it details a number of downtime activities that characters can undertake. Complex traps and legendary monsters. A complex trap is like a legendary monster in some ways. It has several tricks it can use on its turn, and it remains a threat throughout the round, not just on its turn. The trap's active elements are like a legendary creature's normal actions, and its constant elements are equivalent to legendary actions, except they are tied to specific areas in the trapped room. Although a legendary creature can move, improvise actions, and so forth, a trap is set to a specific script, an aspect that has the potential to make a complex trap stale and predictable. That's where dynamic elements come in. They keep the players on their toes and make dealing with a complex trap feel like a challenging, evolving situation. Rivals. Rivals are NPCs who oppose the characters and make their presence felt whenever the characters are engaging in downtime. A rival might be a villain you have featured in past adventures or plan to use in the future. Rivals can also include good or neutral folk who are at odds with the characters, whether because they have opposing goals or they simply dislike one another. The cultist of Orcus whose plans the characters have foiled, the ambitious merchant prince who wants to rule the city with an iron fist, and the nosy high priest of Helm who is convinced the characters are up to no good are all examples of rivals. A rival's agenda changes over time. Though the characters engage in downtime only between adventures, their rivals rarely rest, continuing to spin plots and work against the characters even when the characters are off doing something else. Creating a rival. In essence, a rival is a somewhat specialized NPC. You can use Chapter 4 of the Dungeon Master's Guide to build a new NPC for this purpose, or pick one from your current cast of supporting characters and embellish that NPC as described below. It's possible for the characters to have 2 or 3 rivals at a time, each with a separate agenda. At least one should be a villain, but the others might be neutral or good. Conflicts with those rivals might be social or political, rather than manifesting as direct attacks. The best rivals have a connection with their adversaries on a personal level. Find links in the characters' backstories or the events of recent adventures that explain what sparked the rivals' actions. The best trouble to put the characters in is trouble they created for themselves. Example rivals. Tax collector who is convinced the characters are dodging fees. Politician who is concerned that the characters are causing more trouble than they solve. High priest who worries the characters are diminishing the temple's prestige. Wizard who blames the characters for some recent troubles. Rival adventuring party. Bard who loves a scandal enough to spark one. Childhood rival or member of a rival clan. Scorned sibling or parent. Merchant who blames the characters for any business woes. Newcomer out to make a mark on the world. Sibling or ally of a defeated enemy. Official seeking to restore a tarnished reputation. Deadly foe disguised as a social rival. Fiend seeking to tempt the characters to evil. Spurned romantic interest. Political opportunist seeking a scapegoat. Traitorous noble looking to foment a revolution. Would-be tyrant who brooks no opposition. Exiled noble looking for revenge. Corrupt official worried that recent misdeeds will be revealed. To add the right amount of detail to a rival you want to create, give some thought to what that NPC is trying to accomplish and what resources and methods the rival can bring to bear against the characters. Goals. An effective rival has a clear reason for interfering with the characters' lives. Think about what the rival wants, how and why the characters stand in the way, and how the conflict could be resolved. Ideally, a rival's goal directly involves the characters or something they care about. Assets. Think about the resources the rival can marshal. Does the character have enough money to pay bribes or to hire a small gang of mercenaries? Does the rival hold sway over any guilds, temples, or other groups? Make a list of the rival's assets and consider how they can be used. Plans. The foundation of a rival's presence in the campaign is the actions the rival takes or the events that occur as a result of that character's goals. Each time you resolve one or more workweeks of downtime, pick one of the ways a rival's plans might be advanced and introduce it into play. Think about how a rival might operate to bring specific plans to fruition, and jot down 3 or 4 kinds of actions the rival might undertake. Some of these might be versions of the downtime activities described later in this section, but these are more often efforts that are specific to the rival. A rival's action might be a direct attack, such as an assassination attempt, that you play out during a session. Or it might be a background activity that you describe as altering the campaign in some way. For example, a rival who wants to increase the prestige of the temple of a war god might hold a festival with drink, food, and gladiatorial games. Even if the characters aren't directly involved, the event becomes the talk of the town. Some elements of a rival's plans might involve events in the world that aren't under the rival's control. Whether such an event can be easily anticipated or not, the rival's plans might include contingencies for taking advantage of such happenings. Example rival, Marina Rodimus. The Rodimus clan was a small but powerful family of traders in the city, but years ago, they pulled up stakes and left town overnight. Marina Rodimus, the youngest child, has now returned to restore her family's prestige. In truth, the family fled because its members became afflicted by lycanthropy. They joined a clan of were-rats and delved into smuggling in a distant city, out of fear that their secret would be impossible to keep in their former home. After fighting her way to the top ranks of the were-rat clans, Marina, along with a small army of followers, has returned to claim her place among the elite of her home city. She vows that if she doesn't succeed, she'll leave the city in ruins. Goals. Marina wants to become the most respected, most important merchant in town, someone to whom even the prince must yield. Assets. Marina has a small fortune in gold, her abilities as a were-rat, alchemist, and necromancer, a group of were-rats dedicated to her, and a shield guardian that protects her. Plans. Marina works to discredit and ruin other merchants. Her were-rats spy on her opponents and sneak into warehouses, unleashing hordes of rats to spoil goods. Marina even victimizes a few of her own warehouses to avoid suspicion. If Marina's plans fail, she has a terrible alternative. Her knowledge of alchemy has enabled her to create a plague that she will unleash on the city through her rats. If she can't rule, then no one will. Example rival, High Priest Kelder. The Temple of Foltus, god of the sun, seeks to bring as many folk as possible under its sway. Though it has been in town for only 2 years, the temple is already an influential force because of the determination and brilliant oration of Kelder, its high priest. Goals. Kelder wants to make the Temple of Foltus the most popular religion in town by bringing about peace and security for all. He believes keeping adventurers in check or driving them out of town is an important step in that plan. Assets. The charismatic high priest has his oratory skill, divine spellcasting ability, and a few hundred common folk recently converted to the temple's cause. Plans. Kelder is stern but fundamentally a good person. He tries to win support by providing charity, promoting peace, and working to enforce law and order. He is skeptical of the characters, however, convinced that they are troublemakers who will undermine the peace. He wants only officials of the town or the temple to be involved in handling any crises that arise. He strongly believes in his goals, yet he might still be made into an ally by good-hearted characters. Downtime activities. Downtime activities are tasks that usually take a work week, 5 days, or longer to perform. These tasks can include buying or creating magic items, pulling off crimes, and working at a job. A character selects a downtime activity from among those available and pays the cost of that activity in time and money. You, as DM, then follow the rules for the activity to resolve it, informing the player of the results and any complications that ensue. Consider handling downtime away from the game table. For example, you could have the players pick their downtime activities at the end of a session, and then communicate about them by email or text until you next see them in person. Resolving activities. The description of each activity tells you how to resolve it. Many activities require an ability check, so be sure to note the character's relevant ability modifiers. Follow the steps in the activity and determine the results. Most downtime activities require a workweek, 5 days, to complete. Some activities require days, weeks, 7 days, or months, 30 days. A character must spend at least 8 hours of each day engaged in the downtime activity for that day to count toward the activity's completion. The days of an activity don't need to be consecutive. You can spread them over a longer period of time than is required for the activity, but that period of time should be no more than twice as long as the required time. Otherwise, you should introduce extra complications, see below, and possibly double the activity's costs to represent the inefficiency of the character's progress. Complications. The description of each activity includes a discussion of complications you can throw at the characters. The consequences of a complication might spawn entire adventures, introduce NPCs to vex the party, or give the characters headaches or advantages in any number of other ways. Crafting an item. A character who has the time, the money, and the needed tools can use downtime to craft armor, weapons, clothing, or other kinds of non-magical gear. Resources and resolution. In addition to the appropriate tools for the item to be crafted, a character needs raw materials worth half of the item's selling cost. To determine how many workweeks it takes to create an item, divide its gold piece cost by 50. A character can complete multiple items in a workweek if the item's combined cost is 50 GP or lower. Items that cost more than 50 GP can be completed over longer periods of time, as long as the work in progress is stored in a safe location. Multiple characters can combine their efforts. Divide the time needed to create an item by the number of characters working on it. Use your judgment when determining how many characters can collaborate on an item. A particularly tiny item, like a ring, might allow only 1 or 2 workers, whereas a large, complex item might allow 4 or more workers. A character needs to be proficient with the tools needed to craft an item and have access to the appropriate equipment. Everyone who collaborates needs to have the appropriate tool proficiency. You need to make any judgment calls regarding whether a character has the correct equipment. The following table provides some examples. Proficiency items. Herbalism kit. Antitoxin, potion of healing. Leatherworker's tools. Leather armor. Boots. Smith's tools armor. Weapons. Weaver's tools cloaks. Robes. If all the above requirements are met, the result of the process is an item of the desired sort. A character can sell an item crafted in this way at its listed price. Crafting magic items. Creating a magic item requires more than just time, effort, and materials. It is a long-term process that involves 1 or more adventures to track down rare materials and the lore needed to create the item. Potions of healing and spell scrolls are exceptions to the following rules. For more information, see Brewing Potions of Healing later in this section and the Scribing a Spell Scroll section below. To start with, a character needs a formula for a magic item in order to create it. The formula is like a recipe. It lists the materials needed and steps required to make the item. An item invariably requires an exotic material to complete it. This material can range from the skin of a yeti to a vial of water taken from a whirlpool on the elemental plane of water. Finding that material should take place as part of an adventure. The magic item ingredients table suggests the challenge rating of a creature that the characters need to face to acquire the materials for an item. Note that facing a creature does not necessarily mean that the characters must collect items from its corpse. Rather, the creature might guard a location or a resource that the characters need access to. Magic item ingredients. Item rarity CR range. Common 1 to 3. Uncommon 4 to 8. Rare 9 to 12. Very rare 13 to 18. Legendary 19 plus. If appropriate, pick a monster or a location that is a thematic fit for the item to be crafted. For example, creating Mariner's armor might require the essence of a water weird. Crafting a staff of charming might require the cooperation of a specific arcanoloth, who will help only if the characters complete a task for it. Making a staff of power might hinge on acquiring a piece of an ancient stone that was once touched by the god of magic. A stone now guarded by a suspicious androsphinx. In addition to facing a specific creature, creating an item comes with a gold piece cost covering other materials, tools, and so on, based on the item's rarity. Those values, as well as the time a character needs to work in order to complete the item, are shown on the magic item crafting time and cost table. Have the listed price and creation time for any consumable items. Magic item crafting time and cost. Item rarity workweeks cost. Common, 150 GP. Uncommon, 200 GP. Rare, 2000 GP. Very rare, 20,000 GP. Legendary, 100,000 GP. Halved for a consumable item like a potion or scroll. To complete a magic item, a character also needs whatever tool proficiency is appropriate, as for crafting a non-magical object or proficiency in the arcana skill. If all the above requirements are met, the result of the process is a magic item of the desired sort. Complications. Most of the complications involved in creating something, especially a magic item, are linked to the difficulty in finding rare ingredients or components needed to complete the work. The complications a character might face as byproducts of the creation process are most interesting when the characters are working on a magic item. There's a 10% chance for every 5 workweeks spent on crafting an item that a complication occurs. The crafting complications table provides examples of what might happen. Crafting complications. D6 and complication. 1. Rumors swirl that what you're working on is unstable and a threat to the community. 2. Your tools are stolen, forcing you to buy new ones. 3. A local wizard shows keen interest in your work and insists on observing you. 4. A powerful noble offers a hefty price for your work and is not interested in hearing no for an answer. 5. A dwarf clan accuses you of stealing its secret lore to fuel your work. 6. A competitor spreads rumors that your work is shoddy and prone to failure. May involve a rival. Brewing potions of healing. Potions of healing fall into a special category for item crafting, separate from other magic items. A character who has proficiency with the herbalism kit can create these potions. The times and costs for doing so are summarized on the Potion of Healing Creation table. Potion of Healing Creation. Type time cost. Healing. 1 day 25 GP. Greater Healing. 1 workweek 100 GP.
Superior Healing. 3 workweeks 1,000 GP.
Supreme Healing. 4 workweeks 10,000 GP. Crime. Sometimes it pays to be bad. This activity gives a character the chance to make some extra cash, at the risk of arrest. Resources. A character must spend 1 week and at least 25 GP gathering information on potential targets before committing the intended crime. Resolution. The character must make a series of checks, with the DC for all the checks chosen by the character according to the amount of profit sought from the crime. The chosen DC can be 10, 15, 20, or 25. Successful completion of the crime yields a number of gold pieces, as shown on the loot value table. To attempt a crime, the character makes 3 checks: dexterity, stealth, dexterity using thieves' tools, and the player's choice of intelligence, investigation, wisdom, perception, or charisma, deception. If none of the checks are successful, the character is caught and jailed. The character must pay a fine equal to the profit the crime would have earned and must spend 1 week in jail for each 25 GP of the fine. If only 1 check is successful, the heist fails but the character escapes. If 2 checks are successful, the heist is a partial success, netting the character half the payout. If all 3 checks are successful, the character earns the full value of the loot. Loot value, DC and value: 1050 GP, robbery of a struggling merchant. 15, 100 GP, robbery of a prosperous merchant. 20, 200 GP, robbery of a noble. 25, 1000 GP, robbery of one of the richest figures in town. Complications. A life of crime is filled with complications. Roll on the crime complications table, or create a complication of your own. If the character succeeds on only 1 check, if the character's rival is involved in crime or law enforcement, a complication ensues if the character succeeds on only 2 checks. Crime complications. D8 and complication. 1. A bounty equal to your earnings is offered for information about your crime. 2. An unknown person contacts you, threatening to reveal your crime if you don't render a service. 3. Your victim is financially ruined by your crime. 4. Someone who knows of your crime has been arrested on an unrelated matter. 5. Your loot is a single, easily identified item that you can't fence in this region. 6. You robbed someone who was under a local crime lord's protection, and who now wants revenge. 7. Your victim calls in a favor from a guard, doubling the efforts to solve the case. 8. Your victim asks one of your adventuring companions to solve the crime. May involve a rival. Gambling. Games of chance are a way to make a fortune, and perhaps a better way to lose one. Resources. This activity requires 1 workweek of effort plus a stake of at least 10 GP, to a maximum of 1000 GP or more, as you see fit. Resolution. The character must make a series of checks, with a DC determined at random based on the quality of the competition that the character runs into. Part of the risk of gambling is that one never knows who might end up sitting across the table. The character makes 3 checks: wisdom, insight, charisma, deception, and charisma, intimidation. If the character has proficiency with an appropriate gaming set, that tool proficiency can replace the relevant skill in any of the checks. The DC for each of the checks is 5 plus 2d10. Generate a separate DC for each one. Consult the gambling results table to see how the character did. Gambling results. Result and value. Lose all the money you bet, and accrue a debt equal to that amount. 0 successes. Lose half the money you bet. 1 success. Gain the amount you bet plus half again more. 2 successes. Gain double the amount you bet. 3 successes. Complications. Gambling tends to attract unsavory individuals. The potential complications involved come from run-ins with the law and associations with various criminals tied to the activity. Every workweek spent gambling brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the gambling complications table. Gambling complications. D6 and complication. 1. You are accused of cheating. You decide whether you actually did cheat or were framed. 2. The town guards raid the gambling hall and throw you in jail. 3. A noble in town loses badly to you and loudly vows to get revenge. 4. You won a sum from a low-ranking member of a thieves' guild, and the guild wants its money back. 5. A local crime boss insists you start frequenting the boss's gambling parlor and no others. 6. A high-stakes gambler comes to town and insists that you take part in a game. Might involve a rival. Pit fighting. Pit fighting includes boxing, wrestling, and other non-lethal forms of combat in an organized setting with predetermined matches. If you want to introduce competitive fighting in a battle-to-the-death situation, the standard combat rules apply to that sort of activity. Resources. Engaging in this activity requires 1 workweek of effort from a character. Resolution. The character must make a series of checks, with a DC determined at random based on the quality of the opposition that the character runs into. A big part of the challenge in pit fighting lies in the unknown nature of a character's opponents. The character makes 3 checks: strength, athletics, dexterity, acrobatics, and a special constitution check that has a bonus equal to a roll of the character's largest hit die. This roll doesn't spend that die. If desired, the character can replace one of these skill checks with an attack roll using one of the character's weapons. The DC for each of the checks is 5 plus 2d10. Generate a separate DC for each one. Consult the pit fighting results table to see how the character did. Pit fighting results. Result and value. 0 successes. Lose your bouts, earning nothing. 1 success. Win 50 GP. 2 successes. Win 100 GP. 3 successes. Win 200 GP. Complications. Characters involved in pit fighting must deal with their opponents, the people who bet on matches, and the match's promoters. Every workweek spent pit fighting brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the pit fighting complications table. Pit fighting complications. D6 and complication. 1. An opponent swears to take revenge on you. 2. A crime boss approaches you and offers to pay you to intentionally lose a few matches. 3. You defeat a popular local champion, drawing the crowd's ire. 4. You defeat a noble's servant, drawing the wrath of the noble's house. 5. You are accused of cheating. Whether the allegation is true or not, your reputation is tarnished. 6. You accidentally deliver a near-fatal wound to a foe. Might involve a rival. Relaxation. Sometimes the best thing to do between adventures is relax. Whether a character wants a hard-earned vacation or needs to recover from injuries, relaxation is the ideal option for adventurers who need a break. This option is also ideal for players who don't want to make use of the downtime system. Resources. Relaxation requires 1 week. A character needs to maintain at least a modest lifestyle while relaxing to gain the benefit of the activity. Resolution. Characters who maintain at least a modest lifestyle while relaxing gain several benefits. While relaxing, a character gains advantage on saving throws to recover from long-acting diseases and poisons. In addition, at the end of the week, a character can end one effect that keeps the character from regaining hit points, or can restore one ability score that has been reduced to less than its normal value. This benefit cannot be used if the harmful effect was caused by a spell or some other magical effect with an ongoing duration. Complications. Relaxation rarely comes with complications. If you want to make life complicated for the characters, introduce an action or an event connected to a rival. Religious service. Characters with a religious bent might want to spend downtime in service to a temple, either by attending rites or by proselytizing in the community. Someone who undertakes this activity has a chance of winning the favor of the temple's leaders. Resources. Performing religious service requires access to, and often attendance at, a temple whose beliefs and ethos align with the characters. If such a place is available, the activity takes 1 workweek of time but involves no gold piece expenditure. Resolution. At the end of the required time, the character chooses to make either an intelligence, religion, check or a charisma, persuasion check. The total of the check determines the benefits of service, as shown on the religious service table. Religious service. Check and total result. 1 to 10 no effect. Your efforts fail to make a lasting impression. 11 to 20. You earn 1 favor. 21 plus. You earn 2 favors. A favor, in broad terms, is a promise of future assistance from a representative of the temple. It can be expended to ask the temple for help in dealing with a specific problem, for general political or social support, or to reduce the cost of cleric spellcasting by 50%. A favor could also take the form of a deity's intervention, such as an omen, a vision, or a minor miracle provided at a key moment. This latter sort of favor is expended by the DM, who also determines its nature. Favors earned need not be expended immediately, but only a certain number can be stored up. A character can have a maximum number of unused favors equal to 1 plus the character's charisma modifier, minimum of 1 unused favor. Complications. Temples can be labyrinths of political and social scheming. Even the best-intentioned sect can fall prone to rivalries. A character who serves a temple risks becoming embroiled in such struggles. Every workweek spent in religious service brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the Religious Service Complications table. Religious Service Complications. D6 and Complication. 1. You have offended a priest through your words or actions. 2. Blasphemy is still blasphemy, even if you did it by accident. 3. A secret sect in the temple offers you membership. 4. Another temple tries to recruit you as a spy. 5. The temple elders implore you to take up a holy quest. 6. You accidentally discover that an important person in the temple is a fiend worshipper. Might involve a rival. Research. Forewarned is forearmed. The research downtime activity allows a character to delve into lore concerning a monster, a location, a magic item, or some other particular topic. Resources. Typically, a character needs access to a library or a sage to conduct research. Assuming such access is available, conducting research requires 1 workweek of effort and at least 50 GP spent on materials, bribes, gifts, and other expenses. Resolution. The character declares the focus of the research, a specific person, place, or thing. After 1 workweek, the character makes an intelligence check with a +1 bonus per 100 GP spent beyond the initial 100 GP, to a maximum of +6. In addition, a character who has access to a particularly well-stocked library or knowledgeable sages gains advantage on this check. Determine how much lore a character learns using the Research Outcomes table. Research Outcomes. Check and total outcome. 1 to 5. No effect. 6 to 10. You learn 1 piece of lore. 11 to 20. You learn 2 pieces of lore. 21 plus. You learn 3 pieces of lore. Each piece of lore is the equivalent of 1 true statement about a person, place, or thing. Examples include knowledge of a creature's resistances, the password needed to enter a sealed dungeon level, the spells commonly prepared by an order of wizards, and so on. As DM, you are the final arbiter concerning exactly what a character learns. For a monster or an NPC, you can reveal elements of statistics or personality. For a location, you can reveal secrets about it, such as a hidden entrance, the answer to a riddle, or the nature of a creature that guards the place. Complications. The greatest risk in research is uncovering false information. Not all lore is accurate or truthful, and a rival with a scholarly bent might try to lead the character astray, especially if the object of the research is known to the rival. The rival might plant false information, bribe sages to give bad advice, or steal key tomes needed to find the truth. In addition, a character might run into other complications during research. Every workweek spent in research brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the Research Complications table. Research Complications. D6 and Complication. 1. You accidentally damage a rare book. 2. You offend a sage who demands an extravagant gift. 3. If you had known that book was cursed, you never would have opened it. 4. A sage becomes obsessed with convincing you of a number of strange theories about reality. 5. Your actions cause you to be banned from a library until you make reparations. 6. You uncovered useful lore, but only by promising to complete a dangerous task in return. Might involve a rival. Scribing a spell scroll. With time and patience, a spellcaster can transfer a spell to a scroll, creating a spell scroll. Resources. Scribing a spell scroll takes an amount of time and money related to the level of the spell the character wants to scribe, as shown in the spell scroll costs table. In addition, the character must have proficiency in the Arcana skill and must provide any material components required for the casting of the spell. Moreover, the character must have the spell prepared, or it must be among the character's known spells, in order to scribe a scroll of that spell. If the scribe spell is a cantrip, the version on the scroll works as if the caster were first level. Spell scroll costs. Spell level. Time. Cost. Cantrip. 1 day. 15 GP. First. 1 day, 25 GP. Second. 3 days, 250 GP. Third. 1 workweek, 500 GP. Fourth. 2 workweeks, 2,500 GP. Fifth. 4 workweeks, 5,000 GP. Sixth. 8 workweeks, 15,000 GP. Seventh. 16 workweeks, 25,000 GP. Eighth. 32 workweeks, 50,000 GP. Ninth. 48 workweeks, 250,000 GP. Complications. Crafting a spell scroll is a solitary task, unlikely to attract much attention. The complications that arise are more likely to involve the preparation needed for the activity. Every workweek spent scribing brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the Scribe a Scroll Complications table. Scribe a Scroll Complications. D6 and Complication. 1. You bought up the last of the rare ink used to craft scrolls, angering a wizard in town. 2. The priest of a temple of good accuses you of trafficking in dark magic. 3. A wizard eager to collect one of your spells in a book presses you to sell the scroll. 4. Due to a strange error in creating the scroll, it is instead a random spell of the same level. 5. The rare parchment you bought for your scroll has a barely visible map on it. 6. A thief attempts to break into your workroom. Might involve a rival. Selling a magic item. Selling a magic item is by no means an easy task. Con artists and thieves are always looking out for an easy score, and there's no guarantee that a character will receive a good offer even if a legitimate buyer is found. Resources. A character can find a buyer for 1 magic item by spending 1 workweek and 25 GP, which is used to spread word of the desired sale. A character must pick 1 item at a time to sell. Resolution. A character who wants to sell an item must make a charisma, persuasion, check to determine what kind of offer comes in. The character can always opt not to sell, instead forfeiting the workweek of effort and trying again later. Use the magic item base prices and magic item offer tables to determine the sale price. Magic item base prices. Rarity. Base price. Common. 100 GP. Uncommon. 400 GP. Rare. 4,000 GP. Very rare. 40,000 GP. Legendary. 200,000 GP. Halved for a consumable item like a potion or scroll. Magic item offer. Check. Total offer. 1 to 10. 50% of base price. 11 to 20. 100% of base price. 21 plus. 150% of base price. Complications. The main risk in selling a magic item lies in attracting thieves and anyone else who wants the item but doesn't want to pay for it. Other folk might try to undermine a deal in order to bolster their own business or seek to discredit the character as a legitimate seller. Every workweek spent trying to sell an item brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the Magic Item Sale Complications table. Magic Item Sale Complications. D6 and Complication. 1. Your enemy secretly arranges to buy the item to use it against you. 2. A thieves' guild, alerted to the sale, attempts to steal your item. 3. A foe circulates rumors that your item is a fake. 4. A sorcerer claims your item as a birthright and demands you hand it over. 5. Your item's previous owner or surviving allies of the owner vow to retake the item by force. 6. The buyer is murdered before the sale is finalized. Might involve a rival. Training. Given enough free time and the services of an instructor, a character can learn a language or pick up proficiency with a tool. Resources. Receiving training in a language or tool typically takes at least 10 workweeks, but this time is reduced by a number of workweeks equal to the character's intelligence modifier. An intelligence penalty doesn't increase the time needed. Training costs 25 GP per workweek. Complications. Complications that arise while training typically involve the teacher. Every 10 workweeks spent in training brings a 10% chance of a complication, examples of which are on the Training Complications table. Training Complications. D6 and Complication. 1. Your instructor disappears, forcing you to spend one workweek finding a new one. 2. Your teacher instructs you in rare, archaic methods, which draw comments from others. 3. Your teacher is a spy sent to learn your plans. 4. Your teacher is a wanted criminal. 5. Your teacher is a cruel taskmaster. 6. Your teacher asks for help dealing with a threat. Might involve a rival. Work. When all else fails, an adventurer can turn to an honest trade to earn a living. This activity represents a character's attempt to find temporary work, the quality and wages of which are difficult to predict. Resources. Performing a job requires 1 workweek of effort. Resolution. To determine how much money a character earns, the character makes an ability check. Strength, athletics, dexterity, acrobatics, intelligence using a set of tools, charisma, performance, or charisma using a musical instrument. Consult the wages table to see how much money is generated according to the total of the check. Wages. Check and total earnings. 9 or lower. Poor lifestyle for the week. 10 to 14. Modest lifestyle for the week. 15 to 20. Comfortable lifestyle for the week. 21 plus. Comfortable lifestyle for the week plus 25 GP. Complications. Ordinary work is rarely filled with significant complications. Still, the work complications table can add some difficulties to a worker's life. Each workweek of activity brings a 10% chance that a character encounters a complication. Work complications. D6 and complication. 1. A difficult customer or a fight with a coworker reduces the wages you earn by 1 category. 2. Your employer's financial difficulties result in your not being paid. 3. A coworker with ties to an important family in town takes a dislike to you. 4. Your employer is involved with a dark cult or a criminal enterprise. 5. A crime ring targets your business for extortion. 6. You gain a reputation for laziness, unjustified or not as you choose, giving you disadvantage on checks made for this downtime activity for the next 6 workweeks you devote to it. Might involve a rival. Awarding magic items. Magic items are prized by all adventurers of all sorts and are often the main reward in an adventure. The rules for magic items are presented, along with the treasure hoard tables, in Chapter 7 of the Dungeon Master's Guide. This section expands on those rules by offering you an alternative way of determining which magic items end up in the character's possession, and by adding a collection of common magic items to the game. The section ends with tables that group magic items according to rarity. The system in the Dungeon Master's Guide is designed so that you can generate all treasure randomly, and the tables also govern the number of magic items the characters receive. In short, the tables do the work. But a DM who's designing or modifying an adventure might prefer to choose the magic items that come into play. If you're in that situation, you can use the rules in this section to personalize your treasure hoards while staying within the game's limits for how many items the characters should ultimately accumulate. Distribution by rarity. This alternative method of treasure determination focuses on choosing magic items based on their rarity, rather than by rolling on the tables in the Dungeon Master's Guide. This method uses 2 tables: magic items awarded by tier and magic items awarded by rarity. By tier. The magic items awarded by tier table shows the number of magic items a D&D party typically gains during a campaign, culminating in the group having accumulated 100 magic items by 20th level. The table shows how many of those items are meant to be handed out during each of the 4 tiers of play. The emphasis on characters receiving more items during the 2nd tier, levels 5 to 10, than in other tiers is by design. The 2nd tier is where much of the play occurs in a typical D&D campaign, and the items gained in that tier prepare the characters for higher-level adventures. By rarity. The magic items awarded by rarity table takes the numbers from the magic items awarded by tier table and breaks them down to show the number of items of each rarity the characters are expected to have when they reach the end of a tier. Minor and major items. Both tables in this section make a distinction between minor magic items and major magic items. This distinction exists in the Dungeon Master's Guide, yet those terms aren't used there. In that book, the minor items are those listed on magic item tables A through E, and the major items are on magic item tables F through I. Behind the design, magic item distribution. The Dungeon Master's Guide assumes a certain amount of treasure will be found over the course of a campaign. Over 20 levels of typical play, the game expects 45 rolls on the treasure hoard tables, distributed as follows. 7 rolls on the challenge 0 to 4 table, 18 rolls on the challenge 5 to 10 table, 12 rolls on the challenge 11 to 16 table, 8 rolls on the challenge 17 plus table. Because many of the table results call for more than one magic item, those 45 rolls will result in the characters obtaining roughly 100 items. The optional system described here yields the same number of items, distributed properly throughout the spectrum of rarity, while enabling you to control exactly which items the characters have a chance of acquiring. Choosing items level by level. You decide when to place an item in an adventure that you're creating or modifying, usually because you think the story calls for a magic item, the characters need one, or the players would be especially pleased to get one. When you want to select an item as treasure for an encounter, the magic items awarded by rarity table serves as your item budget. Here's how to use it. Jot down a copy of the table in your notes, so that you can make adjustments to the numbers as you select items to be placed in an adventure. Refer to the line in the level/CR column that corresponds to one of the following values: your choice, the level of the player characters, the challenge rating of the magic item's owner, or the challenge rating of the group of creatures guarding the item. The entries in that row of the table indicate the total number of items that would be appropriate for the characters to receive by the end of the tier represented by that row. Choose a magic item of any rarity for which the entry in this row is not 0. When the characters obtain an item, modify your notes to indicate which part of your budget this expenditure came from by subtracting 1 from the appropriate entry on the table. In the future, if you choose an item of a rarity that's not available in the current tier but is still available in a lower tier, deduct the item from the lower tier. If all lower tiers also have no items available of a given rarity, deduct the item from a higher tier. Choosing items piecemeal. If you prefer a more free-form method of choosing magic items, simply select each magic item you want to give out. Then, when the characters acquire one, deduct it from the magic items awarded by rarity table in your notes. Whenever you do so, start with the lowest tier and deduct the item from the first number you come across in the appropriate rarity column for the item, whether it's minor or major. If that tier doesn't have a number greater than 0 for that rarity, go up a tier until you find one that does, and deduct the magic item from that number. Following this process, you will zero out each row of the table in order, going from the lowest levels to the highest. Overstocking and adventure. The magic item tables in this section are based on the number of items the characters are expected to receive, not the number of items that are available in an adventure. When creating or modifying an adventure, assume that the characters won't find all the items you place in it, unless most of the loot is in easy-to-find locations. Here's a good rule of thumb. An adventure can include a number of items that's 25% higher than the numbers in the tables. Round up. For example, an adventure designed to take characters from 1st to 4th level might include 14 items rather than 11, in the expectation that 3 of those items won't be found. Are magic items necessary in a campaign? The D&D game is built on the assumption that magic items appear sporadically and that they are always a boon, unless an item bears a curse. Characters and monsters are built to face each other without the help of magic items, which means that having a magic item always makes a character more powerful or versatile than a generic character of the same level. As DM, you never have to worry about awarding magic items just so the characters can keep up with the campaign's threats. Magic items are truly prizes. Are they useful? Absolutely. Are they necessary? No. Magic items can go from nice to necessary in the rare group that has no spellcasters, no monk, and no NPCs capable of casting magic weapon. Having no magic makes it extremely difficult for a party to overcome monsters that have resistances or immunity to non-magical damage. In such a game, you'll want to be generous with magic weapons or else avoid using such monsters.